is up, everyone, misfits one and all, to tonight's Skeptic Bible Study, Moses' PSA, Obey God or Die. Hashtag
nice of him to have a fresh message, you know.
I know.
Instead of just spamming out the same stuff
James,
over and over again.
You have to play the hits. Where tonight Moses begins a speech to the Israelites, reminding them that God took them out of Egypt, and I assume he can turn this minivan around, and that they have two choices: obedience or more fun curses, most of which end in a "So, won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we swing into the book of Deuteronomy, chapters 29 and 30, for a good time."
So I imagine Moses at this point is probably like 95 years old in a wheelchair, and they're just carting him up before the congregation for him to just make one last speech. Obey God or he will kill you.
We've often also said he is like as much of a main character in the Bible as we have been able to have so far. Everyone else just kind of croaks, which we understand. That's the circle of life. Nonetheless, the Bible just doesn't talk about them, or should I say the Torah, the Old Testament. Nonetheless, Moses keeps on going. He persists. I do want to thank everyone, however, for joining us out there on the intertubes. I have no idea how they fit it through there. I assume it's the 5G chip that they injected us with. So please don't forget to like, follow if you're on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube. Oh my, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Woohoo! And all right, with that, we have a 5 billion-year contract with this person. We signed it, and so he's had a smile on his face ever since. Listen. With that, we are about to bring Gilbert in so he can explain what we are
he's
about
not
to
complaining
read.
About it.
Exactly. Listen, he's helping us sell timeshares in hell.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Thanks, Gilbert. Always lovely
Thanks,
to have you. Cheery as ever. I feel like you're getting a tan down there. Once again, it's what I would do.
Don't encourage her, Plum. She'll convert to Scientology.
Speaking of which, we have not done a Scientology
We haven't done that yet.
Feel the only way to get on a list that we don't know even exists is to somehow criticize them. And so,
I mean, maybe that's why when you look outside, you don't see like a black sedan at the end of the block, you know, with binoculars spying on you. Or you might, but that could just be Gavin or.
I was going to say it's either Gavin or Tom Cruise, one of the other.
Yeah, Mr. Batman.
Speaking of which, we do want
Just
to send all
sir.
of you out there that are sending love, our subscribers, viewers, channel members, everyone, lurkers, Aaron, James Wolfe, Flum, Tim, Caterpillar, Ox, Adele Thomas.
People not wearing pants tonight.
Oh my. Empathy, respect. Pants are not required for this podcast. As Uncle Beck, woohoo! Whenever I see Uncle Beck, I have to just send out also love to student Dr. Ben. I imagine them as like a dream team debunking superstition. But yes, as Gilbert said, all of this is sponsored by our Patreons, who can be found at patreon.com/ABNewman, which helps us make even more fun content, along with our
content.
More content, you say. More props, you say. Trigger discipline. There we go. Okay. What are we talking about?
The tranny.
Send in the well, I will say, not to gloat, but like I was arguing, and not to get political, but I was arguing with someone who was very pro-Russian, and they're like, "Oh yes, we're going. Ukraine is going to win with Jewish trannies," and I'm like, not to like, toot my own horn a little bit, but like a Jewish comedian is kind of beating Putin's butt. Oh my! I'm sorry. Comedians are one of my own. We're a little bit biased.
Which comedian is that?
Zelensky. Zelensky's actually a comedian.
Is he a comedian? I didn't know he was a comedian.
He is. He started his career actually creating what I would say is a parody version of a West Wing kind of Ukraine. So he was the whole show, he has a TV show, which was him, a comedian, becoming president of Ukraine. And it is about basically all of the shenanigans that happened. And then he became famous. And then he became president of Ukraine. And so ever since, life imitating art. But I feel like Putin underestimated comedians, and not to once again, pat ourselves on the back. But comedians, once again, we may not always be frontline soldiers, but we're dark thinkers. And so even as nice and cuddly as we are, I don't know many comedians who don't have dark places. And so I think it's a vast underestimation to dismiss a comedian. You see the clown going honka, 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 and you think you can invade. Turns out it's a little harder than that. Turns out Western democracy becomes a little bit united when you go after our honka, honka, honkas.
There you go.
These are the hunkas? No. Sending love out there. Sending love.
Yeah.
That's right. I see Fulham and Aaron and Pure as Eagle. But also, we are sending love also to our supporters, like our channel members, who they trigger creationists because our badges just naturally evolve. Doesn't matter what tier you get, time, for whatever reason, just seems to accumulate and the badges seem to evolve. But they say time is our god.
Time is the god for the evolutionists.
Makes no sense. Literally no sense. But they like to use language that they think is insulting. Like, you just worship a religion, or you have priests of science.
Scientism. Was that Ralph?
Scientism. Oh, and that's right. I almost forgot. I should give it to... I'm going to ask James, possibly, about a scientism debate. May even give a certain mouth's name into the hat, because he said he wants to have that. So why not? Because I think scientism is an absolutely silly concept. You can attach an ist or an ism onto anything and say that it's bad. Like, cool. I'm sorry. It doesn't completely... It's something else. It doesn't completely fall into my rule of political correctness of 2 words, but it is another bullshit technique to just dismiss someone's opinion that you dislike. You're an evolutionist. No, I'm someone who understands what a biologist says. Notice the subtle difference there?
Very, 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 very subtle. A lot of nuance tied up in that.
Speaking of which, we're sending love to Oz from the Atheist Roundtable, the Atheist Network Group, really connecting atheists, because that seems to be what's happening. Slowly but surely, even with technology, as the theists grow, they schism. Even as they grow, what happens actually is the larger they grow, the more chance that they have of schisming, where that doesn't seem to happen with us. It's kind of great.
You know, the thing is, what it was that lovable dude Praise. He posted he's always posted really silly memes.
Oh, I think James froze. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's him. And by that, I mean James got summoned by Satan. Oh, darn you, Satan. Always trying to get us to sell timeshares. And I know J. Mike is a Darwinist. You dirty Darwinist. Oh, yes. Do you mean we understand what natural selection... Woohoo! What is up, Pat? That's right. He's just in very deep thought. I also think that does make Kronos our god. Once you collect all of the soul stones... Oh, he's back. Welcome back.
Yeah. Anyway, he posted one of his silly memes, and it was that Christianity's not in decline. People are just going to different kinds of churches than they used to go to. People are going to more... They're leaving the more mainline denominations. They're going to these like non-denominational churches that are unaffiliated, with any major group. And if that is even true, if the statistics aren't skewed on it, all that means is that people want the woo. They want the eternal life thing. They don't want to be told what to believe, because these mainline denominations, they all have statements of faith, articles, creeds, conventions that they agree to.
You really only have 2 options to this, which is either A, you liberalize, you start wearing rainbow, shawls as you practice Shabbat prayers, or you kind of go the other direction, which is you adhere strictly to it. The hardest, unfortunately, is the moderates, which is the lovely word that everyone tries to go for, which unfortunately the compromises just seem to come depending on whatever year in our culture it is that they're fighting because the issues of today define it, except for, once again, the atheists, the secularists, are always going to be the forefront of this, because we learn things, we get better, apparently, in my opinion, at morality. We just seem to be trending that way. And so it's going to keep happening.
That's a subjective outlook on it, again.
Sure. Well, I'll tell you why I think it's more than why I think it's. I could put an empirical backing for it. I don't mean to always press forward this book, but I think I could press other reasons as well why most of the metrics that we like as an organism are going in the right direction. We're becoming more cooperative. We are trending towards less violence, and towards more happiness. Now, that varies widely country to country. We like to think that even America has the most freedom, though I'm still very happy to be American and all that. But I'm happy with the way things are going. I don't think that we could have had such a pro-LGBTQ society as much as we used to, just even 10 or 20 years ago. And it just seems like it's exponential. It just seems like we had gay marriage. And once people were to understanding that, everyone else was human beings too, it just kind of spread. Not to drag us all the way into identity politics instantly, though that's the hot button issues, specifically because, their holy books tell us how wrong that, me existing are. And so unfortunately it creates this Oh, Satan, welcome back.
The thing you have to remember is that the Christians, the religious, they claim that they have this morality that's delivered on high from their God, and they claim that their holy book is the literal inspired word of God. But actually, they bend God's will. They bend their holy book to society itself, not the other way around. Like Arlie Ermy said, take the rifle around your head, not your head around the rifle. So there are dozens and dozens of Christian denominations today that affirm LGBT people as valid. They don't have a problem with it. They don't spend any amount of time working against them. And these people, they're all reading what the Bible says, where God says it's evil, and they're closing the Bible and saying, no, I don't care what it says. If God doesn't like it, well, we're just going to act like he does like it. He likes it. He's okay with it. And we're going to modify God to what we want him to be, because otherwise people wouldn't go to the churches anymore. Now, that doesn't happen on the other way around.
They will deny this, but I find that almost universally they seem to be speaking for them. Just noticed, I was muted. I find...
No, we heard you.
Oh, really? It was flashing. Interesting. I find that universally God seems to be speaking for themselves. They'll say, like, God loves you. And when I hear statements like that, I can just only translate it into my head as I love you. And it's really hard to say those type of statements like to other people, to other organisms like ourselves. And so that's almost like a little barrier, and allows people to say what they really want. Now, once again, they will say it's the Holy Spirit or insert.
Well, I mean, it's a similar mindset to what they did during slavery. The Christians opened up the Bible. They clearly read the numerous passages that affirm it. And then they closed the Bible and said, I don't care. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't care if God likes it. And then they worked against it, which is what they should have done. But it doesn't work the other way around. We don't bend for them. If you notice, you will find that young earth creationism is taught in exactly 0.0 accredited academic institutions of higher learning. There is a one time where they say, "Oh gosh, all right, we have to teach young earth creationism for these fucking Christians, or otherwise they're gonna get their panties in a wad." No, that never happens. Never, not even one time.
Because it's not science.
It's not science. So they're bending for us, not the other way around. So bend over, Kent.
Oh my, that's right. Bend over and get ready to go at Matt. Go, Matt Powell, go.
He's ready. He's ready.
His body is ready.
Kent
just like all of ours.
He's ready for Matt.
But yes, we are just going to send love to a few more people, and then we are going to head into Deuteronomy. Though this is our housekeeping, we can't help ourselves because it is so much fun to rag on religion. Now, a lot of theist creationists will say, "Why, you are just evangelicals of the opposite
Why are you
direction.
doing this?
Why even talking about something you don't believe in?" And you are correct. We kind of are in the opposite direction. However, we do not go door to door, to churches asking, "Why don't you not believe in Jesus?" Because that would be counterproductive. Yes. Please stop believing. No. Yeah, we just want people to have conversations, discussions, and dare I say even debates, and to figure out which ideas last. The marketplace of ideas, as they say, only it's the religious views in the scope. And okay, sending love to Oz. Eddie in Davenport. Woohoo! Sending love to Ian. Reminding us that creationists, especially young earth creationist talking points, are kind of lame and outdated.
We should probably do a trigger warning before we go over them, but yeah, they kind of are.
It is. It's a little bit of a trigger warning for creationists, though if you disagree with us, come on and say why. We will always show your comments up in screen. What is up? I draw stuff. Hey, that's kind of cool. I can make motion graphics, but I'm just okay at 2D drawing. But if you need a good 15 to 30 seconds of motion graphics, I am your lady. Though I could do probably a half an hour or an hour. It's just
time scales.
Yes, another thing that creationists don't understand, time scale, and that has nothing to do with render times because it's just the more that you start to move, the more pieces that you have to work with. Though if you're changing scenes, that also, of course, cuts down on stuff. But yeah, I love it. The great thing about motion graphics, especially with software, I think is that so much of the computer does it for you nowadays.
Yeah, you're Amy. When you press that, you're not muting it. They're hearing you cough.
Really? They're hearing me cough. Now, what's funny? Can you guys hear me right now? You hear me?
I hear you.
Yo, that should not be happening. It's blinking, which means it should be muted. I'm so sorry, guys.
You have your another speaker turned on, like the mic. I don't hear you.
All right, I just had to set it on. What's it called? It was set
Now
on.
you're coming in a lot more, a lot louder.
Ooh,
There you go.
fantastic! Probably.
Fantastic.
I'm so sorry about all the cough, though. I probably
It's all right.
like. I kind of like.
He likes the cough. It's fine.
Well, I once used to complain about my nose, and then I got a.
Ken Hoven's
like, your
always.
nose is a thing.
Ken Hoven's always coughing.
The secret is to love yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Probably going through your head. Yeah, it might have been going through my headphone mic. We're doing it live, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a broadcast experiment.
What I forget what we were talking about, but sending love to Ian Davenport.
Yeah.
Sending love, and also to a grumpy old motion graphics. Because the thing is, they used to have to. You drew like a drawing, and then you had to draw another drawing, and then you had to draw all the frames in between. Now all you have to do is basically figure out what your first frame is and then what frame you want to move to, and the computer will just do everything. So and that really does make everything so much easier. Just a bouncing ball, just instead of you have to draw, you just have to go, all right, I want to go here. I want the ground is here. Just go here to here. And we're going to do it up, down. We're going to go 3 times, up, down, up, down, up, down. And you can, it's just so much better, more sophisticated. You still have to figure out a lot of things artistically. So you have to put in some work and time. But it allows you also to make
is work.
Better motion graphics. And yeah, send in love. What's your favorite Wave plugin? That's very interesting. What would you mean by a Wave plugin? Because when I think of Wave, I think of like a Wave file, but I'm not sure that's what you're speaking about. Maybe
at the Phillies games.
At the Phillies. Hoo. I miss going to Phillies games. I would go to. I am a little bit of a Flegels and Phillies and all.
Flegels? Repeating scene?
Repeating scene. Well, I would just say that my favorite... I am an Adobe fangirl. And so I just like Adobe After Effects. And I will keep on shouting it out.
I miss Flash.
For fluid. I like Flash too. Flash was similar. It got phased out because it has too many holes. It has too many ways in which it can be exploited.
Too many vulnerabilities.
Yes. It was great though because it could kind of be dynamic. Flash was, you could think of it as motion graphics, but it could also be a lot of things. It could be a video game. It could be a PowerPoint. The Sixers, that's right. I should mention the Sixers. However, if you have your local team, I'm also a fan of them. How do you know? Because I'm always a fan of the local team.
Well, this week you should be a fan of my local team.
Your local team?
Dolphins? Because, I don't know if anybody saw this Dolphin game, but this was probably the biggest. I would say it's one of the best comebacks in NFL history. Down 21 points in the fourth quarter, and they came back and won that game. It was amazing. It was.
Woo! Go local team.
Yeah.
No, I'm all
down
excited. It's always
by 21 points with 7 minutes left. That is insane.
That's the kind of stuff that they want to make movies out of. Gotta have it right till the end. Just like you can't defuse a bomb until the last second.
5 seconds.
Yes. But sending love also to a grumpy old Cuss, because we hear all these, the creationists, flat earthers, just all of these conspiracy theories or superstitions, and it makes us go, what are we even listening to anymore? We're in the information age, and we still have to deal with this. But we're at the beginning of the information stage. That's why. The Wild West, really. Also sending love to Diana Smith because, well, they don't really treat, the Abrahamic religions don't treat 51% of the other gender like humans. It's kind of like chattel and not the bag. And that's getting spoiler for like the good slavery. There is no indentured servitude. There is only slavery. In fact, there is indentured servitude, but that's for the Jews. If you're a non-Jew, guess where you're going? It's called slavery.
Oh, well. If you want to be a downer about it, you know.
I know. Such a Debbie Downer.
Yeah.
Diana Smith. No, she's actually amazing. And also sending love to Pat Lowinger.
I saw him out there. He's out there listening. Hey, Pat.
Sending love to Pat. I am excited because I'm going to be doing a stream with Pat where we are going to talk about a whole range of subjects that deal with experts in their field. And I'm going to be able to talk about curriculum creation. That's right, baby. Time to gamify things, which is the future. To tell that because Amazon gamify all these corporations are gamifying because it makes training a lot. Trying to think if easier is the word. It does make it easier, but it makes it easier for you to assimilate that information, to almost make it more natural. And the funny thing is, a lot of companies, I'll keep on saying, they think of gamification and you think of a game, and so it has to be nerdy. But really, a gamification is taking subjects that have nothing to do with game design and turning them into games, turning them into learning curves. Sending love to Pat Lowinger. And also sending love to Dale Pastel, who reminds us that we're looking for empirical evidence. And, the Bible is definitely not the place that you're going to be finding it. So says, how can the earth be round if my brain is flat? Let me tell you, now we're starting to get somewhere. But sending so much love. I see air out there. So everyone in the Skeptic and Ranting community, as well as Dale Pastel and Dave Gar. We have been talking more flat earth because we can't help ourselves. It's a conspiracy theory that seems to be lingering on the interwebs. And like I said, I think it's because we are the Wild West. We don't have a lot of lay people who know how to get good, proper scientific information. You don't have to be a PhD, a professor, or even a scientist. But to understand how and where to find good scientific information, I think is important for any skeptic. Thank you so much. Love Dale Pastel, Dave Gar, for the fighting flat earth. And which still reminds me, it still haunts me. I feel like sending love out there. I'm a big fan of MC Toon, but his name should be M.C.Toon. Because I just read things. I read things phonetically. I can't help it. But I like people who fight the flat earth conspiracy theorists.
That is fun.
It is. Same with creationists, young earth creationists, which tends to really be our wheelhouse. But we're big tent when it comes to fighting ideas that we think are very silly, as well as sending love to Scott Duke, reminding you, and Speed from Answers in Atheism, reminding you we are animals. Doesn't matter if you eat other animals. We are animals. What is up completely theistic? Does God exist? I don't know. I would say that's our answer too. Could be, could not
Probably
be.
not.
Yeah, I think James and I think we'd probably say no. But does that mean we can be 100% certain? Yeah, because how could we? We barely can get out of low Earth orbit. We went to the moon once, hopefully, or we went to the moon a few times. I'm sorry,
several times.
Yes, excuse me. But
not more than period of time.
Not more than a dozen, though. I'll tell you that much. We could be going to the moon a lot more. And so we need to be getting our butts back out there. We're actually about to be sending ourselves back there in the United States. So I would love to invite other countries because I don't think we're going to be having a lot of support from Russia. I think they are actually kicked off the International Space Station.
I mean, back in the early 70s, they said, we're spending all this money to go to space, but that money would look a lot better in rich people's bank accounts. So we'll just leave it there and we'll stop going to the moon. And the rich people said, oh, works for us.
Well, and there's also, just a low grain, like, I don't know how to say, anti-exploration movement that is like, why even go out there? We have insert problem at home. Why even? And look, I get it. Like, you look at a homeless person and you're like, why are we even trying to invest in Mars when we can't, feed people right here? However, if we keep that, I don't know how to say this, but problems are never going away. Like, that's always going to exist. Hopefully we get better at it. Right. But if you just push off problems and you're waiting for us to start singing Kumbaya, so everything to be perfect, explore Mars, well, then that'll never happen. And so we should just invest in the future now while also trying to help the homeless. We're going to have to chew gum and walk at the same time.
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely. Well, I think there is that bent, especially among like evangelical Christians. Like, why do we even want to know what's out there? God's out there. It doesn't even matter. We'll find out when we go to heaven. What does it even matter? Jesus is coming back in 5 or 10 years, and we'll have the tribulation. Why would we want to waste time going planning out a Mars mission that'll never happen because Jesus will come back before then?
Also, what is up? Pseudonym, take me to the moon. Hey, and I also, what is up, Big Bad Mama? I agree with you that Earth's ecosystems are actually something we should invest a lot in. Like, not to go completely save the whales, because there's actually, oh man, I'd have to find the exact study, but there's a reason why that mentality doesn't work on like creationists, like the actual save the whales, even though they have their own things that they would replace whales with. And so even though for whatever reason
Kent really wants to save
Kent loves very specifically. It's not a Kent Hovind debate unless you are talking about another animal's genitals. However, I don't know.
It's not a debate with Kent Hovind now, I guess, apparently, unless you're talking about a trans person's genitals.
Well, holy moly, exactly. Fucking despicable Kent Hovind and Matt Powell, even though I'm fairly sure that they snuggle against each other.
When the lights go out, things get a little crazy at Dinosaur Adventureland.
Exactly. A little bit too crazy.
But I would just say it definitely takes guts for anybody who is in the LGBT community to get in the ring with Kent, knowing, and people like him, knowing the hostility you're going to get, knowing the the vitriol that is just seething beneath the surface, and that they really just have nothing but contempt and disdain for you as a person, for you to go into that voluntarily, putting yourself in the line of fire just to hopefully shed some light on all this. It does take a bit of guts, I have to say that.
It is also one of the hardest things is to rearrange their attention, because I find that it does not matter what the subject is. Us existing will always bring their minds in some way to the gutter. Like, which is, I think I can use like the biggest criticism to the song Ironic, is that, I'm trying to remember, where she sings, yes, is that almost all of those are coincidences.
Right.
Nonetheless, I think it's true irony that like all of these people that are just absolutely obsessed with LGBTQ's junk and who they have sex with, it always goes back to that. And once again, I mean, even on this podcast, we probably brought it up a few times, but we can't help ourselves. Once again, it always seems to be where their minds end up going to. We could be talking about, well, the joke is, tonight on Skeptic and Ranting, did Jesus come back from the dead? The first question, why do gays have a gay voice? That's a weird question. Is this from Jesus himself? Oh, okay.
Are gays total reprobate degenerates, or are they the worst people in the world? Should we stone them or just shoot them? Or yeah.
Exactly. And once again, biblical morality. Also, sending love to Randolph Richardson, who I just did another fantastic stream on his, along with, it's multi-streamed on T-Jumps. It's called Philosophy Kindergarten, which I think is hilarious. It's also on J.L. Warren's Bridge the Divide. And just Randolph Richardson is trying to get theists to come convince a bunch of atheists and a deist that mostly the Abrahamic, either a god or a goddess exists. Come tell us. I did have to sneak out at the end because it was my nephew's 21st birthday, which is crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever want to feel old, my niece and nephew are now both legal, and and the other one's old enough to drink. That is like, holy moly. That's like, damn. Once again, I don't want to call anyone old. And the joke from
suddenly lost interest in him.
I know. It's a shame. Islam. But I'm actually, the random trivia that I always like to say is that my nephew was born on September 12th. 2001, which is just crazy to me, because my sister-in-law will tell you that she held him in. She's like, it happened and wasn't gonna happen on this day. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
They're legal now. You'll have to congratulate them for no longer being illegal. Hashtag puns. That's right. And extremely safe from the Catholic institution and imams, or at least Muhammad. What? We would never be that spicy. James, would I be that spicy? I'm looking for a fatwa. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're trying.
Got, what's it called? I got the satanic verses right there.
I mean, just send them you and Rachel's tape. That'll.
Oh my!
Send them that special tape you guys made. That'll really trigger them.
I'm telling you right now, I think it's a great mix. Not to pat myself on the back. However, the funny thing is, if you've ever actually tried to pat yourself on the back, it actually does feel good, both metaphorically and literally. But I like it because I feel like I try and listen, and then every once in a while, I feel like I can feel like there's a theist trying to take us down a loop, and I can just get in there and break that loop and then hand it back over to a lot of the guys who then are like, oh, fantastic. Sometimes you need a lady. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's actually been a lot of fun. Really, all of the guys they've all had their specific spice and their specific expertise on there. Woo-hoo. Oh, thank you so much, James. Woo-hoo. Mm-hmm. We are eventually going to get to a Bible study. It will happen, but we can't help it. So much housekeeping, a little bit from Sam Harris. Regos reminds us that we do eventually have a Skeptic Bible Study. I'm pretty sure that's the episode tonight, even. So says in love to Regos. Thanks, the lovable skull, reminding us that the Bible gets a little bit thespian. The funniest thing to me is that at least the Bible isn't faking it. Like when you read the Bible, they're at least when it's like thou shalt stab a guy in the throat for being not the same religion, you know that it was written by a dude thousands of years ago, unlike Joseph Smith, who was like, hey, what if we just added a bunch of thou and ye's into the sentences?
What if I had like 26 wives?
Yeah. He was like, down. Hey. He's like, hey, Islam, hold my beer.
Literally.
Yes, literally.
And then like, hold your beer. We don't drink beer.
No. Apparently, there's a whole convoluted story there. Like even, which is of course, like he drank sometime during his life, but then eventually because that's what I hate about fundies. The moment it gets written down, like maybe I'm just biased. Once again, this is my ex-tribe. And so, I look at the Jews who were just doing oral stories, in my opinion, probably getting drunk around a campfire. Get really Philly on it all of a sudden, a little Boston and Philly.
Writing shit down that their grandma told them.
Right, exactly. And the great thing is in oral tradition, besides just getting like a nice little reach around with your mouth, but you actually get to change things. Like the guy over here, or like grandpa said something over here, and now you get to say something a little bit different, like whisper down the lane. But the moment you get it written down in a book, oh my God, the fundies come out of the woodwork and they're like, well, does it say this? Does it say, look, it says stone the homosexuals. So I love Frank. Frank's my buddy, but it says something in a book. A book says a thing.
Does it really say to kill somebody for picking up sticks on the set? Yes, it
Apparently. Does. We heard someone try to give an apologetic just the other day, right?
Yeah, that was Rebel Nazarene. So would it be a sin if I said I was going on camera, but I put like a video of Fabio on there and like?
Okay.
Of course, yes. I'm not going to talk while
we're
I'm on camera.
We're going to talk about that, can't we?
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to bring it up. Because first of all, can I just say how easy I am in that I saw eye candy and I was instantly taken off. It doesn't matter if it's female or male.
Yeah.
Because tall, dark, and handsome's a thing for a reason.
Right.
Nonetheless, you were pointing out good things that I didn't want to call it out. Once again, Rebel, maybe you want to get back on camera, maybe lifting weights. But like, as James was saying, that was a log cooking of a steak. Your steak
sounded more like rain than oil sizzling in a pan, but yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah.
What's up, Megan? we are just doing our housekeeping, talking about religion and all that in between. I'm actually about to, speaking of T-Jump, I'm about to mod that T-Jump debate on Modern Day Debate tomorrow. Oh my goddess. I hope
hey, Megan.
that...
Is religion harmful? Is that what the debate is?
Yes. And, I just want... I'm going to stay true to the Queen of Soundbites. I've been stepping up my game. I'm afraid, I swear, that the moment I mute someone, I think they're going to leave. That's what I think I've always been. Oh my, cough or choke. That's what we need to find out. Nonetheless, I mean, sometimes I think it's... I don't know. It goes 50-50. Sometimes I feel like the viewer deserves to have as clean a soundbite as possible. Though I also saw some comments that were like, hey, we like the spice. We come into this expecting a botching max. Don't ruin our botching max.
What do you mean?
I can't even say it. Yes.
Well, James, he did a surprise 80,000 stream the other day. And he said sometimes we could be a little firmer, but he's we don't want every single debate to be two elderly people, playing shuffleboard, basically, to paraphrase him. He's sometimes things get a little heated. It is what it is,
Exactly. I mean, it's a debate for a reason. In fact, a lot of people try and say, I want to just have a discussion. I'm just here, which is great. I love that mentality. I'm sure you are an agnostic or a metaphorical, whatever, and that's the kind of person we want to have and discuss with. Nonetheless, sometimes you want to have a little bit of a debate. You want to have that back and forth, that tennis match.
You want Ralph to say, my evidence, my logic, and reason. Reason is treason.
Reason is true. I just once again, it just leans so hard. Just because it rhymes doesn't make it true.
If you have to start decrying the use of reason to make your religion make sense, I mean, you might want to get a better belief system. Oh, no, I mean, of course it does. It's irrational. I mean, of course, it's the truth.
Of course. Why would you want to use reason and evidence?
Why would you expect
logic?
The truth to be rational?
James, my scientism, my logicism. What else we got there? Evidencism. What else can we add on with there? And straw man into oblivion. But I agree. I'll tell you.
Biology.
And I'll say this, the last one, then we'll move on to the next supporter and subject matter. But I'm starting to realize that, I think it's a disservice. I'm trying, I hate to say a disservice, but, you got to really draw a middle ground in that I think you got to come in there with an open mind. Not if you go in there with the mindset that you're going to destroy someone, it almost makes you feel like an asshole. And so I think there has to be this, I want to come in to use their term, a good faith interlocutor, a decent human being, and to have good conversation. And then when they say stupid shit, you got to call it out. It's got to be both things. Once again, not to go back to walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time, but that's our job. That's the skeptic's job. Let the theist and creationist ad hominem us to endless oblivion, because they'll lose their points. Metaphorical points. No one's sitting there 3, 2.
Off with their points.
Off with their points. The points don't matter. Sending love to that show. That'd be great. I would love to be on improv. I have almost enough premises, and I'll just shout out, I would say it's a spoiler, but it's not really a spoiler, because it's
not.
Well, I'll tell you why, because every time that there's the consistent amount of teachers that always say, when you try to say your ideas, there's a lot of people that are don't say your ideas, people will steal them. But unless you're Carlos Mencia or Amy Schumer, you're probably not going to steal ideas. What? I don't even know where that came from. I love all comedians. Night Randolph, tucking you into bed. But And I'll just shout out. In fact, I'll shout out these ideas, and if any of you think this is very funny, you just tell me any of these premises, because I do. Waiting for the car with a clicker. I just think it's so funny. You ever just like kind of go walking down, and we all have those moments where we're just hitting the clicker and we're kind of playing Marco Polo with ourselves. 5-hour energy being slow cocaine. I think that is fucking just funny. Because it's just ridiculous. We get a whole bunch of people that, I get people that, have done hard drugs who will sit there and be like, you take 5-hour energy? You know that shit? Like, they'll be like,
that shit's bad for you.
Whoa, 5-hour energy.
That shit'll kill you.
That shit'll kill you, Oh. Yeah. Sorry, hit a vein.
Like, 5-hour
okay, yes. And it is. It's basically legal cocaine. Nonetheless, it's just funny the way people react. Subway in general, the fact that a sandwich is like $15, the fact that we go. But I also can't help but put out, I have a friend out there, a random friend. Yeah. I almost want to ask him for permission, that now got a Subway tattoo, and it's basically a life full of sandwiches. That is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. It's a roast, and yet I almost can't, like, a roast is like an insult and a compliment at the same time, because I'm not even saying it's a bad decision. I'm saying it's just amazing that it happened. Okay? Because because of how expensive in Subway is, it's actually a great decision. I actually did the math too. I did the fucking math. And like, you could have a sandwich every day for a decade, and basically you'd be good.
Yeah.
You have a decade.
I think you could have one every 3 or 4 days for the rest of his life. Something. Like
really? That's what they were allowed.
Just based on the numbers, like, say he's like 35 if he lives to be 80.
Yeah, if you separated it out, I bet you could easily make it 40 years.
Inflation will eat up a lot of that eventually. Sure. 30 years from now, a sub will be like $50, but, still.
I could probably keep on doing these. I have a whole bunch. I love these. I
don't think Subway is... I can't tell if the quality's gone down, because I used to like it when I was a kid, or if it's just the fact that you're a kid and you don't know any. Yeah, or if you're just a kid, you don't know anything, you think it's good, but
can
it's
I tell you?
Trash.
I think it has the ability to be the best sandwich that you can make. However, I feel like that's not a high bar for like the amount of money. For like $15. Like, that's just the sandwich, by the way. Like, granted, I got 2 meats added. I got like a pepperoni and a bacon.
Half a slice of bacon.
Damn. If I wanted a drink and a fucking cookies or a thing, it would have been $16 or $17. That's almost $20 for me. Well, once again, I am probably not the best PR person for Subway right now, but
you couldn't be worse than the last PR person.
That's true. Let me tell you.
I mean,
Subway. Our standards are, we actually report our mascots, unlike the Catholic Church and Islam. What do we do? What are we talking about?
Fortunately for James, he got that tattoo after that. Because can you imagine if he had Jared's face?
And James, you weren't supposed to say the name. Actually, I don't think
they don't know who
he showed it on
live. They don't know who we're talking about.
Yes. Just kidding. But yes, that would be a bad idea. That would probably have been a bad idea. That makes it way funnier.
Then they would have to pay to get it like removed.
But the kicker for me is that the tattoo is a foot by foot long. That is also, and it also didn't say, because it was in an article, it didn't say foot by foot long. I think because it didn't want to say that sentence and said it, so it said 12 inches by 12 inches. But come on, you can't help but noticing that tattoo is a sandwich by a sandwich, right?
I mean, here you can get. There's plenty of places you can get a better sandwich for less money. There's a lot of places you can get a really good sandwich for $9 or $10. And,
listen, I'm telling you, that's what I mean. I mean, $15.
$15
that's a lot
for a mediocre sandwich. I mean, it's just all right. Yeah, no thanks.
Well, yes, we're eventually going to get to the Bible study. It's going to happen. Darth. I tell you, pre-subs are not doing good. I don't think it's been a good few years for pre-subs. I just don't think they recruit. Like they have like a board behind them in their mind that says like internet debates 1. But recruitment, I don't think it's very high. I don't think they're getting from the tree of knowledge very much.
Mr. Batman and Darth jerking each other off.
Oh my!
Behind him.
Well, I mean, and the great thing about people like Mr. Batman, not to hate on him, but like just anybody who comes from like the I definitely don't like to suck it anymore. It's like, sure, buddy, whatever.
God,
tell it to your therapist.
God cured me. I'm not gay anymore. It's been
no.
It's been 5 minutes since I thought about sucking a dick. I don't want to. I'm fine. I'm fine without it. Really.
I only have my daddy in the sky now. We have a personal relationship.
It's not gay if you get a strap on for your wife. That's still not gay because she's a woman. So, yeah.
Now listen. Hey, I'm not kink shaming any heterosexual man that likes to get pegged. I just think that
like Mr. Batman?
I'd be surprised once again. Pegging, I am fairly sure that it's more like the Jesse Peterson thought. James, did you? I think I'm going. Went a little. James, did you know that women actually perform oral sex? I didn't even know that women could perform oral sex.
Why would a man ever put that in a woman's mouth? I don't get it. It's so disgusting.
You don't even know where that's been. And why would you use a woman when you got a perfectly good man? Amazing.
Like me.
Beta. But also sending love to the wonderful, amazing, sexy Rachel. Reminding us that I listened to Jesse Lee Peterson spend 30 minutes talking to T-Jump about why black people were better off as slaves, why they were freer as the cognitive dissonance you have to say that unconsensual slavery is freer than freedom. Like, I mean, this is religion on the brain. I literally cannot think of anything else, because when you think of cults, that's just a religion with less time behind its back. So, yeah.
Well, when you talk about religious slavery, though, and the American system, it was a religious-based system of slavery. Hey, you're bringing people over, and at least they're going to be converted to Christianity after they get here, right? I mean,
right, got the good book.
We could leave them in their native lands, and what would happen? They would live their whole lives. They would die and go to hell. So it's kind of a dick move to kidnap them and transport them somewhere else under threat of death. But at least they won't have to go to hell, because, when we give them a break from working 14 hours a day, we'll have a pastor come and they can go to church.
Kinky.
They won't have to go to hell. So it's better for them at the end of the day, right?
That's right, James. Just take away their freedom now, and they'll have freedom worshiping God on their knees forever in heaven.
Well, yeah, exactly. At least they won't be in hell.
But sending so much to Rachel Hullen. And sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us that, well, the Bible kind of doesn't separate church and state. Well, actually, how should I say this? Sometimes you can take an interpretation where it does, where he says, give on to Caesar's, and I forget the exact wording. I'm paraphrasing, but
render unto Caesar.
Render unto Caesar.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, and so you can take that. The problem is the fundies don't do that. So when I guess I misspoke when I said the Bible, the fundamentalist Christians, and then
I pay every tax I owe.
Yeah. And the fundamentalist Muslims, for whatever reason, Islam mixes politics and religion together, and oh boy, what a fantastic mix that comes out to be. Once again,
special.
Please don't be prejudiced against Muslims. This is not giving you like an a la carte, so to be like, yay, we can be prejudiced towards the woman wearing a hijab I sell paper at my paper company, sending shout out to the office. No, we're not saying that. Please be nice to everyone. You know why? Because this is a secular society. And it's pretty fucking fantastic. So actually, you should go out of your way to be amazing to them. Yes, because we do it better. They wouldn't do the sin, not them, but their institutions would not do the sin. The religious Christians and religious Muslims would probably not treat us as well as we would treat them.
Definitely not.
But that's why we should do it. That's the whole point. So, yeah. Sending love, Senator Cato.
Thank you, Senator.
And sending love to James Wolfe. He's been out there. We really cannot send as much love as we could to James Wolfe, an actual archaeologist, someone who does research, just like Pat, just like Mark Reid we see out there. He's still a computer scientist, something that, once again, the creationists cannot seem to fathom, that people would do research. In fact, that's the great thing about programming. What I kind of love is that, you learn quite literally through trial and error. I mean, making a program is basically understanding maybe a language, trying to utilize a lot of the algorithms and try to create systems that the computer understands and that you can translate to other people. But you do that. Oh, you're a network engineer. Okay, that's still fucking cool. You still have an expertise in a field. See, that's the problem. He has a field, and he's like, excuse me, no. That he wants to be as narrow as possible. That's what people actually. But the great thing about coding and creating a program is, depending on the language, you almost break the system every time that you make something new and you say something wrong or fuck it up, because that's what you're doing. You forget a semicolon or something, and so the system just stops working. Your whole thing just shuts down, and you're like, okay, I need to figure out what's going on here. And then you fix it, and the program turns back on. It's not magic, it's science. I was about to say like magic, but it's like science. And then you keep on going. Then you're like, okay, the system works. Now what else do I have to build? And so, yeah, it's a process, a wonderful, wonderful process of trial and error. Sending love, James Wolfe. Sending last but not least, Abcdeig.
Abcdeig. Thanks, Matt.
Reminding us that the flat earthers, the young earth creationists, all of the people who really criticize scientific models all have something in common. They don't have a model themselves. Funny about that.
I don't need a model to know that your model doesn't work.
Yeah, actually, kind of. But thank you so very much, Abcdeig. I am going to send love also out to the Twitch community that we are trying to grow into
Twitchster.
the YouTube, sending love out there to Kill Doggy and Beamsy. Mwah, 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 mwah. And we are about to get started into our Skeptic Bible Study. I want to thank one more time all of our supporters, all of the people who send us in super chats, all of the people who are channel members who you can see in the description below, along with all of our Patreons, which really is the best way to help us make even more content, but just subscribers and viewers like you. And I'm just going to hand it off 1 second to you, James, if you don't mind. And then we are going to begin our Deuteronomy, chapter 29 and chapter 30. Wow. A little more twitchy, baby. That's right. In fact, we're going to pin it.
Your category video to...
Oh, that's right. Yeah. My, oh, my, oh, my. Thank you so very much. In fact, we are going to be putting as much comments up here. We're going to be saying hi to everyone that comes along, just like here. What is up? We are saying hello, but also we are trying to show all sorts of funny comments up on screen. So if you have a question, comment, or one-liner, keep on tagging at James W. or at Amy Newman. However, if this is your first time to our Bible study, you may be asking yourself, what kind of Bible are they reading? Oh, why, what a fantastic question. Which brings us to our categories.
Categories, she said.
Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Well, guys, everybody's ready for our Bible study at a few days off, but it's good to be back. We'll be back tomorrow night. We have an after show for the debate Amy's going to be hosting on Modern Day Debate. She's going to be modding that, and then we're coming back for an after show after that. Speaking of Amy,
woohoo! Moonlight wants to say hello, and with that, we are getting ready for our Skeptic Bible Study, as well as some caffeine. No. Okie dokie. But yes, so I'm going to be modding tomorrow on Modern Day Debate. Sir.
Because Atheist Junior sent me a video of when you talked to Mr. Batman. It's been like a year since I listened to it. I almost forget what an asshole he was when he's like, "Sir, are you a homo?" And you're like, "I'm half a homo," and he just got
not half, yeah,
a half a homo.
And my joke is also, I don't know which way. I don't know which half is half.
Yeah,
gets a little mixed. Oh, cat goes in, cat goes out. The true commanders of the household. Okie dokie. What the is going on here? What is up, X Music? And what is up, Titan, my sphincter? I'm just kidding. Titan, your anus, our lovely admin.
Moses is going to be giving another lovely speech here.
That's right. In fact, I think with that... Actually, let me take one more swig.
Just imagine, like, General Patton from the movie, coming up to make his speech. Except it's Moses. And he's, like, 95 and senile. And God's already told him he's going to die before they get to the promised land. God's like, yeah, Moses, you've been working for me for 40 years now, doing all this shit. You've done everything I asked you to do. But I got to tell you something. I decided you don't make the cut. You're not going to the promised land.
Yeah,
all the work you've done, so all the work you've done is going to be for nothing. For you. Yeah, for you.
I'm also the queen of losing stuff. Moses was just here, and somehow he's not only entering the promised land, he just disappeared.
Can I suggest to you a spot you can check for him?
Oh my! Yes, you can. I would actually like to get Mr. Batman to check, but we can do what we can do. I'm also ready for biblical science.
I just can't wait for you to debate Ken Hovind and
yes, which is being set up.
If he wants to talk about your genitalia, the answer he gets might revile him. He might just see that look of horror on his face.
I was gonna say, I really don't think that it was not a tactic that worked for him last time, and I feel like I'm uniquely attuned to his sort of creationist bullshit.
Amy, do you have a penis?
Oh my, Kent, would you like to exactly? Talk to me over the show, Kent. You, me, and Matt
check
Powell.
Check your browser history, Kent. I'm sure it's
clean.
I'm sure you got a couple videos ready.
Exactly. And all right, I could be looking for Moses, but I think he did not survive the Red Sea. With that, welcome everyone to
Barbaretta at least.
Deuteronomy, chapter 29. That's right. Let's get Barbaretta ready.
At least we can have Barbaretta.
Barbaran. Barbaran. The question is, where did such a beautiful man like Charlton Heston go? Oh well, my head, if it wasn't attached. So, we will move forward as we are talking the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29. Once again, he has been one of the main players of the Bible, of the Torah so far. And we got a whole smorgasbord of categories. Right off the bat, you have to remind everyone to keep laughing. Like, when I think of the Bible, I just think of, laugh out loud humor. Everyone remembers just hanging out in church and just falling out of the pew laughing. And it's going to be the same here. And then
Some pastors try to integrate comedy into their...
Oh, I know. Well, and that's Ken's shtick. And let me tell you, as much as we criticize him, it's like a Sith Lord using the Force, okay? Just because it's corny and almost all of it is dad jokes, do not underestimate how much injecting humor goes into... That's our shtick right now. Nobody would really want to read these chapters. You think of Moses, and you almost think books and books and books ago. We are still chugging along. He's still alive. Like,
Not for much longer.
what is that? Like the Halloween movie coming up?
Michael Myers?
Yes, he's like that chick, the tough chick that keeps on surviving.
Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yes, that is Moses right now.
Okay,
I'm fairly sure. But eventually it does have to end. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, eventually it does. He was told by God himself he was going to do all this work and wasn't going to make it into the promised land. But yes, we then have our second category you can see right here. So
Strange
we
fire.
have exactly, once again, whenever we think of the Bible, it's a scientific textbook. And so we're going to see more science being eschewed by the good book, #LovingGod. And speaking of #LovingGod, violence. Because what would it be if the Bible didn't have some good old violence, ladies and gentlemen?
Pretty boring.
Exactly. And you gotta have one or the other. You either gotta have sex or you gotta have violence.
Or violent sex. But.
Yeah. I mean, one without the other, then you're just naming dukes. I mean, geez. How many dukes do you want to name?
Oh, don't tempt Yahweh.
I know. He has
you
only
want some
one.
More dukes? You need more dukes? I'll give you some more dukes.
Yes, sir. Can I have another? Yeah, he only has one of two modes, exposition mode or everyone's dying. So you're almost thankful when you're bored because you mean someone's not getting stabbed in the throat and their wives and children aren't being taken as sex slaves. All of a sudden, you're like, yeah, dukes.
I couldn't help but notice that person you're having sex with is of a different religion. They're not one of us. Ooh. Did you get the memo about that?
James, I actually have a cure for that, okay? It's a biblical cure that is extremely objectively moral. Are you ready? It's going to start with a stab and end with an ending. Stabbing. It's gonna be great.
You get the memo about that? It's just we're only having sex with fellow Jews.
Exactly. Yeah. Unless you take them as your sex slaves, once again, from the nations around you.
Then they'll become Jews. We'll yeah.
One way to get them in. Speaking of, I was going to say morality, judgment. Well, God's about to make some judgment and some justice. He's about to make it rain, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, he's going to make it rain so much because he tends to be a little bit prejudiced. In fact, that in-group and out-group, yeah, they tend to end up burning lower cross T's on people's lawn. I don't know what that means. I don't know. So weird.
Must be like some kind of promotion for Target.
Yeah, I think it has to do with like a spelling bee. Everyone was trying to spell like Timothy or tomato or Tamagotchi. I don't know. It's really weird. Lower cross.
Of course,
T's.
the people lighting those T's are about as they're about as sharp as a bowling ball. So It's amazing they don't set themselves on fire. Usually,
I feel like someone has made this joke before, but the other one is that they always try and put forward the representations of whatever master race you're trying to represent, and it's always like, yes, exactly. It's never like a supermodel strutting forward. It is always like two moonshine short of falling over a hill, but whatever.
Like a methed up trailer park.
Exactly. But hey, once again, that's a real problem. Sending love. We want everyone to have
trailer
teeth in this country. Yes, exactly. So, just saying, not sending their best. Not sending their best. And I think that's all of the Oh, wow. James, that's weird. That is very odd. I hate to say we missed a category, but the good book may have a contradiction in it. That's so weird. That can't be true.
Double check that.
Yeah, we'll have to. We'll have to go through and read it. We'll have to really see. That doesn't make any sense. The Bible saying something and then contradicting it? Anyway, we're about to jump into... Sir, excuse me, sir. We're about to jump into chapter 29 of Deuteronomy. We are reading the King James Bible. I know some Christians will be like, that's not the real version. Yeah, you guys fight about it.
Some will be like, that's the only real version.
I know exactly. It's a canon battle. You guys figure out which version of Harry Potter is the real one. Moses gives another speech, part 1. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a trilogy. We're only going over part 1 and part 2 tonight. But, you know, we got a Lord of the Rings it apparently. So
he does part 1, then he's got to take a nap and take his lithium. Then he'll come back out later for part 2.
I'm up. Did a miracle happen? Did someone make an idol? Do I got to kill someone for picking up sticks?
I mean, this guy's cognitive faculties are like, well, somebody we have today with 20 years advanced. Like, hey, imagine how they are today, but in 20 years.
Let me tell you.
The level of cognition we've got going on with this Moses guy.
I'll tell you, though, that political take on cognition can go both ways, and I'm just going to let that linger. And so we're going to break into... Barbaretta is giving commandments, and Moses, our main man, who the hell knows how he's still alive. Yes. And give me a second because I'm about to sneeze.
Oh, mute worked that time.
Ooh, yeah, well now I'm clicking the button. I think it's set though. I have 2 different ways to mute. That's why sometimes I call it a double. You got to double tap because I have a mute button and then I have a manual mute on the...
Sometimes you hit both just to make
the microphone here. You can see that when it's flashing, that's supposed to be muted. However, I think it was not set properly.
That microphone looks like a penis.
Oh my. James, not my joke, but anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
That always sticks in my mind because I remember
growing up in many places.
The early 90s, mid 90s, playing PC games. You got to have a joystick for a lot of them, and went out and got this joystick. And my friend's dad, we were playing. He's like, "That joystick looks like a penis." We're just like, "Okay." That was not the
James, it's only gay if the controllers touch. You know, you should know this by now. No. You know, pigs can play joystick video games. They can use joysticks, utilize them to play video games, and they can beat humans often. Not always, but often. Isn't that crazy? It is to me.
And then Amy can laugh at him and say, "Guess what? Can bring up the frying pan."
That's one of my...
This is going to be you.
One of my premises, ladies and gentlemen, is I think pigs would eat bacon. I stand by it that I can't help it. It is so good. I understand that would probably be cannibalism, but every second they would be like, "Oh my God. Oh, this is so horrible. Oh. But anyway, moving forward.
Like Mr. Batman when he meets a guy in a back
Ken
alley.
Hovind and Matt Powell, and they all start snuggling.
This is so evil. This is such an abomination to God. A little harder, please, Kenty.
Harder.
That's such an abomination.
Can you imagine, though, him and then Jesse? That maybe they'd be a great power couple. You gotta find Jesus.
Jesse Lee Peterson and Mr. Batman would be
and you find yourself a homosexual. I mean, Jesse, we're at a glory hole. What are you talking about? Okay. That's what we. This man, I'm learning.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir.
You gotta stick your dick through the hole, sir.
I stay. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be a little bit more of a late night podcast, but we're sending love. We're sending love
to Mr. Batman and
Mr. Batman and Jesse Lee Peterson. No, I hope they become a great couple one day. I not only do I hope they become a great couple, I can imagine both of them wearing aprons and like making bread like together. It's beautiful. Moses gives another speech, part 1. All right. These are the words specifically from my game of Scrabble of the Covenant. I'm pretty sure that's a Halo game, which the Lord Bob, this girl right here, commanded our main lass, Charlton Heston, who is basically just a chain smoker at this point. He has been through the rungs of Hollywood, and he was a child actor, and now he is way older and watching other people come into his lead roles to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moabs. Moab. This is the type of game type that Dota and League of Legends is. I'm pretty sure. I'm Moab. Besides the Halo Covenant game, which he made with Horeb. Oh, that's that road trip.
The rhyming cities. There you go. Moab, Horeb.
I'm trying to think of that movie. It's a great stoner movie, but Moab and Horeb travel Israel. I'm pretty sure that was what it was called.
Beavis and Butthead Do America.
Exactly. And Charlton Heston called unto all Israel and said unto them, ye have seen all that the Lord Barbaretta have blown up her skirt. Oh my. Did before your eyes in the land of New York. And ladies and gentlemen, you can tell this is a real place, and thus basically the Bible must be factual history. Sup, Carol?
Hey, Carol. Unto a this is not surprising, but they're not telling us which pharaoh.
Well, I was going to say, I was actually going to name, I think, my firstborn son this. It's not as popular as it used to be. However, it just has this catchy ringtone. Pharaoh. Like, you could spell it, a few different ways, but Pharaoh. Wow, amazing.
They have no problem name dropping people when they know who somebody is, but they don't have a fucking clue. They're just like, I'm not even going to pretend I have a clue who the pharaoh was back then, so I'm just going to call him Pharaoh.
Once again, beer is way older than even this book, so the chances that it was just a drunk rabbi talking around a fire making shit up is highly probable. And he probably didn't know that
see those fucking pyramids over there? See those fucking pyramids? We built that shit. That was us. We did? Yeah. We used to be. They made us do all that shit.
Yes, but there were no actual Jewish slaves, as far as we can tell. Well, actually, asterisk. Yes, there were no large populations of Jewish slaves because these people were apparently slaving each other all over the place. Oh boy! And on to all his. Speaking of which, look at that. That's weird. A baby girl. Penelope does want some num-nums.
Some slavery?
Yes, and she's a meat eater because apparently post-flood, she now needs to eat meat. Isn't that weird?
I'm glad Mr. Batman clarified that for you.
Clarified, exactly. But
the hard-hitting science.
All his servants and all unto his land. The Great Temptations, which I'm fairly sure used to be a band, which thine eyes have seen. The signs and those great miracles. Except we no longer do miracles anymore because he's not really... he kind of retired, is what Barbaretta is trying to say. Yet the Lord, Barbaretta, have not given you an heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. Neo, you must take the red pill. Weird. But they love talking about hearts. If we had a nickel for every time that a theist talks about the metaphorical heart, I would probably not have college debt. However,
I know in my heart.
However, this goes overboard when we heard a claim in one of these debates where a theist was talking about like fossilized hearts on just like rocks on like the beach. And the answer to that is no. Like you were, I don't know. It's either you're making shit up or you're severely wrong. I don't want to put intent in there, so I'll let them decide.
Yeah. There's a couple crossed wires up there not working properly.
A little bit.
And good to see you there, Carol.
Woohoo! Mm-hmm. And we will keep on sending love to everyone and greeting everyone. But once again, if you have any specific thoughts about all of the wisdom we are seeing here, keep on tagging us at James W. and at Amy Newman. So a heart perceiving, sure. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. And I just have to look something up for a second.
40 years in the wilderness. Years. Okay. Guys, if you just joined us, we're coming back tomorrow for an after show. Amy's modding a debate on MDB, on Is Religion Harmful, and we're going to come back after that and talk about that tomorrow night. So come back and see us tomorrow.
So, wandered in desert for 40 years. Kind of looks like a 6-day journey. But, okay. You know, I mean, you do you. It all takes us, I guess, longer to get places.
God basically had them going around in circles. They were just waiting to die. Because he said that judgment.
Apparently.
He just had them going around in circles. Okay, go here. Now turn in. Yeah. You think after like 100 times of going around in the same circle, they got. Weren't we just here like a week ago? This is our trash pile that we left here last time. Like, yeah. And Moses, please don't use the guest towels as toilet paper like you did last time.
I also just like the 40 years. You know how many generations that is? Like, well, I mean, I guess just 1 or 2 generations, but I don't think they can appreciate how much time that is. I should word that. A lot. Try doing a 5-minute stand-up. And then you're going to tell me you're going
I mean, if you think about like how long it's been since you were in high school, and it's double that, and then it's still longer.
I mean, that is crazy. But once again, I don't think they were expecting a bunch of schmucks to be not only criticizing it and a bunch of people taking it that seriously. Because I'm telling you, the fundies are what do it in for me. It's called plot development. Take my wine. That's right.
You could make an argument, not now, the Jesse Lee Peterson argument that American slavery was good is kind of a stupid argument. But you can almost make an idea that these people have been more productive just staying in Egypt than to just wander around for 40 years doing nothing.
And he brings it up, like he holds it over their head consistently. Like, he's not going to stop bringing it up. At a certain point, I understand why there's probably a few Israelites that are just like, well, fuck it, dude. I mean, what's the difference between being a slave and your servant?
Right. I mean, you're either listening to your owner or you're just listening to this asshole rattle off rules and curses and punishments if you disobey them. I mean, I don't see what the major difference is.
Boy. All right. But yes, he's going to turn this minivan around any day. So we went in.
Would you, God? Would you please just take us the fuck back to Egypt?
Please, take my God.
The Pharaoh was kind of a dick, but you're actually kind of worse, so.
At least the Pharaoh lets us die. And I have led you 40 years a virgin into the wilderness of RuneScape. You were doing PvPs in the RPGs. Your clothes are not waxen, unless you're kind of into that thing, whatever's on your profile. Old upon you, and thy shoe is not waxen old upon thy foot, because we went to Foot Locker. Ye have not eaten bread, probably because you won't make it allow any of the bread to rise. Neither have you drunk wine or strong drink, because God doesn't like martinis, that ye may know that I am the Lord, your goddess, Barbaretta.
I think we know that.
All right, what have we been reading? Moses called everyone in Israel and said to them, these are the commands that God gave me on Mount Horeb. It's kind of his thing.
More commands. More fucking commands.
You have seen all that God did for you in Egypt. I know. He keeps on telling us what he did to the Pharaoh. Oh, we saw that part. His people and his land. You've seen great temptations, signs, and miracles. And yet God hasn't given you a heart to perceive, eyes to see, and ears to hear. I don't even know what that means. Like, it still doesn't make sense. Like, it does to the woo-woo people when they're like, the third eye, and you need to see with your heart. No, that actually doesn't. If you see if you have holes in your heart so you can see, you will die. Like, you need to see with your eyes. You need to see wavelengths right here.
I you're know in my heart.
Know in my heart. And if you're like, Amy, they're trying to be metaphorical, I get it. We get it. Stop it. Stop it. No, actually, if you are the metaphorical theist and you separate your two buckets, fantastic, actually, because chances are you are no threat to Western society or any society. I almost sometimes hate that word, because once they secularize, they just become part of society. There really is only two options: religion or not religion.
Reality.
That is the two options. And once again, not in state-enforced atheism. We mean the government not taking a side either direction. Kind of works. Kind of nice. But yes, haven't led you for 40 years in the wilderness, and yet your clothes and shoes haven't worn out somehow. I don't know how that would even work. Like, there's a true miracle, ladies and gentlemen, if I have ever seen one. He's got enchantment. He enchanted the repairing on all items, self-repairing. That's fantastic. You haven't eaten bread, drunk wine, or strong drink so that you know that I am God. Yeah, I'm sure. Sure, true.
Well, they remember what happened last time somebody asked for food.
Well, you ate that, or more like, oh, it tastes so good that we died over it. It was James. The quail was to die for. All right.
I'm sorry, guys. Were you guys hungry? I got you out of Egypt, and I forgot the whole part that you guys need to eat to stay alive. That's how I made you. And there's no food out here. It completely slipped my mind. I'm sorry, guys. Would you like something to eat? Would you like something? Okay, yeah. Pull up a chair.
I would love some. Yeah. Please, God. Yes, thank you, God. Oh, you're so nice, God.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. Show you who to complain to next time. But oh God, I'm hungry. I don't give a fuck.
James,
I don't need to eat. Not my problem.
He actually has a new complaint department. Yeah. That's right.
Not God's
Take a good old sandwich. That's right. 99 problems, but a bunch of Israelites ain't one of them. Or a bunch of complaining Israelites anyway. He takes the obedient ones. All right. So, and when he came all over onto this place, Sion from the Matrix, the king of Hezbon, nothing funny about that, and Tagamaga.
Og. Great guy.
Og. Yes. Og. The king of Bashan, bash his head in. Oh my, that got violent. Came out against us onto battle. And we smote them. What's up, Shane the Skeptic? Another fantastic content creator right there. Non-believer, agnostic, atheist, skeptic, whatever. Send one love. Also, hashtag Tang Gang. Yeah. Can't help it. We don't schism, ladies and gentlemen. We can kind of keep on shilling and shouting out each other because we don't kill each other for disagreements. Or the funny thing is, most skeptics, even though we are often we kind of pride ourselves on our free thinking, we shed a lot of our baggage by not believing in religion, by just having a filter, a natural filter of bullshit. Came out against us onto battle. Dun, da, 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 and we smote them. Hashtag loving God. Yay.
That even talking donkey, that's real too. Talking snakes and talking donkeys. You better believe it.
Of course.
Or you're on your way to hell.
That's science, basically. And we took...
That donkey said, "Why did you smite me?" And he's like, "Why am I talking to a donkey?" And the donkey said, "I don't know."
And they were like, "Wait, is this Shrek?"
It's not Shrek, sir. It's Yahweh.
I don't want to make that comparison. That's honestly not fair. I feel like that's kind of blasphemy. And I feel like there's certain countries that would probably hang me for what I just said. And so exactly. And so I guess I don't think I've ever done this on my podcast, but on our podcast, but I feel like I do have to issue this apology. I'm sorry. For everyone out there, Shrek is a fantastic film. For many of us, it is a pivotal story in our upbringing. And I don't feel like I want to offend anyone. And so if any of the last comments I said to insult the fact that Shrek is love, Shrek is life, I wouldn't want to give that impression. And then we'll keep on moving forward. Yes, but sending so much love. And we're getting wisdom. I can feel the wisdom kind of just pulling through. Sir. ma'am. Don't call me a ma'am. I deserve to be called.
Are you a homo, sir?
Are you a homo? No. Like again, only about 50%. I like to think of it as like coffee and cream, which, by the way, that's about how much cream I put in my coffee. Keep there. Oh wait, no, 8 can't miss any of the juiciness.
No.
And we took their land cards and we tapped them so we could summon some monsters and gave it for an inheritance. The elites onto the Reubenites, the Dave Reubenites, and the Sad Gaddits, and to half of the tribe of Manashavitz wine.
On sale for $3.99.
That will do, donkey. That will do. Yes, $3.99. Keep therefore the words of the Halo Covenant, and do them hard, do them long, and ye may prosper in all ye do. Yeet. Ye. You said three like 3 times in not a lot of space, but whatever. Yee. Sometimes I feel like the Bible's trolling us back. Stand this day, all of you, tall and proud before the Lord Barbaretta, your goddess, your captains of your tribes, your elder scrolls, even the ones that took an arrow to the knee, your officers, definitely not the ones doing well in Russia, and the men of Israel. Oh my. Your little ones, your wives, which hopefully weren't taken prisoner, because that would be totally uncool, but you're probably allowed to do it, to others, and thy stranger that is in thy camp. Hey, what are you doing here? Well, you had s'mores. I like s'mores. I mean, makes a good argument. That is in thy camp. From the hewer of thy wood. That's what you get when you bring in a hua. You get wood onto the drawer of thy wooder. In fact, that's what you make, I think. What are we talking about? Thou shallest enter into the Halo Covenant, even if it goes up into like 7 sequels. Master Chief's got it. With the Lord Bob, thy goddess, and onto his oath. You're going to totally make an oath until he dies. Moses is like, please just let me die. Which the Lord, thy Bob, right here, maketh with thee this day. Yeah, not yet. Keep on going. Yes. That thee may establish thee to the day for a people unto himself. He's going to establish it all over unto himself. That he may unto thee a God, the goddess Barbaretta herself, as he hath said unto thee, as he hath sworn unto thy mothers, to Abraham Sandwich and Isaac Retta, who was similar to, inspired by Barbaretta, and to Jacob's Ladder, which was painful the first time, but now it just kind of feels good. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath. Only with you. Like, you're my, like, chosen people, and it kind of has it in the name, and so don't, like, do any idle shit. And by idle shit, I don't mean, like, stand around being idle. I mean, like, if you make a golden calf, I'm going to lose my shit. Do you understand? Kind of like have a thing. Cows, golden ones specifically. Well, but don't know where you found all this gold, but they melted all the shit down. Sure, why not?
Well, no, remember they were leaving Egypt, and God's like, oh, by the way, as you guys leave, be sure and steal your neighbor's gold. Because he knew they would need you remember that?
Which
he's
makes
like,
sense. Yeah. Exactly. No, yeah, exactly. Like, hey, pillaged. You're absolutely right.
Well, that was probably like some rabbi like, oh, good night, Carol. some rabbi or scribe, like years after the original one's like, wait a minute, they were slaves. Where did they get the fucking gold to make this calf? And he's like, oh yeah,
Just
before
steal
they
shit.
left, God told them to take the gold from their neighbors, so that's where they got the gold from. Oh,
No, it makes
okay.
sense.
We'll go ahead and add that in.
Because once again, objectively moral God tells you to steal a bunch of shit. But then he complains when you make it into a cow. That's really, once again,
I mean,
which
what the
I
fuck
guess
else were we supposed to do with it, God?
it's God versus Wendy's. And BT Dubs, I know which side I would end up on. I got better breakfast. Anyway, we're establishing himself onto thee. God, as he said thee, and sworn unto the mothers, unto Jacob's ladder, neither with you do I make the covenant of Halo and this oath and totes, but only with him, and we're here this day before the Lord, our Barbaretta, and also with her that is not here with us to this day. Also in quotations for some reason, not even the annotations. This is the King James. For ye how we have dwelt in the land of New York, we know. We were there. And how we came everywhere through the nations until the Fire Nation attacked, which ye passed by. Hey, we just passed. And ye have seen their abominations. In fact, I'm fairly sure he fought the Hulk and their idols of wood and stone, silver and gold, which among them totally trigger me as a god for some reason.
Well, I mean, God gets it triggered. I mean, you wouldn't think that a tall building, a tall tower would trigger God. But, I mean, apparently it did.
Nonetheless.
And you might be asking yourself, like, okay, so it was a tall building in the ancient world triggered God, but why is it that we've built buildings much taller than that? We've flown in the sky, we've gone to space, we've gone to the moon, and none of that was any threat to God, but a tall building 4,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago was a threat to God. You just have to understand the context of it.
The context. Yeah. But yes, what did we just read? We took their land and gave it to the Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh. But really, that whole long block. So keep the words of this covenant and do them, so that you may prosper in everything you do.
Or else.
Cool. Yeah, it really is or an else. As you will continue to find out as he makes more direct threats later.
I can't imagine God making threats. I mean, that just seems so out of character.
Oh, I know, so out of character for Yahweh. Lest there should be among you any hot, sexy man or woman or family. Now we're getting games to throw me. Or tribe whose heart turneth away this day from the Lord your Bob Godaretta. Are you saying someone who's not practicing our religion to go and serve the gods and goddesses of these nations?
We got some people who aren't ready for some football.
Hut, hike, lest there should be among you a root that they beareth gal, and wormwood, which if you, I think, take will make you trip balls. I think that's what you're saying, no? Or no, that might be something different. And it came to pass like a kidney stone, and that's why I tell you to drink more water. When he heareth the words of this curse, he cursed that he bless himself in his heart. Is that where he did it?
He can't be on Nathan Thompson's Flatter.
I know.
Facebook group anymore.
Yeah, you can't curse. That's right. Funny, but not only did he kick them off, but the internet service providers kicked Nathan off. So, womp. And once again, we are for free speech. It's just hard. It's not, we kind of get the tiniest violin out. It's hard, Oh, man, they're kicking flat earthers off the internet. And actually, they're not really kicking them out. it's kind of the free market, because these are private service providers. These are people who own computers and are just saying, we do not want you hosting disinformation on our computers. I mean, it's the market. It's not the government. It's
complicated.
eserver.com or whoever. It is complicated. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, once again, it's just hard for us to have tiers for them. I mean, I don't think if it was our servers, we'd probably ban them, because I would say they sound so silly that I want them to speak. That's why I like the Socratic method, is that it's
really flush it all
disarming.
out.
Is that it allows you to convey your world point in the question, but then people also get to give their world point or their worldview by answering it. And in a way, it feels like everyone is able to contribute to the conversation. Now, it feels disingenuous in a conversation with maybe a presuppositionalist, because the pressure comes in the same way that a lawyer holds pressure, in that if you are not able to ask questions back, then you feel like you don't have any ground. You're not able to get their viewpoint. And so it feels very one-sided. It's an interrogation. Exactly. But a good conversation, even with the Socratic method, will actually be a back and forth. That's why I consider it a butchered version, because they're really not doing the same thing that a skeptic is doing. But yes, Tribes, Avatar 2 coming out. Avatar just getting re-released, getting people psyched. I'm actually going to do a video. I've been saying it a while, but I'm going to just rent Avatar and cut it up and do a mythic structure breakdown. Basically, what we can learn from mythic structure from Avatar. Can't help myself. I want to do a whole bunch of more content, because I see a whole bunch of theists doing stuff like this, and so it makes me no slowdown on any of our live content. The same amount,
additional.
Hopefully additional. Yes, this is just even more.
Cherry on top.
Cherry on top, ladies and gentlemen. And one day more. We'll do even more live content one day. We have benchmarks. If you're looking at our Patreon, we're trying to cross that 300 mark. And then one day, to get a studio, I would like to, or at least something more functional, I would like to get through that 1,000 check mark. If we can get through that 1,000, we can start to really make this full time.
Really start to,
Exactly. Though I do consider this almost like our part-time job, at least currently, of debunking superstition and pseudoscientific beliefs. We kind of love this. It has become almost like the joke is, if you are to do something as a hobby, you just have to do it. To do something semi-professionally, you just have to get a paycheck. And to do something professionally, I think you're the one signing the paycheck. Lots of things like this. Sending love out there into the internetosphere. We are reading Deuteronomy chapter 29.
Dude.
Are you a creationist, poor Rosie Gold? What is up? We're sending love. And it depends. We get waves, just got home.
Are there creationists in Australia? Oh, yeah, I guess there are.
That's funny. Well, the joke is that, we just saw a recent creationist or flat earther claim that all Aussies are paid actors for NASA. So we'll let people wrap their heads around that one. As we continue forward.
Including Iggy Azalea, really?
That's right, including not Iggy, Wormwood. Oh no, and it shall came to pass. Okay, so we were at 19, I think, right? We were at 19 or 20. I think we're at 19. I don't remember drunkenness.
Yeah, 19.
And it came to pass, once again, we're drinking more water so it goes out easily.
Drink some cranberry,
Exactly, drink some cranberry. Where he heareth the words, and for whatever reason, words seem to have a lot of magical power to creationists, especially the young Earth variety. Also, I want to know, send in love, Ozzy, because we can't help us. Are you the young or old Earth variety? Ooh. If you'll indulge us of this curse. Oh, this magical curse. And he blessed himself in his heart. Is that where he does
bless
it?
Me.
If you have the room closed, don't check his browser history. Saying, I shall have peace. Yes, these religions love to say how much peace they want to spread around to all these other countries, generally by the sword. You have to read the fine print because
the best
peace
defense is a good offense.
Exactly. What is up, Spooky? Spooky has said this before. I can't help it. I'm just a big fangirl. What is up? Mwah, mwah, mwah. This tends to be a very spooky book. You have to read it with a blanket over your head and a flashlight, kind of munching popcorn because of how scary it is. I understand. I shall have peace, though I walk in the park. It's great. Walk my dog. The imagination, imagine dragons of mine heart, to add drunkenness to the thirst. Oh, Noah, are you back? We listened to a drunk? What did we just read? Least someone among you serve the gods of other nation and follow his own heart, saying, I will have peace. That would be
terrible, wouldn't it?
Terrible. Though I walk in the imagination of my own heart. The Lord Bob, this goddess right here, will not spare him. She will lose her shit. But then the anger of the Lord Bob and her jealousy shall smoky saint and not be allowed near Chuck E. Cheese. Against the man. I don't even know what that means, James. That's really weird. Against the man.
It means no, Smokey. You put a different hat on and you put the funny glasses on. We
yes,
know
exactly. It's those glasses that have like a mustache on it. The big nose.
Yes, Smokey. We're going to escort you out.
It's not us. Listen, it's this weird list you had to put yourself on. It's weird. I don't even know what that means. That are written in the book. Sounds like a Dawaistic channel. What are we talking about?
A Ray E. stared. Offense there.
Book shall lie upon him, like lie right up on top of him. And the Lord shall blot him out of the land, and we will blot him out. We will throw spears out of the sun. His name from under the heaven. I'm trying to troll, and once again, how brutal is this book?
Our arrows will blot out the sun.
I know it does. It's like 300. It's not even that far off.
No, that's what
And the Lord shall blot his name out. Okay, God will not spare him, just in case you were wondering. But his jealousy will smoke against that man.
He'll do really mean things to you.
Really mean. He'll be a naughty boy. All the curses that are written in his book, because the book did say a thing, will fall upon him, and God will blot out his name. Jesus. It's no, that's later. So that the generation to come of your children of the corn that shall rise up after you, rise, children of the corn, and the stranger danger, which we should have learned by now, that shall come from a faraway land, shall say when they see the plagues of this land, I'm gonna just turn around and leave. That's what they're gonna say. And the
this religion sucks.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass. and the sickness, because they're totally sickness of the Lord have laid upon it. Which the Lord have laid upon it.
I mean, your guys'
I know,
deity is
Jesus.
such a dick.
And the whole land cards which we have summoned, we're playing Magic the Gathering, there is in brimstone. Oh my, we're carving it out of brimstone and salt and burning. And that kind of sounds like a demon, but okay. That is not sown, nor breath, nor any grass grown therein, unless it's legal, depending on state laws. Like the overthrow of Sodom. Oh, they're going crazy. Sodom and Gomorrah. And that's always funny. They talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, but they're not like, hey, remember the destruction of Adam and Zebram?
I mean, it's like, okay, God, yeah, you killed a city full of gay people one fucking time. Meanwhile, the very next day, there were people being gay all over the world, and you don't do shit about that. You know?
Also, I never let them go. First of all, an entire city, it's supposed to be they wanted to have sex with the angels, is how they interpret that. The entire city must have been gay, but that can't have been true. And it always brings up that, to me, if there was a city, an entire city of people, there had to have been babies, which the Skylar fiction point in the back of my head just goes, evil babies. Night, Mark, sound in love.
But and that moral, that whole story, that thing, like, of course, the people are knocking on the door. Hey, we saw these hot dudes walk in here. Bring them out so we can have sex with them. And then he's like, no, I can't do that. But I've got some my teenage daughters in here. Would you like to gang rape them? And they're like, no, we're not into that. We want to fuck the dudes. We're not into
Also, that was the moral guy that offered his daughters to be.
They're like 14, 15, 16. They're prime. You just go ahead and rape the fuck out of them. And
grape.
Yeah. And
thank you, T. Scots.
The evil ones, the evil people, were like, no, we would rather have sex with these guys. They're looking pretty hot. And of course, that made God really upset.
Which I understand, wanting to have sex with angels, especially if they're the angels from the show Supernatural. Like, I get it.
Or from your thing.
I know. I do. They do. Not a spoiler alert, but my main character is half. She's half and half.
Hybrid.
Her father is an angel, and her mother is a Wingle. That's why they were able to offer her I almost said puberty blockers. That's why they're wing blockers, whatever you want to call it.
That's so funny. You have that integrated in, and they can say, it's the same shit. Your tranny shit.
Because it is and it isn't. Because I have so many analogies and metaphors and all of that. The subtext and the context. Most of the context that people read in the book, it goes so fast that you would have to really. Because the number one thing I want people to get out of my book is entertainment. I don't want it to feel like I'm lecturing or I'm preaching. I want you to just have a good time. It's doing present tense and, a sci-fi, fantasy, superhero. Those genres are just very fun. And so it does have it has hidden meanings. And all of the subtext and all of the stuff, if you want to go look for that and actually dig deep into it. But hopefully you just have a good time. Unlike this book in which we are trying to drip as much water onto the desert of exposition that the Bible and murder. Exposition and murder, that is the Bible. Yes. Speaking of exposition and murder, where were we? It's almost the end of Deuteronomy chapter 29.
27.
Yeah, I think I remember sickness, which the Lord Bob have laid upon it. And and the land cards thereof in the salt and the brimstone. Oh yeah, we read the end of this because we were just saying they don't bring up the other names. They're Sodom and Gomorrah. That's like the hits on someone's album, but then they still have other songs that the fans don't know, and so they're at least gonna play you. They have an hour and a half. Speaking of an hour and a half, sending love. I have to send this both to my partner and let's just say, I don't know, slave out there. We're just sending love to two different people too. Oh, sending love because mistresses and sissies, who knows? But we went on a tour, and so, or not a tour, but saw a band, multiple bands, Five Finger Death Punch, death metal, The Who, and it says it on there, Fire from the Gods, and it was good. They were all four bands were fantastic. This was in Virginia. This was in what the fuck is it? It's the Jiffy Lube Center. It was fun. We had great seats. As close. The only closer you can get was the actual standing where they mosh. But the first seats that we had, and then so this was an ordered shirt because I wanted the baby doll, and most of the vendors just had unisex. I'm okay with unisex. All the unisex shirts I end up wearing though end up just being my bed t-shirts. And so baby doll t-shirts I like showing off. So sending love, because band t-shirts tend to be. This is probably a $40 t-shirt. So it's how you make money though. You can also find, we sell t-shirts, but the store is not working for some reason, the plugin. You can find our t-shirts on the actual store, on the Teespring, but for whatever reason, the plugin's not working. I need to figure out what's going on there. But yes, let's finish up on Deuteronomy chapter 29. The elderberries, that's right, lower to the ground. I'm trying to remember if that's a reference to either Elder Scrolls, if that is Willy Wonka. I feel like I should get that. All lies, Amy. Your father was a hamster and your mum smelled like elderberries. Yes, where is that? Is that... Damn it. That's a reference. Now that's a... Goddess gracious. The light, like a life of Bri. Who the Monty Python? It sounds like a Monty Python quote now that I'm coming closer to it. My mind is scattered, however, so we're going to keep moving forward. Even all nations shall say, even all of them. I know, even all of them. Wherefore hath the Lord Bob done unto this land? Do they even decorate? French taunting and Monty Python. It was Monty Python. Okay.
There you go.
There we go. I was starting to feel it in my bones. Look at the bones. What meaneth the heat of this great anger? Oh my. Maybe buffalo wings? Do you have a favorite wings? My brother says that Hooters has the best wing. I've actually never tried Hooters wings.
I think Hooters are all right.
Falling in love with Buffalo Wild Wings' spicy garlic. They are fantastic. Oh my god! I
think they're B-dubs. They're all right.
They're all right. Okay, but now you've said two all right. So give me what are you, when you're looking for wings? What is your place?
If I'm looking for wings, there's a place down here called Duffy's. It's like a sports bar chain.
Duffy's. Yeah, don't have
Duffy's. Yeah,
Duffy's.
They're only in Florida.
Duffy's sounds like something really I would find in The Simpsons.
Kinda. Yeah, it's like a sports bar complex they have down here.
We're going down to Duffy's.
Let's see. Yeah, you can get wings at I think a lot of local places that are only non-chain places do really good wings.
Yeah. Hey, sounds good to me. Have to try it one time. We're eventually going to tour. That also comes with doing a studio. I want to tour one day. I want to go to every state. There's a major city in every state, the capital alone, if among others. And then I want us to visit every country or have effect normalizing atheism, even the ones, especially the ones that we can't go in. It's funny saying owl has wings. That is true. Did you know even though in the West we consider owls to be very smart birds, in India it is an insult to call someone a little owl. I only know this because of scam baiting. Yeah. Because I will call someone
they hurl at them.
And I love it. If I have a specific person, I will call them a little owl. And I've used it to trigger. They will.
That's funny. Because Pierogi, he speaks Hindi. Or he at least has functional understanding.
More than functional. That dude. I have seen him. It is great. There is nothing more satisfying than him speaking Hindi to his not only to the scam call centers, but bringing them down and then talking to his victims who are often in India,
calling the people up,
America, and around the world and helping them.
Hey, got a call from these guys. Don't send them any money. They're trying to scam you.
Yes.
Or that is funny when you
and see, you say that dumb as an owl. I've never heard. Yep, absolutely. In their culture, they do not consider owls very smart, and so that is why it's why it is a actual insult. Because even though we look at
birds
them in the West
to be very
as very wise, yes, I agree. But I'm just for whatever thing
part
sounds
of their cultural mythos.
Also, another random facts because now, but I have a million. I have a million multimedia hobbies. It sounds like I do a million things, but they all do have a central thesis. But what if you'd like? This is your free singing tip. But one of the vocalizations for wanting to get do chords in is a who sound, and it can start with trying to yawn, but whoo. You can feel your mouth opening. It sounds silly, but that kind of if you could feel your muscles opening, that is what you want most of your vowels to sound, because no one ends their sounds. You don't linger on consonants often. Your time to shine when you're singing, is often on vowels. And so I'm trying to think of an example. And you will always be loved. Yeah. I think that was a good example. And so you gotta open, because what you hear in your head will oftentimes sound good. And sometimes, speaking of singing, what's up, Wild Heart? I was lurking. He was running streams today as well. But you gotta translate. You gotta get what you're hearing up here outside. And so that is sometimes the barrier. Because you're like, I sounded good. Why doesn't it hear good? What is that? Sir. Those are fun streams too. Not as fun to me because a lot of times they're innocent people, but that's the same with other shows with Impractical Jokers. I love Impractical Jokers, and they're also doing like innocent practical jokes kind of things. That's actually, I would love to do a show like that one day. That's what I used to do as a adolescent. How I started this stuff. Okay, Where were we before I start talking? When I was a kid, before I tell people to get off my lawn. Minute heat of great anger. He was very angry. As Yahweh has anger issues. In fact, let's read the annotations before we go any further. What have we been reading? God will not spare him, but his jealousy will smoke him against the man. All the
He'll
curses
really
that are
mad,
written,
like so
super mad. In this book fall upon him, like we were saying, a book said a thing. God will blot out his name. That's kind of metal, but at the same time, # loving God. So your children and strangers will see all the plagues of sickness that God will lay upon you with the brimstone, salt, and burning. The original
will fall butter side down.
Ladies and gentlemen, the original devil. I mean, holy shit. Like God did at Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, we got it.
Your milk will be expired and curdled.
So you will stub your toe. Why did God do this to the land? What got him so pissed off? I don't know. You tell us. The
drop
men
your phone and crack the screen. I mean, come
on. Land of Egypt. Okay, the men shall say, "Ooh, my! Would you like to meet us at after dawn?" Because they have forsaken the Halo covenant. Of the Lord, Bob, this fancy lady over here, Barbaretta, of their mothers, which he made of them, and he brought them out of where? New York, a real place. But
Jesus
if you talk
fucking
about
Christ,
it,
God.
I know he will turn this minivan right around.
I mean, he's only done one big thing for him ever, and he can't go 5 minutes without throwing it in their face.
Really can't. It's a little, little anger issues. Go see someone. I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's burning,
I got you out
burning.
of Egypt 40 years ago. Fuck. If you done shit for us in 40 years, God, I mean.
Jesus. I know. Calm down, God. All right. For they went and served other gods. And worshiped them with their mouths. Gods whom they knew not. Unlike me, who I kind of talk to them one-on-one, and then they still somehow forget about me. And whom he had not given unto them. That's right, baby. Listen, there are worse things to worship. And to anger of the Lord Bob was kindled against this land. Land cards, specifically, if you have all your mana. What is up, El Kazumi? Says Christians keep telling me that if I read the Old Testament in Hebrew, that I would see God is not the murderer everyone claims he is. Is this bullshit? What is up, El? And absolutely, this is bullshit. We often get this from Muslims who tell us that we have to read the Quran in Arabic. And sure, absolutely, there are going to be translation errors because that is the nature of translation. I've seen this when I even Google Translate things, and then I try and translate it back, and I see just subtle differences. Yeah, especially with trying to make a joke. A lot of times it becomes very hard to convey the same thing of very subtle meanings because it kind of flattens out a lot of words. Nonetheless, the slavery is never going to become the quote-unquote good slavery that they're trying to push. They're always like, well, if you could just read it in Hebrew or Latin or Greek, you would understand that it wasn't like the transatlantic slave trade. The slaves had big smiles on their face and googly eyes. And you're like, no.
Party wrecked penises.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my.
But
15 feet.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some subtle differences, but it's not going to completely change the meaning. A lot of these things are horrible in the Old Testament. They would be horrible in any language. It's not the language that makes them sound horrible. It's what the God is doing. I don't know how slaughtering a bunch of people because they're of a different tribe than you. How how you can translate that into a different language and make it sound more palatable than.
Or I'll be crystal clear with a story like Noah, not to keep on beating that drowned planet, but it doesn't matter what language. Like, find me a translation where, not you, but them, Christian, Jew, Jewish person. I remember now that bit. You can't just say, it's harder, much harder to say Jewish person. Yeah. You got to say Jew. I forget. Or a Muslim or anyone from the Abrahamic religion to actually show a cuddly version of just drowning everybody, where where it came out a happy ending.
I mean, it's like back when Pat was debating Terry, and Terry was complaining about Pat, like, oh, that's an appeal to authority, because Pat would make an argument like, look, all the scholars like that have looked at like what you're saying, like this type of argument, and none of them buy it. They all think it's stupid. He's like, oh, well, that's just an appeal to authority. You're just taking what you're just taking what the experts say. It's like, well, okay, Terry, do you speak Hebrew? No. Do you speak Aramaic? Do you speak Greek? So you can't interpret these texts in the original, so you're depending on somebody who does speak those languages to be able to interpret it for you. So you're already relying on an authority just to read the Bible in English, because it wasn't written in English. It had to be translated by people who understood different languages. So we're all appealing to authority at some level. It's not. Anyway.
Yep. And it's not an appeal to authority fallacy if it's an actual authority. Like, it can be an appeal to authority fallacy if you say X is right because scientists said it is right.
Right.
But if it is a scientific consensus, that is not an appeal to authority fallacy. It is the scientific consensus for a reason, because it was driven that way through the process that is the only way that we know how to remove fact from fiction.
Right, yeah. It's not the their opinion necessarily that's the authority. It's the methodology and that they're using to arrive at that opinion. The reasons why they think that, why they reach a conclusion. Now, if you're not an expert in it, you probably won't understand the methodology they use. You probably won't get a lot of the tools and resources they're using to arrive at their conclusion. But be that as it may, it still is valid, even if you don't necessarily understand it, because you haven't, gone to the schooling or read the requisite materials.
And all right, I think we're going to finish up this chapter. At the end, James, if you will just let me be right back for one more second. Yes. But we are going to move through these and have some more fun. We are just bringing so much. I'm surprised I shouldn't be surprised how redundant the Bible is. I mean, they really do go over the classics. I mean,
over and over again.
If you remove this chapter from the Bible, how many lay Christians would even know? Or maybe the Jews might have a little bit more chance, because they only have half the text to keep track of. But I bet even a bunch of secular Jews, how many would even know? Because all he's doing is just being like, you guys done this again.
Remember, do what I say.
Do what I say.
Yeah. Do what I say.
Morning, Ralph. I'm going to put your name into James for a scientism debate.
Oh,
We
can House of Commons. We can remove the word of God.
You cannot remove the word of God. No, but
Watch us.
But we can make fun of the different people who wrote the quote-unquote inspired word of God's.
Hold my beer.
Yes. But yes, I'm going to I'm going to ask James. I'm going to put your name in there because, he says that'd be lovely. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, because I would like to do more Debate Me Bras, however, where James and I are the mod. However, Ralph is actually challenging me. And so why not head over? I feel like I am part of the modern day community. I have been for a while. James was one of the first Patreon. I was an early Patreon supporter for Modern Day Debate because I felt like if I couldn't support the debate community and take a chance, then who else would take a chance on me?
Right.
And so, and I still to this day am, and I'll hope to see you on there because I won't be modding. It would be either the James Coons, it will be Kaz, or Converse Contender. Be fun and terribly polite, of course. Terribly. Sounds good to me, Ralph. I am looking forward to it.
Reason is treason. You gotta turn your brain off to understand God.
That's right.
The
I'm trying
less
to
sense
think.
it makes, the more true it probably is. Right?
I'm trying to think of a rhyme. Logic is magic. See, I like it. I just like logic. Logic, evidence, reason. It's in season. There we go. Found it.
Well, and we're coming up on.
In fact, I can simplify it. Reason is in season.
What's that? The one for like the holidays, like enjoy reason this season. You know,
enjoy reason this season, this non-holiday season.
Take the Christ right out of Christmas. Just take that Christ right the
That's
fuck out.
right. And with that, we're going to finish up Deuteronomy chapter 29. And the anger of the Lord Bob was reading a Kindle. He was reading a Kindle. He's reading an ebook against this land card to bring
he's upset. I can't imagine him ever getting upset. Like, he's so slow to anger.
You say it's a good one. But Ralph, you are saying how is reason treason? I love you. I love you, Ralph. But like we were saying this earlier on in the episode, just because something rhymes does not make it true. Okay?
Because he can't use reason to get to his God. He can't make it make sense. So therefore, the problem is not with the God. The problem is with reason itself.
I almost feel it's a self-defeating. I guess I'm using feel, but I think it is a self-defeating statement. Like, to be like, why would you use reason?
Well, he can't use it to get to God. So therefore, the problem is not with God. The problem must be with reason itself.
Exactly. It's treasonous to God to be reasonable. Ladies and gentlemen, which side do you want to be on in that accusation?
I mean, it's just like when the people said, like, hey, we found all these animals' bones in the dirt, and we've never seen these animals before. So are you going to go with what the bones say, or are you going to go with what the Bible says?
Look at the bones.
Maybe God put those bones there to test your faith to see, are you going to go with what the scientists say about the bones? Or you going to go with the Bible?
Okay, you're trolling me now. You're trolling me.
Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
that's Ralph. That's Ralph. Come on.
But to say I'm not reasonable, I am a Christian. I mean,
at least he doesn't.
You're doing our work for us. Sure. No, I mean, hey. I couldn't have said it better myself. I love sending love out there. I never troll. Never. Sending love. And we're gonna continue. We're gonna finish off this chapter. We're reading a Kindle, or at least God is reading a Kindle and sending curses like he's out of Harry Potter. And And the Lord Bob cast a rooting spell, which makes it totally easier for the party to then send their land cards in anger and in wrath, cast all these spells, and great indignation, and cast them into another land, mwahaha, as it is this day. Oh, is it? The secret things, very secret, belong unto the Lord our Bob, our goddess. But those things which are revealed belong to us. It's kind of personal. Don't share them with others. And our children of the corn forever, that we may do all the words of this law and order.
Right.
SVU.
So this is it. So God made you. You exist to comply with His laws. That is your primary purpose. Your reason for existence is
right.
Now that you're here, I've got all these
right
fucking
back.
rules I need you to follow. Yeah, there you go. Now that you guys are here, I've got all these rules that you need to be following. And if you think that sounds fun, don't worry, I've rigged it so you'll never be able to follow them all to my standard. You'll never be able to do that. So I'm going to have to go ahead. I'm going to make a loophole for you. And then I want you to spend eternity thanking me for it. That's why I say Christianity's like God throwing everybody in the world onto a cruise ship, sailing out to the middle of the ocean, throwing everybody off, and then throwing out enough life preservers for maybe 10% of the people to get one, and then pulling those 10% back on deck and saying, well, yeah, I just saved you. Now you need to spend eternity thanking me for what I just did for you. Wasn't that great? Aren't I great? You know, I could have just, hey, he could have just let everybody drown, so we should be thankful he saved anybody, right? Like, he's the mafia boss. We're lucky he saved anybody. Well, I don't think that qualifies making him a good God worthy of worship. And I think a lot of the people who do so primarily out of fear, for worried about what this God will do to them if they don't. I think there's a lot of Christians. That's kind of like the whole Pascal's wager thing, which I think keeps a lot of Christians in the faith more than would like to admit it. Pascal's wager. So we got one more chapter to do tonight, Deuteronomy chapter 30. We're about 3/4 of the way through Deuteronomy. It's been a slog, I'll tell you what. At this rate, we will be finishing up the Bible sometime in the year like 2030. But it's a labor of love. We're doing our best to get through it. I know Amy's got some more content she's gotten planned for you. She's been doing some.
And I'll say, before you say that, I was going to say, and I will actually.
I won't give away too much.
I have a plan.
Information.
Don't plan, because before I will talk about it, I want to actually. If you are a channel member or you are a Patreon, you will hear it first before I make an official talk about it on the community.
So stay tuned.
But we do have stay tuned. Many more premieres. But yes. We are going to move on to Deuteronomy chapter 30. Just wanting to quickly go so you can see God got angry at the land, brought all the curses written in this book, rooted them out in the land as anger, wrath, indignation, cast them into the other land as it is today. And the secret things belong to God, but the things that are revealed belong to us.
We'll make you drink something other than beer.
Oh my. I think I know which episode of Pornhub this is. And with that, we are moving into Deuteronomy chapter 30.
Oh.
That's right. Another speech. Part.
This is after Moses had his. They wheeled him back into his room. They his medication. You found Moses.
We found Charlton Heston. I did. He was getting busy with a secretary.
Yeah.
His assistant.
So they wheeled Moses back. They gave him some lunch. He had his lithium. He took a nap. He's ready for part 2.
Exactly. What is up, Norfolk? With that, we are going to move into another speech, part 2, a whole more smorgasbord categories. For example, we need to keep on laughing. Once again, this has made so much sense, hasn't it? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, let me tell you, Ralph, I have a saying that flattery will get you anywhere, and I'm going to keep on saying it. A $20 Euro super chat coming in from House of Comments.
Thanks,
Support the channel.
20 euros.
God demands it. Waha. Well, we demand that we send the love right back at you, Ralph. We really could not be any more thankful for all of the love and support. And we hope that this is a safe place for atheists and theists alike, because it's really just about the ideas. If the ideas stand on their own, then people will be able to defend them.
Yeah, you got to give people like Ralph a little bit of credit, because, I mean, he comes on here. We're making every attempt we can to blaspheme and mock something that he takes very personal and believes in very strongly. But he just takes it in stride.
Ralph, I was using that tongue in cheek. I can't tell if he thought that I was using face. Yes. Because I like to view ourselves as the cuddliest version of politically incorrectness. In fact, this is a place for views to be exchanged and shared, and then also roasted. Sending love to Jeff Ross, because I really do think he's been doing tours lately on the interview circuit as well. He's had something out lately, and I've also, or maybe I'm just watching his stuff again lately, and he's a great guy, and he also gave me good place to test your faith. That's right, baby. Doom, doom, doom. And yes, last more time. Thank you so much, Ralph, for the support and the love, and we're sending it right back. With that,
I take it, I like to think that we have driven Ralph away from reason. So he had to come to a point where he can either go two ways. He can go with reason or his religion, and he chose the religion. But at least he's upfront about it, and at least he doesn't try to pretend like someone like Ken Hovind or Darth Dawkins that, oh no, my religion is reasonable. I
cannot imagine either of them saying that. That's true. It is a different approach. Even though Ken Hovind and a pre-supper are both very drastically different approaches themselves.
Where they would get there, but they would both say that their religion is reasonable and they use reason to come to Christianity.
But all three think a man rotted for 72 hours and then came back from the dead.
It was magic. Magic.
If you believe in magic. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't just have a wand. I feel like that's a straw man. Hold on.
Amy's got a different kind of wand available, but I don't think it can come out on this stream.
Oh my, that's a bigger wand that vibrates? No, I feel like you at least got to have a spell book. I feel like anything else would just be,
Pure Aussie Gold. If you want to, Darth Dawkins, if you don't want to go on Discord and do all that, just look for the channel Tom Rabbit.
Hey, Tom Rabbit, you're going to record.
Yeah, Tom Rabbit, he records a lot of interactions with him. Darth Dawkins is like, just to sum him up, like a belligerent, late middle-aged guy. Everybody in his life hates him. He's an asshole. He just bullies and shouts at and tries to mock.
And can I just add, there's something about presuppositional apologetics. It doesn't, Darth just seems to be the most prolific presuppositionalist on the debate circuit. But the the J. Robin, Mr. Batman, I've come across lately a deist presupper. It doesn't matter which flavor they are. Somehow they're all assholes. I don't know why. I guess when you just it's almost like when you pre-assume something and then everyone debates what you pre-assume and they get offended that you debate them. They just as if you should just take it. Presuppositional. Well, I will say we're not. I don't think. Yeah. Well, hey, and yes, exactly. And well, if someone does presuppose atheism, that would be very silly. But most atheists, I do find, are agnostic atheists, or at least their epistemology comes from their skepticism and their naturalism, which then leads to atheism. But and yes, also by you mean the Discord. Can I ask? Do you mean the politics and religion server? Oh, you're in the Discord. Well, if you're in our Discord, that's fantastic. We do have the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server.
Darth is always getting new servers kicked off.
Every episode, but also I'm in the politics and religion server. I hang out there because I can't help myself. And then Darth has been hanging out on an app lately called Fuck My Life, Clubhouse.
That's the name of the Fuck My Life.
Yes, it is called My Life. No, it's called Clubhouse, which is I believe a phone-only app. But which is just, it's like a Discord but for phones.
I imagine Darth Dawkins being like the kind of creep around on Telegram.
Oh, Skeptic and Ranting one. Fantastic. Welcome on board. That's right. We do have a Skeptic and Ranting Discord server that we are upgrading, baby. I got to talk with Math Pig still, but we are about to get wild heart. We are about to get rolls, not just dinner rolls, but so you can say what religious, philosophical, and also a little bit of political affiliations you are. But speaking of which, we are going to jump back into
flat earthers. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, not too far. They seem to have a good footing in TikTok and Clubhouse and a lot of these theists, but they never last. The atheists, because we're drawn, I think, to people who disagree with us, we always are. Like, I'm on a Discord server called Atheist Graveyard. That is partially where Mr. Batman's either an owner or one of the owners, and like it is just absolutely overrun by atheists. The same with almost all these religious servers because we can't help ourselves. Theists run the internet. Oh, my sweet summer child! I would love to know that.
Had a Discord.
I can't help but throw. D'Angelo has, but Send and Love run Ralph. Maybe it's just because we hang out in our own circles, but it just seems like atheists definitely like moths to the flame. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Premature debaters never laugh. No, kill doggy. It's terrible. Okay, like premature debating. It's a problem. We don't talk about it enough. People should see their doctors. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I debate in the shower. I debate any chance that I can. In the morning, in the evening. I already gave my punchline away in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to keep on laughing at the Bible as we read part 2 of Deuteronomy chapter 3, or Moses' speech. But also, sir, ma'am. Oh, don't mute. I deserve to be called sir.
I have can't open. I have a penis. I always have.
Good to know. I bet you and Matt Pal have a great time. But also, you gotta keep on having that in-group and out-group. I mean, come on. If you're not gonna be prejudiced toward people, what's even the point of being religious? Speaking of which, we're gonna judge those people like hardcore. We were judging them. We're gonna keep on judging them. And it's not going to be a simple sort of judgment. No. We're going to have violence. Because why not? If you're not going to have sex or exposition, the Bible kind of likes violence. As well as, I'm trying to remember if that's translation or prediction. I think that's a translation. Speaking of multiple, don't I have it here?
Is that false prophecy? Or?
Damn, this is. It normally has it on the thing. Here we go. Good enough. Interpretation. Prophecy.
False prophecy.
Prophecy, yes. But we're about to have predictions. We are then going to have politics, which is not often. The Bible doesn't always bring it up, but ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have predictions. I mean, would you say so?
Everything points to no.
Damn it. Well, that's what I thought. But also, it's going to have politics.
Yay.
Yay. Who doesn't love politics? Now, people harp on us sometimes because, all you do is talk about religion. And it's true, folks. We do kind of talk about religion. It is kind of our shtick.
Our karma.
Admittedly, we are counter-apologists. I know I have my Bernie here. Bernie, you're somewhere in there.
Bernie, bro.
Find him. Yeah, exactly. But we have politics, and then I think that's the last subject.
All right.
That's right. I moderate between Lofa and her soap in the shower. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. So the water goes up somewhere. And oh wow, that's really weird. James, I hate to interrupt us again, but I think there's a contradiction in the Bible. I feel like if there's a contradiction, we would have seen one before.
Most
but
likely.
We've never seen one before.
We're this far into Deuteronomy, like 3/4 of the way through.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. We had the hits. We had Numbers. We had Leviticus. We had Exodus.
Exactly. Adam and Eve, Noah, Moses, we're all done that. Except for he's
Adam
talking
and Eve,
about
not
his
Adam and
hits.
Steve.
Exactly. Except for, once again, if you're a Christian, but you're telling me that a woman went down on oral sex and a woman's mouth is okay with that? I don't know. Not a good Christian.
A woman climaxed during sex. She's trying to be a man.
What am I reading? Contradictions are just secretions of rationalism. Hold on.
I think he's trying to say it's good that it contradicts itself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. But I love you, Ralph. Woohoo! In fact, with that, those are all of our categories.
The Bible's so true, it doesn't even try to make sense. It blatantly contradicts itself just because it can.
Exactly.
And you still have to believe it anyway. How can you believe it if it contradicts itself? That's your problem, not God's. Just figure out a way to believe it.
Oh, I still think that I think Peterson is still. I think he's definitely a slut maker. It's just there was that redheaded boy, right? And he's got to be a man. Be a man. Don't be a beta. Be amazing. Hake, James Hake, he was talking. I talked with James Hake. Some of these people, it's crazy that I've spoken to them live and I actually had a decent conversation.
There's another
with him,
debate con coming up.
I know, I should ask James. There's a chance that I will be going to that. I'm hoping. He hasn't formally invited. I should ask, but I would love to help him out. I worked my Tuchess off, but I had a lot of fun. It was completely worth it. I loved it. I love debates. I love the modern day debate community. I love the skeptic and ranting community. I love you if you're an atheist, a theist, a liberal, a conservative. I love you. Da-da-da-da. But we are breaking in because God might have a little bit of, Barbaretta may have a little bit of a different view. I'm going to take one more swig.
Woohoo.
Woohoo! That's right, a beta. Don't be a beta. Which, that kind of language always sounds like, that's what their father was saying to them with a belt. But whatever. We'll look up daddy issues aside. Another speech, part 2. This time it's personal. And it shall come to pass. Wow, at this point you should see a doctor. When all these things are come upon all over her tatas, or his chest, who knows, whatever you're into, the blessings and the curse of the sorcerer's stone, which I have set before thee. It was like right in front of you. I set it right before thee. And thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations. Well, at least you're not
all the nations.
Oh. All of them. Not half. Not 25%. Not 90%. All. Whither the Lord thy goddess Barbaretta have driven thee. She looks like a gal that would driven you out. And shalt return unto the Lord thy goddess, and shalt obey her voice. It's so soothing. According to all that I command thee. And is she going to command you? A lot. Like you thought it would just be 10, but it turns out it's actually 600 if you read the girl deck is a lot harder and a lot longer than you thought. To this day, thou'lt the children with all thine heart and with all thine soul. But also, then, the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity. Oh, we talking? What? Excuse me? You being naughty? And have compassion upon thee. And will return like the good guys at the end of the Lord of the Rings movie. And gather thee from all the nations, even Gandor. Whither the Lord God, this Barbaretta, have scattered thee. Oh, don't scatter me. That would kind of be a dick move, actually, if I thought about it. Oh. If any of thine be driven from a Volvo, you should think about getting a Tesla maybe, because then you won't have to pay gas. Though gas has been going down. Gas has been going down. It goes up, it goes down. Out onto the outmost parts of heaven. And Yahweh will find us a stairway to heaven.
Focus, Newman.
Okay. Only you could. F-U-C-U-S. What does that spell? A good night with Darth Dawkins, apparently. And thence will thy Lord Bob, this fancy lady here who's been growing her noodles for you, gather thee, and from thence will she fetch thee. Will she? She'll come over you on the weekend. Ramen. And the Lord thy goddess will bring thee into thy land of cards, the land cards, which you, once again, if you're playing Magic the Gathering, you tap land cards so that you can summon creatures, which thy mothers possessed. Ooh, it's spooky. And thou shalt possess it, and she will do thee good. Like, it'll be super good. She'll rub your feet, rub your back. She'll make you a sandwich when you get home from work. It'll be great. And multiply thee above thy mothers. Get me a beer. A nice IPA. What have we been reading, ladies and gentlemen? Moses continues his speech to everyone in Israel. Everyone, apparently. It's like a loudspeaker. Saying, after God has sent you the blessing and the curse, and you've begun to obey him again, once you start following and obeying him again, great. And he'll have compassion on you and return you from the nations where he scattered you and do good to you. Great.
Okay.
What a nice guy. And the Lord thy Barbaretta, will circumcise thine heart. That kind of feels painful. I know they're saying it's a metaphor, but once again, it's hard to tell when you're circumcising a heart and when you're like, hey, it's a perfectly good child. Let's cut off a part of their genitals. And thy heart of thy seed. Okay. To love, baby, don't hurt me no more. The Lord thy Bob, the goddess, and all thine heart, with all thy soul, and thou
all
mayest
my heart,
live.
all my soul.
He'll circumcise your heart and your hearts of your children. Could you, like, not? We have a artist.
I feel like that could be fatal.
Yes. Feel like we could just skip that whole part there. And the Lord thy goddess will put these curses upon thine enemies. Once again, if you were looking for science, we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
You go ahead and circumcise your own heart, Yahweh.
Is that optional? Yeah. Why don't you go do it? You do it to your heart first. And on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee. Objection. And thou shalt return and obey the voice, because that's kind of kinky, of the Lord Bob, and do all of his commandments, even the non-fun ones. Which, what are the non-fun ones? I don't know, you decide. Which I command thee this day. Yes. Which always they offer
the
heave offerings.
The wave offering, the breast offering.
Oh my. And thy Lord thy Barbaretta will make thee plenteous. You will multiply all over this place. In every work of thy land and hand. In thy hand. Excuse me. Please get your hand out. In the fruit of the loom of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle. Okay, that went a little weird. And in the fruit of thy land. For good. Totally good. For the Lord Bob will again rejoice over thee on your knee for good, as he rejoiced over thy mothers. Ha ha, over your mama. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice, the reality TV show,
Hearken
of the Lord, hearken all over me, thy goddess, to keep her commandments and her statutes, which are written in this book of the Law and Order, SVU, Criminal Victims Units, Part 3. And if thou, this time it's serial, and if thou turn unto the Lord, Bob, thy goddess, Barbaretta, with all thine heart, not half. If you just do it with half thine heart, she'll know. Don't do this half-heartedly. And with all thy soul. Exactly. For his or her commandment, which I command thee. Well, that's what you do with commandments. You command them. Where would the fun be if you just suggested commandments? It is not hidden from thee. No hidden fees. Sign up now. Neither it is far off. Won't be far down the line. It'll come out before the next George R. Martin book.
There you go.
I love you, Georgie. We kid. It's coming out, I believe, any day now. Right after Half-Life 3. It is not heaven. It is hell instead, unless you taste the dip. And then it kind of makes it a little better. That thou shallest say. But who shall say? You say, who say, who say? Ho ho. That's cray. Who shall go up for us to heaven? Not me. I don't even have my shoes on. And bring it on to us that we may hear it and do it. Neither it beyond the sea, or even the sea snake from Game of Thrones, that thou shalt say, who shall over the sea for us and bring it on to us that we may hear it and totally do it. Do it, man. Do it. High five. All right. Enough of Arcelius. What have we been reading? Well, really, he said he'll circumcise your heart and your hearts to your children. We read that, but that whole long passage, and he'll put all the curses, not like half. He'll put all the curses, which, if you've been following along in this book, has not been a great list of curses. There were locusts and fucking I want to go to the traumatized frogs. Thank you, gay frogs, and then the death of firstborn sons, which to me, speaking of translation, you can't translate that into like moral, right? Like it does. We'll put aside. We'll put aside. That it was. In fact, where are my men's rights activists out there? Where are the Christians and Muslims and Jews that are all for? Oh my God! All you do is talk about feminism and dye your hair blue. I get it. Cool story, bro. But like, how about the firstborn sons? What exactly did they do wrong in Egypt? Going back to evil babies, evil children.
They could be born.
I guess so. Christians and Muslims and Jews. Oh my. Exactly. Is Amy a naked mole rat? No. I don't know if you know this, Ozzy, because I know you may be new to the channel, but we once had someone, no joke, or at least I think no joke, because who can actually tell? But they told us that because my family is, as far as I can tell, Ashkenazi Jews, that a DNA test came back 1/3 lizard. And so, ever since, you have heard stories. I think it's a common story. They take like a 23andMe, and then you find out, your parents told you you're one thing, but it's like kind of like a different, maybe they changed their name. And so you go out and you learn your new origin story, or whatever you want to say. And so I just have been doing the same thing. It has been an honor to kind of look into my lizard ancestors. I feel like lizards have made, so many contributions, not only to Nobel Peace Prizes or Nobel Prizes in physics and other stems in this planet, but lizards.
Cricket eating. And,
yes.
cricket eating.
Well, I mean, you gotta. It's part of the on many of their planets. It's part of the food pyramid. But yes, they have won so many Nobel Prizes throughout the entire Galactic Federation, and so I just want to, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Soros's money.
Some with scales.
The small things, exactly. Some with scales, some with money. Exactly, James. What can you do?
Some heroes have scales.
Some heroes have scales. They don't. So they don't wear capes. Not at all.
I took the DNA test and
I'm a third lizard. I know. I could be in line for the eye and throat. It could be true. I'm pretty sure that's how ascension works.
The thing just said I was white. That's all it said.
Yes. Well, yeah. And once again, it's very controversial. The color of lizard that you are on our planet, but on here, people just simplify it, and it just brings it into good old species on species warfare. It makes you warm and cuddly on the inside. Well, that is the joke, is that one day the only thing that may bring us together, that I would actually bring world peace, would be a civilization threatening event like a alien species that would want to kill us. But Jesus, if that has to be what brings us together, you can't just give a sandwich to someone that's homeless. You need aliens or a father in the sky that's watching us 24/7, 365. Yeah, one or the other, James. It can't.
Who said who got triggered when I said Sky Daddy? Was that Rebel Nazarene?
That would be a good majority of young Earth creationists. Flurfs get angry when you call them flurfs. Turfs get angry when you call them turfs. The young Earth creationists get angry when what was the thing you just said?
Sky Daddy.
When you call Sky Daddy. I'm a tranny. Just be what you are. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, not to keep on quoting Game of Thrones, but never forget who you are. The world will not. Wear it like armor, and it can never be used against you. It says so much about them, actually. It's why they always go back to my genitals after I start pushing them into the corner with religion. Because it comes out very... It's also why TERFs don't like to talk with me. I've found such peace, awkward peace on certain Discord channels and something between the TERFs. They just don't want to... I've said this often. They just... Because I will fight... They'll fight with me on Twitter. But on other channels where they can see me fight with others, they don't pick fights with me. Because they can just smell the lack of identity politics on me. Because I really do. Because even if I wanted to focus on LGBT issues, the best way to do that is by getting rid of religion. Like, no offense to fundamentalist religion, but what other mindset can anyone think of that is the largest impediment to just not LGBTQ rights, basically every minority ever that has ever come across. So if you're not the majority of the thing, so yep. Let's see. See tagging. Keep on tagging us at James W. and Amy Newman. Be yourself is good advice to less than 2% of the population. Copyright Goldman Sachs. No, you know what? I will keep on saying it. Like, and James, I think, can back this up, is that I like to take what I believe are, I think the LGBTQ just have bad marketing sometimes. I think their ideas are great, actually. I think that's why they're so successful. But like, people just don't like to be lectured. It's why, when you start calling homophobic, transphobic, those words are technical. They have a good basis in sociology. But if you're talking to the guy at the end of the bar, you're just not going to win them. You're not going to win them over. And so, I like to just take it out a little bit more Big Tent, because the trans story, the LGBTQ story, the mythic structure, all these stories is the story of humanity, is the story of becoming an adult, is the story of becoming who you are. Because let me tell you, I mean, come on, let me read be yourself is good advice. And I'm done. Like, right? Who cares if you're a straight white male, insert whatever the fuck, right? Doesn't matter if you're a bio woman, if you're a genderqueer postmodernist. Like, be yourself. And hey, I love you, Ralph. I can't help you but using it just to platform what I want to monologue. I can't help skeptic and rant, and that's right, baby.
Just to promote her sodomy.
Yeah. Hey, because I know there are a lot of conservatives out there that would love what James and I are selling. I wish more liberals would stand up for this. I think comedians are actually even though you hear a lot of lip service on where the fundies for political correctness, the comedians are the vanguards of free speech. Not only that, but then we get people like Nathan Thompson, who not only does his thing, like he's about no cursing. Wow, that's wow, cool. But whatever, we'll put that aside. But then he's also politically correct, and but then he also bans people who don't agree with his views. So it actually is both sides of political correctness. You don't allow cursing, and you ban people's views. Like, that is the not to be a broken record, but that's everything that those types of echo chambers are what we're trying to fight against. Though I will say, when you're on creationist streams, when you're on flat earth streams, nothing drives down viewership than bringing on people that disagree. Just as the counter correlation, nothing brings up viewership as when we start fighting or debating. I'm sorry. Where's my necktie? With theists. Why is that? Because the dirty little secret is that we dislike echo chambers, is that atheists, actually non-believers, skeptics, including the pagans and the Abrahamic ones, we like it when we hear views that disagree with our own. It's the only way you can put your views to the test. We're going to keep moving down. We're getting our heart circumcised. We just read a whole thing about curses. Holy.
Well, we're going to make Yahweh circumcise his own heart first, and then see how that goes for him.
Exactly. Beyond the sea. We read this whole part, right? This whole I'm going. I can't believe, because some of this is so redundantly redundant. Yeah. The heaven.
It starts to sound the same over and over again, but yeah, I think we're on there.
All right. We're on the sea. I remember sea snake. I already remember sea snake. All right. But the word is very...
Sea science.
Sea science. That's right. Yo, what is... sending love to sea science. Let me tell you. You can come on the channel and just post in chat forever. Okay? I love an active chat.
I think he is banned in chat.
Is he banned in chat?
Yeah,
well, our mods have good reason for doing what they do. We are very open-minded, but our mods are they stick to the TOS, and it's easier, I think, to violate the TOS in chat because it's a written record. And so whatever, I guess.
That's the thing. He comes on, but he refuses to speak.
That's where I was going. Is that he will come on here and will spam us with links in private chat to the panel, and he wants the panel to talk about his links, and it's
but he won't engage with it.
Yes, TOS is the real enemy of speech. Oh, we disagree, TOS gods. Well, hey, listen. Hey, if you got, I hate to say, not to go completely capitalistic on you, but, it ain't the government. The TOS is just a company trying to do what they think is best for the ads. And oh my goddess, can I just tell you, actually, let me defend the TOS. Because, and James will keep on saying this, we both have access. We're both sitting back here. They have ridiculously monetized our videos, right? We were really worried at a certain point, very early on, or at least when we first got monetized, we were like, "Oh my god!"
Most of them were coming up as limited.
When we first got monetized, almost all our videos came up. For those who don't know, YouTube, you have to get 1,000 subscribers. It used to not always be that way by BT Dubs, but now they have.
Watch hours.
You need 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers to get monetized. Even then, you can have a little bit of regulation. Still got to get approved. You get monetized, and then almost all of our videos turn. You have green, which is fully monetized. The ads are actually targeting and bringing people in. You have yellow, which is minimal ads, and it's only going, maybe AdamandEve.com, sexy time ads, but very minimal, if that.
Yeah.
And red, which means it's not going out to anyone. And all of our videos came up yellow. And James and I think, looked each other in the face and we're like, we have to change our business. We're going to be like a PG comedy? Yeah, we're about to... Who am I thinking of? Because I guess we got to Bob Saget this shit, because Bob Saget was actually a very raunchy comedian, but he did a lot. His sitcom gave him the veneer, oftentimes, to people who didn't know his comedy, that he was very straight-laced. But you know what I find? The people who complain about the TOS, no offense, and I'm sure it's not you, Ralph, our lovely supporter who has given us so much love and who we love. But it seems to be the proprietors of misinformation. It seems to be that when you're actually spreading information, you can actually say the word fuck. They don't mind. You could talk about risque subjects and conspiracies and all of this stuff.
Within reason.
Within reason, yes, exactly. Yes, they're actually...
You can't say fuck every other word or 1,000 times.
There is a limit, but... and I tend to self-bleep myself because I think it's funnier. Yes. But we're going to keep on going. We're almost done the chapters. Bo, if you disagree with us... This is a shorter
chapter.
Yes, exactly. Or if you have anything to say about it, anything we've been talking about, tag us. We'll show your comment on screen at James W. or at Amy Newman. All right. The word is nigh. Oh, my. But the word, the bird is the word, Dr. Bird, is very nigh. Onto thy thigh, in my mouth. Oh, now we're starting to get a little bit hotter. And in thy heart. Okay, metaphorically. Okay. And thou mayest do it. Do it, baby, do it. See, I have set before this day, I set up decorations. I planned everything out. And you're going to get up? Really? Okay, fine. That's fine. No, go out with your friends. I don't even care. Before this day, not to say that God's a jealous God, but God keeps on telling us that. Day life.
Jealous and proud of it.
Jealous and proud, exactly. See, I have set before thee this day life and good and death and evil. Wow, that's okay. We're just going over the whole emotional gambit. It's going to be good and bad and death and life and
balls and shaft.
Exactly, everything. In that, I command thee this day to get on your knees. Oh my. To love.
She was already there.
Oh my. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Also, the Lord Bob, thy goddess, to walk this way. Walk this way. Yeah. And to keep her commandments, not her suggestions, once again, and her statues and her weeping willows from Doctor Who, and her judgments if you're a level. Yes, exactly. If you're a level 60 paladin. And thou mayest, or put on a bunch of mayo, thou mayest live and multiply. Ooh. We get what you're saying, God. Now we get you. You don't have to put in any context for that one. And thy Lord Barbaretta, with her noodly appendages, shall bless thee. She'll touch you with her noodle in the land cards of Magic the Gathering, which thou goest to possess it. You're going to buy all these cards. But if thine heart turn away, baby, don't hurt me. So that thou will not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods and serve them on your knees.
Don't worship other gods.
Don't do that. Also,
that would break my heart.
Also, kind of acknowledging other gods exist, but picky.
Yeah, they still were not on true monotheism yet.
Exactly. Well, and sometimes that's also it's an overlooked aspect, because a lot of Christian, especially presuppositionalist, they kind of pretend not only is there only big G God, and we're kind of seceding ground by even giving them that bullshit thing like a big G God, but they're like, there never was any other gods. It's like Thor, Odin, Zeus, like all of these, like we can go over numerous actually ones.
It's not saying don't worship these other gods, they don't exist, or why are you worshiping things that aren't real. It speaks about them as if they are actually real entities that God wants them to be, that God is jealous of. I mean, it'd be like you being jealous of your partner's imaginary friend.
Indeed. Though they don't like to bring up the imaginary friend, the Sky Daddy talking point. It's triggering.
But it's like if your partner has an imaginary friend, that's, yeah.
Indeed. And serve them, of course. I denounce you. You're like totally a beanie face. To this day, ye shall surely perish, and oh my... Speaking of people who will not perish, at least on this podcast.
Oh, wow.
50 euros, so much love. I'm just gonna have to take a little bit of radiation here.
This is our worship of the TOS.
I know, dear TOS team. We are speaking to the TOS gods and the underlings, the angels, and everyone below them. We love your terms and conditions. Oh my, yours truly, Amy and James.
Thank you so much, Ralph.
Thank you so very much, Ralph. It feels good to be priests and priestesses of the TOS. We try to do our part for the YouTube and Twitch algorithm. Feels good.
Yes. We are fully vaxxed and boosted, and we are thankful to Big Pharma for the protection they provide us. And we'll gladly submit to any further injections they require.
Let he or she be touched by the TOS's noodly appendages. Blessed be. Blessed be.
Blessed be.
For the content creator, for only creates content when they feel it deep within their metaphorical balls. Or something like that.
Amy Newman, penis be upon her.
Penis. Oh, but only in the girl deck. Like a really high girl deck. In fact, one more. Because we really do want to send extra shout outs. Whether we agree, disagree, we actually have a lot of fun with our Skeptic and Ranting community. Especially, we're sending one more love. House of Comments sending one more love, Ralph. It really is.
Thanks,
everyone's
Ralph.
love and support that makes us and this channel possible. And it probably feels weird to a lot of fundamentalist conservative Christians sometimes to hear this. Not Ralph. Ralph knows, a fan of the channel, that we are bastions, I hope, of free speech on this channel as I squeak into the thing and get higher in my voice. Yeah. I mean, James and I just have a simple philosophy, even though we are not philosophers, though maybe I'll get my PhD one day. But for now, our simple philosophy is just let people say what they want. And, the sunlight is the best sanitation tends to be the methodology that we're going here.
Truth doesn't
That's
have to
right,
be afraid.
baby. Putting in the hours.
The truth doesn't have to be afraid of
exactly
of pushback or introspection or examination, investigation.
But speaking of introspection and examination, we're about to be done the chapters and open it up for the open mic.
Praise Yahweh.
In fact, we'll finish this and
probably
then
a shorter open
do
mic
the chapter review.
It is getting
yes.
late.
Then, we try and
back.
do 3 hours, and yet every time, I think what we're gonna have to do is that on our Skeptic and Ranting and open and our midnight ranting, we're gonna do long appreciation names, and then our Bible studies and maybe the debates and everything we'll do abbreviated. I still want to give shout outs for everybody, but I also want to figure out the best content for everyone, and that includes subscribers, viewers, but I also think what is best for channel members, Patreon, super chatters. Though if anyone disagrees, also tell me. What we want to do. I think we should start to do more polls. Also, I've been doing more community posts, and this is also my shout out, James. If you would also love to do, feel free. I have fallen in love with the community tab. I do it because I see theists do it, and yet ever since I've been doing it, I've had a great reaction. We do. I've found that out. Can I tell you why we do it better? Because they try and make jokes, and their jokes are terrible. No offense. I get it. Some of them are funny. I have heard 50-50. Babylon B is like a 50-50. That's the closest I can think of to ever do funny. But YouTube memes, oh no, they suck. No offense. But because humor is found in in truth. And when you straw man positions, and maybe this is just me being biased, it's not funny. Like, the funny comes from like either wisdom or intelligence or knowledge just hitting us in the face so fast. And I find some of the shorter memes, that's why it comes. You have a paragraph, no one reads that shit. But just some of the, one sentence memes, they're fantastic. I love them. Short open. Memes. Oh my God! Look, even James is so calling us out, and it's so right. Yeah, Jay, what was like? It's a short open mic, so you mean see you in a few hours?
Well, hey, you never know what can happen when you open it up. Who's gonna pop up?
Well, and that once again goes to the dirty little secret: is that what happens is that if a skeptic or two comes on and they're just sane for like 10 minutes, how long can you get for people? The only reason you listen to the two nincompoops on the screen is because there is absolute ridiculousness up on screen, and people, for whatever reason, take this as literal objective truth that cannot be edited. And I guess that's also the comedy in it. But my Lord, we'll have outros in 10 minutes. That's right, Amy time. So just an hour. I can't. What's up, happens. Hillary's email? Send them love. What is up, Sigma? What is up, everyone? And let's finish the clock. And we've been reading. We finished up Deuteronomy chapter 29, and now we're about to finish up Deuteronomy chapter 30. It has been a lot of fun. I don't know. I don't think this chapter is going to be quoted very often from the pew, but or from the pulpit. I guess you'd be listening from the pew. I call, in fact. Oh, no, I didn't get to denounce because I would have definitely made fun of some stuff along the way. I denounce as if we were playing Civilization. And a fun fact for those who don't play Civilization, you can get points. It's like if you're an asshole or not. And one of the ways to lessen being an asshole is if you denounce a civilization before you go into war, and not just surprise war on people. You denounce someone for being an a-hole. So I denounce you into this day, far out into the evening, that ye, he shall surely perish. He. And he shall not prolong your days, but we will prolong every goddamn sentence in this paragraph for some reason. Upon the land, whether thou passest over the Jordan Petersons, to go possesses it. I call heaven and earth to record to this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and a cursing. Ho, ho, because I am Voldemort. Oh, Harry, I curse you. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed, all over your chest, may live. And thou mayest love thou Lord thy God, and thou, Barbaretta and her noodly appendages, and obey his voice, her silky voice, that thou mayest cleave unto her, for he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land cards of the Magic of the Gathering, which the Lord Bob swears, but not on Nathan Thompson's server, unto thy mothers, Abrahammer, Isaacetta, and Jacob's ladder, to give to them. Oh my. James, so much wisdom.
Oh, it's been jam-packed, but I'll tell you what. So much wisdom. We are finally made it through.
And okay, we're about to go into a beg your pardon? Give me 1 second again. And we are about to go into the open mic.
Open mic. Almost time for dinner in Australia. What's on the menu out in the Outback today? Hope everybody's having a great night. I hope everybody got through those these chapters today. It's a slog. It was tough, but we made it through. We're at the end. The end is nigh. In more ways than one. So we'll be back later tonight. We got to see exactly what time that debate will be over, but we've got more fun coming up later today. And yeah, debate tomorrow will be T-Jump debating. I believe it's a Muslim. That'll be interesting. You guys know how T-Jump style is. It should be a little bit of fireworks there, a little bit of spicy, a little bit of spice going back and forth, but it'll be interesting. I know Amy's got some fun new content that she's been filming and getting ready for you guys. She doesn't want to give up too much details right now. She wants it to be a surprise, but I'm sure everybody will like it. Oh, come on, Gizmo. Yeah, how's everybody doing out there?
Whew.
She's back.
And okay.
Gatorade goes in, Gatorade goes out.
Indeed.
Especially when it's got all that pipe work it has to go through to.
Also has electrolytes. It's what plants crave, pretty sure.
Indeed.
But we are going to just quickly do a Skeptic Bible Study chapter review. And then we are opening up into the open mic. In fact, the open mic has been sent into the StreamYard. So feel free to line up while we do the chapter review.
So we should start to see people pop up.
That's right. In fact, if there isn't anybody by the time, we might start to head out because we...
and we're coming back later tonight.
We're coming back later tonight, exactly. So, with that, we are going into it. That's right.
Do it to me.
Skeptic Bible Study chapter review. Woohoo! That's right. We have been reading the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29. We started with Moses gives another speech, part 1. Moses called everyone in Israel and said to them, "These are the commands that God gave me on Mount Horeb. You have seen all that God did for you in Egypt, what he did to the Pharaoh." Yeah, we saw his people and his land.
Yeah, we heard you, sir.
Unfortunately, you've seen great temptations, a great band, signs and miracles, and yet God hasn't given you a heart to perceive, eyes to see, and ears to hear. Actually, we have those. It's the metaphorical stuff that you kind of talk about that we don't have. But it's like we kind of actually specifically have eyes to see and ears to hear. I have led you for 40 years in the wilderness because you're kind of a dick. And yet your clothes and shoes haven't worn out. And that doesn't make sense, actually. You haven't eaten bread. I like how that's a miracle. That literally has to be a miracle, right? You haven't eaten bread, drunk wine, or strong drink so that you might know that I am God. That makes no sense either. but sure. We smote Sion and Og. I remember that in the Lord of the Rings. We took their land, gave it to the Reubenites and the Gadites, the Dave Reubenites and sad Gadites, and the half the tribe of the Manischewitz. Yes. So keep the word of the covenant and do them. Shove it up somewhere so that you may prosper in everything you do. Lest something among you serve the gods of other nations. Then you're kind of a dick and follow his heart, saying, I will have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my own heart. God will not spare him, but his jealousy will smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book will fall upon him, and God will blot out his name. So your children and strangers will see, sir, and see all the plagues and sickness that God has laid upon you, with the brimstone, salt, nice guy, and burning, like God did at Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. All the nations will say, why did God do this to the land? What got him so pissed off? Everything. Then men will say they didn't obey God after he brought them out of Egypt. They served other gods and worshipped them, whom they didn't know, and he hadn't given them. So God got angry at this land and brought all the curses that are written in this book. God rooted them out of the land in his anger, wrath, and indignation, and cast them out into another land. As is this land, the secret thing belongs to God, but the things that are revealed belong to us. Oh, how nice. And yes, that was Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29, but Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30. Heard you, sir. Moses, another speech, part 2. Moses continues his speech to everyone in Israel, saying, after God has sent you the blessing and the curse, you're going to have a good time? He's going to be cuddle-fest? And you've begun to obey him again, Stockholm Syndrome. He'll have compassion on you and return you from the nations where he scattered you. Why did he scatter to begin with? And now we know why they're probably walking in fucking 40 years. He'll circumcise your heart, painful, and the hearts of your children. Kind of get away from kids. And he'll put all the curses that he threatened you with on your enemies instead. Wow, thanks. Yeah, we know. The word is near. The word is the bird, in your mouth and in your heart. And if it gives you indigestion, you will. And God gives you two choices. Obey him, and he'll bless you. Disobey him, and he'll curse you. Spooky. Very spooky. Yeah. And with that, all that wisdom, my Lord James, I think what we're going to do is we're going to open it up for an open mic. We're probably going to get, if you agree with us, we're probably going to give you 5 to 10 minutes to say whatever you want on the subject. And if you disagree with us, we will probably keep on going for hours and hours and hours unintentionally until the sunlight forces us to wake up. But yes, let's bring Wildheart on so we can actually hear someone. Well, once again, it's always sounds like we're patting skeptics on the back when we say sane and reasonable. Let's get Wildheart on here to be sane and reasonable. But then we get people, our biggest supporters, in fact, PBS, sponsored by, our biggest supporters apparently don't always like reason. Well, that's not true. The skeptic and ranting community loves reason and evidence. But
we love you, Ralph.
But we also love Ralph, who is part of, I'm sure, the skeptic and ranting community here, but might have a
whether he likes it or not.
Whether he likes it or not. Oh my God, look at all these insane and rational people. Okay, fine. We will also let Reid come on and say something rational and
probably
skeptical.
Rational, yeah, it'll make sense.
But after that,
logical.
But flat earthers, creationist flat earthers, because those are one of the same thing. Feel free to come on. But with that, we are rolling into our open mic on the Skeptic Bible Study, we have been reading Deuteronomy, Moses' PSA, Obey God or Die. And we are starting with Wild Heart. Woohoo! What is up, Wild Heart? Lovely to have you with us.
Oh, I've got a new... Sorry, 1 second.
That's okay. I'll give you 2 seconds by talking
Manchester
like this.
United.
So you don't have to see my bedroom. I've got a new...
But what is up, Wild Heart? We are, in fact, Skeptic Bible Studying on Moses' PSA, Obey God or Die. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we talked about today?
Or Manchester United.
Get in. Yeah, it's been a good show. I've enjoyed it. I still don't understand why the God that doesn't cause confusion wrote a book in 3 different languages. Indeed. That doesn't really make sense.
Well, if you remember, he had to spread the languages after the Tower of Babel to make it so that it would be harder for people to communicate, because before that, people were working together and they were actually, there was harmony and peace, and God didn't like that, so he had to make
it. God had to mess that up. Yeah, so he's not the God of confusion, but he confused their languages.
Well, that's why there's not, I mean, you wouldn't think there'd be like 30 or 40,000 different Christian denominations, right? Because if they're all going by one book, they have one God, then they should all be on the same page. You wouldn't have like thousands of disagreements about every little thing, right? Yeah,
you would think so, yeah. If you were skeptical and rational, you would think that.
You would think.
People aren't, it turns out. So, right, that's it. Hand it over to Mark.
Thank you, Wild Heart.
Woo-hoo. Yes. Thank you so very much, Wild Heart. And with that, we are going to get the last...
An Arsenal fan?
We're about to find out. But this is our last open micer, unless, once again, someone just happens to disagree, who thinks the Bible is the true, inspired word of God. But we have the one and
Mark
only.
Thinks that, right?
That's right. Look, in the past 2 minutes, maybe Mark got converted.
Mark
Reid. Look, God works in mysterious ways.
Those English in their football, they're crazy. Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to hassle Wild Heart a bit.
It's always funny to me because they're always like, you need to find God, and it always just implies that like he's hiding, like he's playing peekaboo and hiding. Oh, he's like, I've found God. Where was he? Under my bed the whole time.
Well, I had a conversation, a really interesting one in Praise's stream the other day, that they said that we all found God, but the devil stole away your understanding of him. And I found that fascinating. Yeah. That was a new one to me. I'd never heard that before. And then Darth Dawkins came in and I talked with him.
Then Darth Dawkins came.
Yeah, he came really hard. That was so if you want to see that, that's on my channel. It's it got really, really interesting. I think I did well, but I mean it was a absolute. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Hey, Peter, I love you, mate. And just to spite you, I'm going to say something stupid and irrational. So, today's our public holiday for Australia to mark the death of the Queen. And so now we have a new lizard overlord. All hail Dracula descendant, King Charles the Oh, you know what? I can't even pretend to be irrational. What am I even trying to do this for? Just to spite you. So yeah, you know what? The 2 words that like while you were reading through and from what I saw, the 2 words that really struck me were carrot and stick. Right? You basically it's just a rundown of obey the priesthood, and here's all the stuff you're going to get. Disobey, and you're going to be cursed, kind of thing. You're going to have the worst things happen to you, kind of thing. It's carrot and stick. And do you notice that they don't really say, after you die, this is going to happen, right? The whole idea of punishment after death hadn't been invented yet. So it's all stuff that matters to people in their life. Like, your fruits are going to, decay, and your children will be taken to another nation, and your somebody you're interested in, your bride is going to be taken away. And I want to talk about
control batteries will run out.
Right. You'll lose the remote and never find it again. You'll sort of, all of this horrible stuff is kind of, I'm not going to say tame, but it gets a lot worse from here with the eternal torture after you died, right? Mm. So, but this hadn't been invented. They haven't gotten that stick yet. Right. So you see, it's all no vegetation and burning waste for your cities, and this is the things that you have done to make God really, really mad. But the thing is, why should, I'll read you one thing. Like, it says that the bride, I'm trying to find it, the bride that you're interested in will be taken by another man and great, and it's like, what did she do, right? What did she, because you didn't follow God, I'm going to punish you,
the woman that you're interested in,
right? Through a woman that had nothing to do with it, right? Can you imagine that? Like, if you're just interested in a woman and you decide to worship Shiva in Hinduism, and suddenly God comes down, and instead of punishing you, he acts like a supervillain, kidnaps the person you're interested in, and does awful things. Like, what? And to me, I don't know if this is true or not. To me, it kind of reads like something before they worked out, hey, bad things happen anyway. We can't use that anymore, because you could do all of this and bad things are still going to happen to you, right? Like, you're
just never doing it enough. You never have enough faith. You're never righteous enough. You can always do more.
Well, it's more that Christianity switched to saying bad things are going to happen to you in life because you didn't do this right, to actually bad things are going to happen to you after life. The bad things are not going to happen during this life. You have to wait, because people would probably see that someone goes away, worships another god, does all this horrible shit, and nothing happens. So they're like, well, hang on a second. You promised all these bad things will happen, and here's Ishmael over here worshipping the wrong god and doing the wrong things, and nothing's happening to him.
And so that's the thing. Bad things happen to good people, and
good things happen to bad people.
People. That's just reality.
Yeah. So I think.
But for good people to do bad, that takes religion.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think it takes religion. It takes some sort of ideology. I would agree with that. But anyway, and the weird thing is the way that it sort of says, but if bad thing happens to you and you disperse with your nation and you're dispersed, you will eventually return to your Lord and come back, and your nation will be built up again. And that's a safe bet, right? Because if your nation isn't built up again, no one's going to know. Your nation ceases to be. So it's kind of a bet where not fulfilling the prophecy, the prediction has no bearing on it. Like, if there are another 5 tribes around who predicted the same thing and they were just crushed to dust, no one's going to remember it anyway. It doesn't really matter, right? It's sort of one of those things where you can say it, and who cares if it doesn't come true? No one's going to know, because no one will be left.
Well, I will say, so Ralph, you got like a few minute ticking climber. We will actually wait a little bit to see if you can get on.
Sorry, can just you finish yourself off and then pop in later? Yeah.
Oh, I'll finish all right. You just wait.
I was gonna be honest. I needed lotion and a box of tissues, but we can work with what we got. But yes, absolutely. I'll even make you a deal. Oh my! I'll make you a deal, Ralph. If you can get on in the next 10 minutes, and I am setting the timer. I even have my little pink. I'm gonna take it down. This is gonna be our 10 minutes of open discussion.
Sure.
And of the skeptics.
We'll let reason and logic kind of reign supreme for right now, and then we'll both out the window.
You have 10 minutes, not Amy time. But if you come on, we'll do like I'll go up to 30 minutes or an hour. But 30 minutes or an hour would also be the time because, yes.
Well, the way I see this is they've got the carrot and the stick, but it just isn't as sophisticated as it gets. Hello. Well, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have that level of sophistication that they did in the New Testament, where it's kind of like, well, you will get rewarded after you die kind of thing. And it seems, because this has gaps, right? This has real gaps, because obviously there's going to be people who worship other gods, and they're not going to be smoked down.
And not thigh gaps, right? A little bit.
Is that a scone?
No, it's Halcyonic Kaiju helped me make bread yesterday.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a scone. I'm like, wow, you were just going for the epitome of English, aren't you? Sorry.
Well, I always like to point out that, you know, when we were a Christian going to church, we're always taught that, you know, you have to go and evangelize. You have to try to find non-Christians and witness to them and tell them why they should believe. But then when you read the Old Testament, like, you don't get any sense of like urgency that everybody else is going to hell except for the people in our tribe. Yeah. So, I mean, they're going out and they're taught, hey, if you want to come with us and you want to worship Yahweh, that's fine. But it's not like obligatory. Like, everybody has to worship Yahweh or really bad things are going to happen to them. That just wasn't part of the mythos at the time.
Right.
Yeah, they're not everybody you meet. Hey, nice to meet you guys. Hey, we just have to let you know that if you don't join our tribe, if you don't join our religion, then you're going to die, and our God is going to do really mean things to you after that.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny. It's kind of like what I see is this would be perfect if you had a tribe and they had been struggling, and some of them were going, you know, maybe we should just join the other tribe and convert to their religion because it's going to be the best thing for us to survive here. Like, it's rough, it's horrible. Maybe we should just join somebody else. And if you're the leaders of the priesthood, you're going to tell them, hey, if you do that, if you turn your back on your people, you're going to have all this bad stuff to happen, all of the stuff that you're worried about, you know, because this is the things that he's threatening are the worries in these people's lives. Right. You know, their livestock dying.
But Mark, we have a defender of God.
Yeah, somebody back
here.
Well, he's got some defending to do.
He does have some defending.
Can you defend the indefensible? Can you do that? Is that possible? That's the question.
And so I am going to... James and I think are, I'm trying to remember which is it, pseudomasochistic, and so at least we are discovering that because we're going to go on. It's 5 a.m. here, and yet we can't help ourselves. Okay, this is kind of our jimmy jams, and so because we're an open discussion. We're just going to bring him. We're going to add him into open discussion. But the clock. All right. You see this, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Ralph, come on. Turn the camera back on.
Hey, it was interesting to actually see. But hey, I always
see that he actually is a real person.
But some people, they're always like, I want to be in sweatpants or I want to do whatever. So, Ralph, you can be camera, not camera. You are, yes, true.
That.
But we are going to, ladies and gentlemen, the pink clock of Amy. We are beginning, and we are going to Ralph. What is up?
Clock.
That's right, a very vicarious clock. We are Skeptic Bible studying on Moses's PSA, obey God or die. I hope you're having a nice night. And what are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, good morning and God bless you, Amy, James, Mark, and which ID today, Wild Heart. I was going to address Mark's moral question. I think it's a fascinating one, the defense of that. But before that, I was going to say something else, Amy. Do you know why channels like yours are really important? There's good scientific, technical reasons for this. If you look at the work I do, particularly, which is in lots of big data and politics and technology, you can see how social graphs form. We know how communities form. We know the basis of these, the maths of this thing. It's called social network homophily theory. And you can see that there's only 3 types of topologies to form. One hand is the echo chamber. If you go to any Christian channel, Muslim channel, you just get booted off, right? If you violate them. Same with politics. And the other, you have a flame war situation where anyone can say anything to anyone else. And the third one is the most balanced form, where minorities are given the same right as the majority view in opposition. And yours is one of the unusual channels in forming on that. That's why it's an important channel, right? Because typically, if I flip this, I can easily go to an atheist channel where you get mauled if you're the minority, or a Christian channel where the atheists get booted. So that's why that's important, I think. How long was the clock, by the way? 30 seconds? I didn't even
Thank you so very much. Oh, no, we're giving you 30 minutes to an hour because we're pseudo-masochistic. I'm just trying to Gizmo and I, we have these numbers in our head that are more important than me getting sleep, and that's we passed the 3-hour mark. So if we're at 4, I could try. If we get to that 5 hour, 4 is like a weird hour. Like people look at 4 hours and they're like, it must be this marathon. But then people look at 5 hours and they're like, that must be a structured marathon. They're like, whatever.
I've been past 11:59 in my streams, and people just kept talking even if the stream was cut. So you can do 12 hours before Google just cuts.
Sure. And there's a certain point, I think, once you go towards 8 hours plus, it doesn't even look like a marathon. You have to ask yourself how much of that content is high quality content that someone wants to be listening to without any dead air, and that is not always the case. So sending love to anyone who is doing that. But I know we're at the 4-hour 10 mark, baby. And so I'm way past that 3 hour. Let's see if we can hit that.
We gave up on that.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's just.
my longest stream was 36 hours.
36. Oh my God!
Insane.
James, we did an 11 hour. What was we did? We did something silly.
It was like 11 or 12 hours.
Yeah, which was we'll probably never do that again unless we run a charity marathon or something. I'm sorry, Wildheart. You're in the middle of something.
I was just saying that was before I found out that YouTube doesn't upload videos over 11 hours. So,
there you go. So you didn't even get it uploaded.
11 hours and they just totally disappeared from YouTube. Yeah.
Not a waste at all. I'd like to push back on Ralph a bit. I don't think it's necessarily true that all atheist places kick out religious people and all religious people kick out atheist people. I don't think that's true at all.
It's actually not all. Yeah.
Many Christian places that sort of, as long as you're not sort of just outright cursing at their religion or sort of, outright insulting their religion, they're usually fine. And same with atheists, as long as you're just not outright preaching, they're usually fine. It's just when people go into just say, hey, I just want to preach and not engage with people, I think that's when people start kicking. And that goes for
I think it's not all, but generally the vast bulk do. And the question is not what you say, or if you're trolling or just like all capsing. I think it's what you violate. So each group, if it's in the homophilic shape of what you call an echo chamber, think of a Dawa channel, then the question is what you violate will be different. So I could easily say things here that would get me banned instantly, but those things may not matter in a different homophilic graph structure. So the ejection principle is just on what is violated according to the rules of homophily. So but you're right.
I don't think it's bad as you're sort of inferring, though. I think that generally if you're polite by that standard of the group's politeness, you will be tolerated by those groups. I think
you can actually look at the data for it, Mark. You can actually drill it really important. So the way the identity forms is on two different orthogonal concepts. One is personal identity, individual identity, and then group sociological ones. And they operate on status and value dimensions. So what that group might value might be, say, flat earth, veganism, a Christian channel. That will vary by the value. So all you have to do is understand that value, and that's the violation that gets you booted out of the graph. So, and then it's a curve. You're right. It's not a rule. It's a distribution of the topologies. So you can see which ones are very, very, let's say, very, very echo chamber. You think of a white nationalist or radical Islam or a fundamental Christian. They will have very high values of those status things. So then you get booted up.
I think that most atheist channels are pretty tolerant of others.
Yeah.
Well, I've found anyway.
Most of the people that come on my channel are theists.
So it'd be interesting that people have individual experiences, and then you have the masses of data that you might. But just quickly, I haven't got very long this morning, Mark. That's an interesting moral question. Just think of it like a trolley or something, right? You said, why would God? So it's very interesting. Why would God, for example, threaten some bad action on a third party? Why would that matter?
That's not really what I said. I said it seems to me, because I don't think a God is threatening anyone. I think it's the priesthood threatening and invoking God to make people do what they want.
Sure.
And I describe that as carrot and stick. So if you obey the laws that we have set down, you will get all of these good things, and if you don't, you'll get all of these bad things.
You're right. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm actually looking at the structure of the bit, particularly even if it was relayed by the priesthood, of punishing an innocent third party, for example. And the reason is people not religious or non-conservative can't see this, because if you look at the moral foundational dimensions, what that is two axes of morality going against each other. One is the care harm principle. The second is on the same side attached to that is the justice principle. So why is the innocent bride being punished as both a care harm and a justice issue? But from the conservative religious side, there's also the moral sanctity dimension, which says, and the hierarchy dimension that's saying, no, we are going to use a violation of sanctity, which is violating your care harm principle, as a way to enforce our principle of hierarchy plus purity. So those questions for religious that will make complete sense to them.
The problem
is hierarchy. Someone's liberal or atheist, they'd be like, hey, no, I don't see why I don't respect this hierarchy.
Yeah, so the problem comes with the conservative idea of personal responsibility. Because if I go out and do something, you're basically saying that a hierarchy basically will overrule the justice principle. So I can do something and punish you for it. And
that's the source of the disagreement. I'm not taking a moral stance or position on it. I'm saying that's what the oppositional force is. The liberal will say, or the liberal atheist will say, it's not fair to violate the care harm principle, and I don't care about your authority. The authoritarian will say, your care harm principle, I don't care about it because you're disrespecting my hierarchy, and that's what the opposition problem is.
Yeah, but in this case, the hierarchical system is being represented, and I'm not saying this is the case, like in actuality, but it's being represented by a figure that you would first have to demonstrate in order to establish that hierarchy. If that's not the case, then it's just the priests using totalitarianism to establish their hierarchy over the people.
Correct. And they're doing so by saying, when you say fear is just a derivative of the care harm principle. Fear, the threat of violence, the threat of sanction, the threat of force. Those are just violations of care harm. So yeah, the priests are saying we will violate care harm if it's necessary to construct a hierarchy, and the people in the care harm are saying it's not reasonable for you to use care harm violations. Right?
Do you think it's moral for a person to do that?
I think there's individual morality, and there's morality that matters more to us as the individual inside group moralities. And
No. Morality is a group. I guess I should have said ethics. Do you think that's ethical for a person to do that?
I think I have no choice but to follow my. I think I have no choice but to follow my moral ethics. If you're asking me what Ralph thinks, then I'm a conservative Christian, so I will follow a balance of rules for each situation.
Right.
Situational ethics for the rules. Yeah.
Do you think that morals are relativistic to the individual?
No.
Well, then why would you say it's okay for me to do, but you're sort of inferring by that it's okay for somebody else?
Because for Christians, it's not a zero-sum game. For
Well,
all
that doesn't
religious
explain
people.
it.
No, but for all religious people. So we're saying we can't compromise on our absolute world view model. So if that means relativistically someone wins or loses, then it still is going to be scorecarded by our belief system, which says all morality is after you die, right? So for us, it doesn't matter what the moral acts we do. Of course, it matters what you do in your day-to-day life. I'm a Christian, but the ultimate judgment of the moral act for us only comes in the afterlife for all religious people. So.
But wait, that doesn't answer the question, because if morality isn't relativistic and is objective across all the group, then why is it that you doing something is moral and another person doing the same thing is immoral? How do you get there?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you. No, it's not objective over the group. It's absolute over the whole system.
Oh, sure, absolute over everybody. Why is it moral for you to do that and immoral for someone else to do exactly the same?
I'm not saying it's moral for me individually to do so. I'm saying, but my moral model of who would judge that is not you or me. I won't be judged by you and me here now, or the court system. I'll be judged in the afterlife by God as the differentiator.
Right. So God can decide that one person doing it is moral and another person doing the same action is immoral.
Correct.
So that differentiation between one person and another person only exists in God's mind.
Correct.
That's subjective morality.
What makes no sense whatsoever.
Subjective to you and I, yes, but absolute to God and absolute to those who submit to the power of God. Yes.
If it's dependent on a mind, it's subjective, because the whole point about objective morality or absolute morality is that it has to be independent from any mind, and that's what
of any human mind.
No, just any mind.
No,
the mistake you're making is you're anthropomorphizing God and thinking you can compare God's system, like saying, is God doing this? Is God doing that? Is God being consistent?
Any mind.
Religious people will tell you can't do that. Or you can, but it doesn't matter to us.
You can call something absolute morality, but if it changes upon the interpretation of a mind, in this case God's mind, then it definitionally cannot be objective. It can't be.
Yeah.
No, because what I'm saying is, again,
sorry, that is the philosophical definition of subjective.
Correct.
It is subject to our mind, any mind, it is subject.
Any mind.
By
that is correct.
Any mind.
Correct. And it doesn't apply to God, because God is not a human mind being defined subjectively, and even the judgment to do so would violate.
It doesn't have to be human mind. It's just a mind. If it's subject to God's mind, then it is subjective by definition.
Correct, subjective bias. There's a little lag in my delay, so I'm not trying to speak.
I'll just sort of put in there that shit, I forgot what I was going to say. No, go on. I forgot.
No worries. I'm not trying to speak over people, but they'll be able to delay of just under 2 seconds because I'm in Berlin. But
sorry, that's me.
The difference with that again is
in Australia. I have a delay.
It is weird, isn't it? So the difference
over meeting in America,
So the difference over what you said of there is you're right. If you use the definition of mind as being something that is part of either as a naturalist, physicist, or as a person who subscribes to abstract dualism, is still you're equivocating this idea of mind with God's mind. And people believe in God will say you can't do that, or people believe in God won't rate what you're saying. So when you say good or bad,
that's special pleading.
You can call it what you like, but nevertheless,
it's special pleading. It's basically saying no. Hold on a sec. I've got sort of so we understand that philosophically, objective is independent from mind, while subjective is reliant on a mind.
Thank you. I'm aware of all the definitions.
If you want to say that God's mind is where that distinction is made, then it is by definition subjective. It just is.
Okay, so may I respond to that? I'm trying the third time not to be interrupted, about 5 words in. Right? So what I'm saying is no. What I'm saying is no. You can claim that there's equivocation of the circumstance of the mind in whatever philosophical model. You can apply the rationalistic fallacy of special pleading, but in both cases, to people who believe in God, we will see these things and reject them because you've rejected the absolute hierarchy of God. You would apply rationalism and say, this is special pleading. You call for the universality of definitions and anthropomorphize God. We wish to reject the entire argumentation because your worldview does not include the absolute hierarchy of God. Can you see the difference?
I have a question. Does God have a mind?
He doesn't have a mind the way you would think he does, no.
Does he have any kind of mind?
Does he have intentionality? Yes.
So he has a mind. Does he have?
He has something more than a mind. Yes.
Yes. So he has a mind. Therefore,
you keep saying he has a mind. I keep correcting you 5 different ways. I can keep correcting you 10 different ways. But he doesn't have a mind the way you think he does.
No. So if he has more than a mind, then he at least has a mind.
Oh yes, absolutely. He can do everything you could imagine he could do. Yes.
Right. So he has a mind.
No, he has more than a mind.
Any decision he makes is subjective.
No, he has more than a mind. I think your modus ponens is failing you there. I agree that he has the conditions of a mind, but he doesn't have just a mind.
Well, in fairness to Ralph, he can define God and subjectivity and objectivity any way that he wants. So he's sort of saying, it's only a human mind, which no philosopher has ever agreed with and is totally not the normative definition. To us, it sounds like you are making exceptions for God, and that is
absolutely
special pleading. Yeah, that's the special pleading fallacy. So you're basically committing a fallacy, but you're fine with it because you don't believe in rationality, which is fine.
Because rationality is a subset. I don't reject rationality.
You can not believe in rationality, but it's kind of ironic that you're sort of trying to use rationality to explain your position.
That's a common misunderstanding of the difference.
Really?
What I'm saying is I'm not rejecting rationality and I'm not ejecting it. What I'm saying is I'm subsuming it and wrapping it. The person who hears that should say, therefore you're being irrational. No, hear me out, Mark. I'm saying therefore it doesn't mean the conclusion.
I'm stepping out of the conversation because if you don't believe in rationality, I can't be rational.
Correct. That would be fallacious reasoning to say I don't believe in rationality. It's not the same statement as I believe rationality is hierarchically subsumed. That doesn't make me irrational. That means it makes me super irrational.
What it seems like, there's no such thing. What it seems like is that you have a structure of rationality because we're talking here, we're communicating, we're using the laws of identity, non-contradiction, exclusion. We are putting out ideas and examining them for logic. So we're behaving rationally. There comes a point, Ralph, where you basically make a loophole, an exception for rationality that pertains to your God. Because you'll use rationality every day and in every way to do every function you do in life. But when it comes to God, you make an exception, and that's special.
Not an exception to every law. Now, let me tell you, help you understand. It's not an exception. What we do is we are always lowering ourselves. We are simplifying ourselves downwards to the world of the rationalist. And we're not rejecting his rationality on a daily basis, but what we are doing is not giving rationality primacy. It is subsumed to us. The best scientists in the history of science have been Christian scientists. Rationalism is sort of baked into our faith as is skepticism or doubt. We're taking rationalism and saying, no, we're not giving it primacy. And you say, therefore, you're irrational. You're not listening to us carefully. So we're saying, using special pleading. And thinking about special pleading is one of the my fetish book of fallacies as a rationalist. And we're saying these don't apply to a worldview model to God. So make it easier. Can God violate the laws of logic and be inconsistent? Absolutely.
Okay, so you're sort of gish galloping right now. So I'll address all of the points. So when you say luring yourself, that doesn't mean anything when you're talking about it. It sounds like you're trying to convince yourself. You are convincing yourself through repetition and trying to convince yourself.
No, but metaphysical stance.
No, Ralph. You made a number of points. You gish galloped. I will address every single point because it's not fair that you gish gallop and then go on to other stuff. No, you won't be doing that. Stop. Okay, so what you're doing is begging the question. You're basically saying God exists because I think he exists and not looking for any demonstration of that. You're actually making other things like morality, the God as the foundation, while begging the question about the God. So you're actually not being rational there. The way you said best scientists are Christian, I don't know how you would evaluate best in terms of scientists. Like, is Newton the best? Is Einstein the best, who was an atheist? Is Stephen Hawking the best, who was also an atheist? Was I have no way. It seems to me like best is Christian is totally subjective to what you think is the best scientists. A lot of the older scientists were Christian, but a lot of the older scientists, it was an entirely Christian world at that point. So that's not really in your favor. It just means that everybody doing science was Christian. And during the Enlightenment, when a lot of the modern scientists came out, they were either deist or atheist. So I think you've got a problem there. And can God violate all of these natural logic and stuff? Like I said, begging the question. You have not demonstrated a God exists. Now, you can presuppose a God exists. Sure, go for it, knock yourself out. But there's no reason to push your presupposition on me. I don't make that presupposition. And you've got no right to assume that I do. So you excuse me, you can presuppose that. I don't. It's not going to convince me.
Well, I think I'm glad you managed to get that all off your chest, Mark. And I listed 5 fallacies and 2 philosophical challenges. Not too bad at all. So if you look at the 5 fallacies you detect again, you're missing the point. When I said lowering myself down, what I meant is metaphysically a materialist, a naturalist, an atheist, a Christian, a Hindu are all going to have a metaphysical position or stance. And rationalism is underneath a metaphysical claim. Objectivism is underneath a metaphysical claim. So when I say I'm lowering myself down, I literally mean I am metaphysically climbing to the layer below to stand down upon the idea that rationalism has primacy, consistency has primacy, and reject them. I'm completely metaphysically and philosophically sound for me to do so. When I say the best Christian scientist, sure, right, best was just me bragging, like Psalm 44:8, in God we make our boast and we will praise your name forever. Since the advent of Christianity, Christian scientists have dominated their times. The productions of almost everything, 65% of Nobel Prizes in hard science is such a Christian.
And Mark and Nate are going to respond. Just hold on 1 second.
Welcome back, Amy.
We are about. You're actually, I think, about to get back up. Maybe, who knows? You're about to get pseudonym in a second. We're going to have Mark is going to have a chance to respond.
Sure, I'd love
to. Then, whether it's a question or a comment, if it's a question, I'll let House of Comments respond. If it's a comment, then I'm actually going to let Pat ask a question because he tagged us. And then once that's done, we're getting pseudonym in here, and we are still going. We got a half an hour left, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to the 5, and then we'll go. But the ball's back to you, Mark, if you want a question or a comment.
Yeah, so you said that rationalism was a metaphysical claim is underneath rationalism. But for a start, a metaphysical claim is just a claim. And without you providing evidence for it, it's a baseless claim, an empty, hollow claim with nothing there to provide any kind of foundation for anything that you're saying. And the whole thing is that you're not making a metaphysical claim. You're making a metaphysical presupposition. You have already assumed this claim to be true without actually demonstrating the claim. That's your problem. You're not making a metaphysical claim, and you're not reaching down to a metaphysical claim. You're making a metaphysical presupposition with nothing to base it on, which is fine. That's what presuppositions are, but that is not convincing to anybody else because it is just a presupposition. The best scientist, best scientists, there's your evaluation of best is sort of Nobel Prize winners and things like that. And it's only 65%. And considering at one point the world was 80%, 90%, or the Western world was 90% Christian, that's hardly surprising. You're sort of using statistics to sort of smuggle in, hey, all the best scientists are Christian. No. In modern days, the best scientists are actually atheists. There's a ton of them in physics. There's a ton of them in evolution. There's a ton of them of atheist scientists. I'm sorry, Ralph, but your sort of appeal to success through scientists is just it's a terrible evidence. It's almost like
I did say I was bragging, Mark. I did say that, but no, I mean, in terms of, again, I think you are.
Oh, I thought you said you weren't bragging.
No, I said I was. I said deliberately. That's why I claimed Psalm 44:8. Absolutely, and I'm being naughty there by bragging and boasting
about that.
Oh, I was just. But Amy, may I share my screen for a second? Is that okay with you?
Sure. And then we eventually have to bring up a question, I think, that for you, Ralph, to answer. Someone, I think,
Sure.
sending love to Pat, but give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just need to send that number to Soros and Gizmo. There we go.
Soros does pay well, doesn't he?
Indeed.
A lot better. So, sorry, is my screen too right? So, no, actually, Mark. So, if you look at the chronological view of the metaphysical stack of where metaphysics sits to epistemology, you see that what you just did there again has fallen into the trap. What you're saying is because you reject the supernatural, notice before the age of reason, you reject the supernatural in your worldview, your presupposition. You're saying, you can't give me any evidence and you can't give me any reasons, and I can't be convinced using naturalism and objectivism of your metaphysical presups. And we say yes. How could you? Our metaphysical worldview is supernatural, and vice versa. You can't give me any evidence for God, reasons against God, experience of God. There's nothing your naturalism and objectivism can do to touch or scratch our metaphysical presupposition that the universe is supernatural. So asking questions, they say, hey, can you give me evidence? Give me your best reason. What's a syllogism? And you're looking at it and going like, are you unread? We reject the entire naturalistic worldview. And therefore, and that's why I say when you come together in such conversations, likewise, I can't sell you the supernatural because I won't have any experience and reasons that you will use to buy into it. So no, when I say coming down, that's what I mean, literally coming down off row 1 and over here and pointing out when I say the age of reason, the age of treason against God, you can see that reason and rationalism is a rejection of God. And questions from atheists like, give me some evidence, give me something at Planck's constant, give me a Gödel's level proof of God. It's ridiculous because it can't touch your presuppositions. The war is presuppositional, kids.
Can I respond?
Well,
yeah, you want to respond to that so badly.
Yes, please.
The problem is it can keep on going back and forth. I'll let you, because he brought up a slide, I'll let you have one. But then, Ralph, what I actually need is instead of responding to whatever Mark is about to say, make it a comment, not a question, so that I can bring up a question for Ralph to respond to.
Sorry, I can go.
Make a comment on it. You're allowed to comment as long as it doesn't have a question mark on it.
Oh, okay. So you're basically
back to question marks.
You're conflating the natural world with naturalism. Now, I'm not technically a naturalist because I don't exclude the supernatural. I just don't believe in the supernatural because it's never been demonstrated to me. So you're actually conflating terms here. That just because the natural world exists doesn't mean that somebody has the principle of naturalism that only the natural world exists. You won't have any treason against God. But you say it's treason, but yet you use reason every day in your life. And we're having this conversation because we can get on an equal playing field with reason. And then you brought up a straw man, like I can't show Gödel's proof. Nobody asked you for that. Nobody asked you for scientific proof. That's something that you're making up and you're sort of just smuggling it in there because all we're asking for is reliable, good, repeatable evidence. It doesn't need be scientific. But the problem is that you're not giving any whatsoever outside of your own mind and, sort of anecdotal experience, which isn't reliable. So asking for a reliable demonstration of a claim that you have made, or it's rather a presupposition that you have made, is not unreasonable in the slightest. It's very, very normal. We do it every day in our lives. And I was going to ask a question, but I will save it for afterwards.
Save that for just a second, because you may have two theists, I know for a fact you're about to have two theists, and I see Peter backstage too. But Ralph, feel free to answer to Mark as well as this.
I'll just very quickly. Thanks so much.
Hold on 1 second. No, it'll keep on going back. That's what each one of you said. You're like, we'll one more. And so, but feel free to answer this question and Mark's. You can have as much time. But Pat wants to know, the theological construct of God requires specific presuppositions. One of them is the acceptance of special pleading when it comes to the nature of God.
Sure, I think I understand the question. I could deal with Pat's question very quickly and swiftly, but Mark's is more interesting to me. Absolutely. Once you saw the diagram, you realize that atheists, be them naturalists or empiricists or rationalists or people of faith, start with and cannot escape that we all have presuppositions. All Pat is doing is pointing out from a rationalist, naturalist, or let's just say non-supernatural point of view, going like, look, when you put God in there, you're violating the rationalistic logical fallacy of special pleading. We say, of course. And so what? And you're like, but in my worldview of rationalism, this is a violation of fallacy. We're like, yes, but rationalism has no primacy in our metaphysical worldview. For you, it does, but for us, it doesn't. So it shouldn't come as a surprise. Mark, again, what Mark did there once more was much more accurately now and tightly repeat his set of claims philosophically in a more tighter kind of sense of word, and just said the same thing he did last time. You still said, I have no reason. The only thing he said, interestingly, of course, was moral, where he said, oh, you shouldn't be able to, can't impose your worldview upon us. And I say, in our worldview, we can do. In our view, it is moral to impose our will upon the world. His will be done. It's absolutely a morally sound position. It looks immoral in your worldview, but it's immoral in ours. Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus are not bad people. We don't believe we are operating in a bad way. You're judging it because you can't judge anything but in this life. You're using your morality of the naturalist world to judge it, which is, again, incompatible with our morality.
So before we go back and forth again, and I know Mark wants to ask a question.
Oh, yes.
But I want to, let's get another theist in.
More than one.
So maybe it'll apply to them. Let's get pseudonym, and then after pseudonym, what's that?
So we may have to just cap it and say nobody else, because...
So we have a, what's it called, cap? I've been keeping, so we're going to go until, and I've been keeping here.
No, I mean, like the number of people.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it's going to go until the 5, and at the 5, we are going to figure out.
If we keep bringing more people on, then we don't get to
bring it down. But we're not going past time this time. No matter how many people, we're having a time cap. No matter how interesting the conversation gets, though it is being interesting. I have enjoyed it. We are going to add in pseudonym. What is up? We are Skeptic Bible Studying on Moses' PSA. Obey or die. Lovely to have you on board. And what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Thank you for having me on. Amy, James, comments, Reid, and Wild Heart. Hello.
Welcome.
And in the words of our dear beloved Reverend Lovejoy, on this day of the Lord, we bring in these 6 participants. Well, that was my Simpsons reference. But no, thank you for having me on, and it was a good, as far as Deuteronomy 29 and 30, it was interesting as it almost makes me want to be a preacher. If I was a preacher and use the word of the Lord, I feel like I can just persuade anybody. But
thank you so very much, pseudonym. I'm still going to hold that question one more. What I'm going to do is we're going to get Peter in, and then Peter, please tell me when you're done your intro. When you're done your intro, the ball is going back over to Mark, and
Peter will be the last one.
Yes, I think that's going to be the last person joining.
Because if we keep bringing people on,
you're
then
right. But
there's so many pending questions we're not going to be able to get
to. That's true. The too many cooks in the kitchen sometimes could be a thing. But let's get Peter on, and he's going to be our last one for the night, and we'll go for a little bit longer. We have been having fun. Lovely to have a brother from another mother. We were having fun on Randolph Richardson's stream. But yes, welcome, Peter. We are Skeptic Bible Studying on Moses PSA, Obey God or Die. I hope you're having a lovely day, night, or anything above. And what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Okay. Let's not talk about my day. It's been some rough days. People who follow Twitter can check it out. But it's looking better. So there is that.
Hell's yeah.
My thoughts on the subject. The way I'm added a little bit of an echo because I think it adds in some way to the validity of what I am saying. It appears to be somehow working for someone. As for the matter of God, I don't think he exists. As for the show that you did about Moses, who we know didn't exist, it seems to me quite weird that a god would rely on people living on Earth to do his bidding, whereas he is supposed to be the ultimate, omnipotent, just, and gracious God who should be able to make all of us aware of his existence, which hasn't happened. Okay. I'll drop the echo now, and so we can continue. Before we continue,
I was just going to say, man, let Amy do the comedy. That's all I was going to say.
I wanted to show everyone. His impression of Otangelo was
hold
gold.
On, Mark.
Gold.
Mark, hold on.
Sorry,
Before
Peter.
we continue, I wanted to introduce my new co-host. His name is Harley, and he's going to help me with the struggle that I've been through for a few days. So he's currently looking at himself, so I'll help him out and tell him, you need to look in the camera. There, in the camera. There. Say hi. Say hi to everyone.
Are you okay, Peter?
Hey,
you all right?
Yeah. I'm better now. I haven't been well, but I'm better now.
Okay. Well, hit me up if you need to, mate. I really, if you need to talk to somebody, please hit me up.
I will do, but I basically gone through it. So I'll tell you, I used to have my dog Davy with me for all the live streams, and she passed away a couple of days ago.
I'm so sorry, mate.
Peter. Yeah. That's the one that you rescued, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
So
17.
I know how much
she made it to 17 years and 3 months, which is pretty amazing.
Is it weird that I care more about your dog than the Queen? Is that weird? I
do as well. No, not weird.
We should
a lot of people have that.
Dogs.
Yeah, but I'd prefer not to talk about it because I'm probably going to lose my cool.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
I want to thank everyone for the nice and kind messages on Twitter, which helps.
Much love, mate. And sure. Let's move on. That's fine. Have you got anything to say about the topic at all?
In fact,
sorry, Amy. I'm just going to do your job.
No. I will say so. We're coming up on the last 15-20 minutes. So it's going to go into 10 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes to figure out everything and go into outros. So, ladies and gents, if you have anything you would like to talk about the Abrahamic religion, now is the time to. And Mark, we said we'd give the ball right over to you, and I get the feeling that.
Can I say one more?
You and Ralph.
Say something else.
Yes,
well.
in fact, say it now because, like I said, the tennis.
And then forever hold my peace. For people who haven't seen Mark's interaction with Darth Dawkins, please do everyone a favor, subscribe to his channel and learn, because this was, to me, was gold. I've never seen anyone interact with Darth in the same way that Mark did. And I think, Mark, you nailed it. This is the way we need to approach him. Well done, mate.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate
That
that
was
from
an
you, Peter.
awesome
I
job.
really do. Thank you.
So has Darth given up Christianity? Yes or no?
Darth commanded praise to Mark, which to me always means that he lost the argument, which he did.
Yeah, so I was silenced. So you should oppose that house of comments if you want to be intellectually consistent.
Oh, but see,
Praise
the best
bullied around by Darth.
About a Tom Rabbit stream is when Darth mutes you and he does the GTA sound effects and it goes.
Yeah,
it's my favorite part.
Okay, so I'll get back to it. So Ralph, when I'm using the word couldn't, you're sort of taking it as an ought, as a moral judgment. No, what I'm actually saying is you can't do that and still be intellectually consistent. So it's not a moral implication; it's a violation of logic or rationality. And this is the weird thing, because you're using rationality to explain why rationality isn't valid. It's the most self-defeating argument that I've ever seen. And you can presuppose God, that's fine. Everyone makes some sort of presupposition. They have to, right? Just let me finish. So I presuppose that my senses are generally accurate for a given level of accuracy, that reality is real, or the apparent reality around me is actually real. I presuppose the foundations of logic and rationality being the logical absolutes. And there's a couple of presuppositions you have to make. And that's fine if you reject them. That's fine. You can if you want to. But then we're not talking, because you're expecting me to use the senses that you've already affirmed as don't exist, or you're expecting me to use logic that you've already affirmed don't exist. The problem here is that you want to reject the very things that we're using to communicate. So I don't know why you're communicating with me, because all you're doing is validating that logic by basically responding to me. And that's your problem. And then you go on to say, well, your morality and my morality. And it's like, wait, according to you, there's only one morality. So why are you even saying that? This is the argument from moral variety, that people have different moralities. And you've just acknowledged that by saying, hey, your morality and my morality. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I can understand. So you've staggered a bunch of points over there. And yeah, okay, right. So you at least admit that you have presuppositions, and you're saying, why are these what they are? I mean, you're saying the moral is what problem, not even is on distinction. Of course, we have different metaphysical worldviews. Our notions of is or distinctions and morality will be different. Like me, for example, a simple example would be, you're in no position in our worldview to judge God. So theodicées, problems of evil, are just moot to us. Now, when you say the more interestingly, well, why are we speaking? Can we communicate? Are you rejecting reason again? As I said to Wildcard repeatedly, this misunderstanding. No, we're not rejecting reason. We're subsuming it. We're not giving it epistemic primacy. So, for example, you can't say you can't use reason to use reasonable compositions. Of course we can. In the branch of mathematics, we use mathematics all the time to prove and disprove mathematical theorems. So mathematical theorems, including fundamentally core theorems in mathematics, disproving themselves, is completely legitimate. It's not a intellectually non-common thing to do. It's proven by Justin. The same for physics experiments to refute physical ontologies. And finally, why are we talking to each other if your worldview is absolute and we can't speak across? Of course we can speak across the divide. It depends on what your moral objective for the other is. The case of atheists and progressives and liberals is to impose their worldview, their moral worldview upon everyone else. Let's convert them all away from God. In the case of people who are from God, we consider you all as, in my faith, as lost lambs. I'm commanded by my faith to draw lost lambs back to the light. That's why.
Okay, you seem to have a problem with Gish galloping, so I got to go all through this again. So get ready, because I'm going to go through every point. So when you say ought to, no, basically my point was, when I say couldn't, I meant it's intellectually inconsistent. It's not couldn't. It's not a moral distinction. It's a logical one, and I already explained that, so I don't know why you bring it up. Subsuming a god is you're subsuming logic under not a god, but a presupposition of God. That is what you are doing. So the thing about presuppositions that you're completely missing, and a lot of presups do, is that when you make a presupposition, you have to make the allowance that you cannot prove that presupposition. You cannot be certain of it. So the presuppositions I make, I fully acknowledge, like anybody who has any intellectual honesty would do, is those presuppositions I cannot be 100% certain of them, because it is a presupposition out of necessity. And what you're doing is you're sort of saying, well, I'm going to presuppose that these rational and logical terms are reliant on God. And that's fine. But I reject your presupposition. There's no reason for me to accept it. I'm not claiming where logic is coming from. I'm not claiming where rationality is coming from. It is you that is doing that. So if I reject your presupposition, you have to demonstrate it in some way in order to rely on it, or else you can't be certain that any of your presuppositions are correct. Like, I can't be certain, because of hard solipsism, I assume you're familiar with hard solipsism, that all of my presuppositions are not wrong and I'm not a brain in a vat. I cannot be certain. And you cannot be certain of God, because that's what happens when you make a presupposition. It's inherently not demonstrable, inherently so.
I think
that's fine.
I think it'd be much more honest.
No, Ralph, you gish galloped. I'm going to address every point. So you said, we're speaking across one another. No, I'm not saying we're speaking across one another. I'm saying that I make these presuppositions about the laws of logic and our senses being correct, and you engaging with me validates those presuppositions. I mean, you can reject them if you want, and maybe the question should be, do you reject the presuppositions that I've made?
Okay, sorry for interrupting you. I literally thought we paused. It was just for air. I think you're repeating yourself in a far more verbose format. No, I don't think we disagree. You have presuppositions that can't be confirmed using your own system of rationality and observations, brain and vat, hard solipsistic, a host of presuppositions you need to do to assume just your reason can be bootstrapped, as could your evidence. And the same with us. You would say in your worldview, or to be honest, in an equal worldview, we have presuppositions. For me, it's the universe is revelatorial, is a presupposition. The supernatural exists is a presupposition. But I can't use either itself to verify itself or to use yours to verify itself. And absolutely, whether that means one's left in a position of skepticism or not, we have the tools in our own brain and rat equivalent of the soul of having the concept of faith and devotion and piety, as opposed to reason and rationality, the thing that strengthens and anchors our worldview. As opposed to talking across Gishka, I don't make characterizations and have horns. I try to avoid words for that. But in terms of the rest of it saying, therefore, is there something better about your presupposition versus us? There isn't any relativistic position. The only position is going to be you're going to be looking at us from one side of the field, and we're going to be looking at you from the other side of the fence in the same field. And the rest is really, if anything, just the battle of existence, isn't it? Right? And that battle of existence has been there in 2,000 years. And for 2,022 years, Christ has been king. For 2,022 years, the Christian world has survived nations, races, tribes, ethnicities, ideologies, enlightenment, and has still remained absolute. And 1,000 years from now, quantum fields will be as funny as alchemy. And there'll still be crosses. Christ will still be king, right? Because that is the absolute position of our faith. It's we can't, this idea that skeptics think nowadays on the internet, this has been a turning point. I'm sorry, it's all going to change. It's just the same thing they've said for 2,000 years, right? Nothing new to us, right?
Yeah, this is Gish Gallop. You've gone on from faith and piety. You've gone on from supernatural exists. You've gone to the difference between our presuppositional basis. You've gone to now Christians have survived in the world a long time. You've gone to quantum fields will be broken down like alchemy. Dude, this is Gish Gallop. You've got to understand this, right, Ralph? Like you can't do that many subjects all in one sort of response and go, well, I'll just take the first thing you say and move on. You're aware of what this is, aren't you? Like you do know what Gish Galloping is.
That's just a characterization, Mark.
Okay, well, then you do know what it is. Then you're fine.
But your characterization doesn't make it true.
I'm going to go back and address every one of these points that you have tossed out. Okay, so use the supernatural, and you say you have tools in the kit to be able to address all of these things with your presupposition. The difference is I reject yours. That's the difference. I reject yours wholeheartedly because there is no reason to, under Occam's razor, to multiply entities like that. No reason at all. So you're basically multiplying entities by going back and saying, well, logic and reason exist. You acknowledge my presupposition, and I do note you didn't answer that question in the slightest, right? You totally avoided that question whether you accept my presuppositions for obvious reasons, because you doing what you're doing right now, which is engaging and using logic logic and reason and using our senses to communicate is validating my presupposition. So whether you're aware of you're doing it or not, you're still validating my presuppositions. And you say, well, faith and piety, I reject your presuppositions. You cannot use them for me because I don't think that those presuppositions exist. And the fact that Christians have survived all this time when they've done things like, the Spanish invading the Americas, they've clamped down on and killed people because of religious differences and stamped out heresy wherever it lands. That's not a point in your favor. That basically saying, hey, my religion is the winner. If you follow the trend right now, Islam is going to be the winner. And then does that make your beliefs any less true? I would gather you would say not, because it's irrelevant how many people believe it, whether it's true or not, which again is the ad populum fallacy. Quantum fields will be like alchemy. Yep, that's just a baseless claim. I mean, you can claim that, but you don't have anything to back it up except your presupposition in a God that you don't have a basis for, that you think there is no chance of it not existing because you don't know how to presuppose correctly. And I reject wholeheartedly because you're bringing it to me without any kind of justification in the slightest.
I was wondering we should make shorter bundle points just for the sake of the audience. Let me try to be quicker and more précis then. No, absolutely. Quantum fields will be alchemy. I can immediately justify by the history and the ontology of physics. The Greeks and Latinists thought the universe is made out of four things. No physicist today would say the universe is made out of air, fire, water. By the time we get to the periodic table, it's billion balls and protons. No physicist would say it's that anymore. And they'll keep moving the ontologies, looking backwards at the ones of yesteryear as magic. 100 to 500 years from now, quantum field theory will be like alchemy. That's how far ahead physics will be of quantum fields. So the de jure ontology has always been refuted by physics. So of course I can do that. I can look ahead and go, yeah, quantum field theory will be dumber than alchemy is today. In terms of you repeating, the lady doth protest, repeating, I reject, yes, I said that. We're no point labeling the point, we reject each other's presuppositions.
Well, you reject my presuppositions, so you reject
Before you respond, Mark, I just want to say, you guys have 8 more minutes. We are going to let I enjoy the back and forth, and then Simo's Funk is actually going to start our intro outros.
Okay.
Now it's 7.5.
Can I add in 1 point, Mark?
Yeah, of course, Peter. Go for it, man.
Okay, so House of Commons, one of the latest polls have shown that just in a few years, in the US, one of the most Christian countries in the world, Christianity will fall below 50%. I think that if anything is going down the route of alchemy, it's going to be Christianity.
Well, I think you're right. I think in the West, particularly in the fallen liberal West, Christianity has been dying. In the last 40 years, we've added 400 million African Christians, brothers and sisters of mine. We know the final value is the world population in 2050 by world demography.
Until they get decent education, it's on the rise there.
But that's what you would hope for. But we hope for that in the next century or so, most atheists in the world will be outbred because atheists don't have 2.2 replacement children. Christians and Muslims, large families. So we'll just reclaim, we will reconquista this fallen atheism.
House of Commons, one thing. What do you think that the people who stop believing in Christianity are going to be? Atheists grow in number not by replicating.
You need to have atheist children, right?
We gain more in numbers by people who leave the different faiths. Based
that might be
on
a personal characterization, but just by sheer demography, if you don't have enough children, any type of subset of a population doesn't have children, it dies out. You will die out. We will remain.
No, we won't.
And with you, we will reclaim. Yeah, you will.
I mean, there is a reason. There is a reason that it's the fastest growing group.
It's not.
It's not going to die out. But I'll start butting in. I'll give things over back to Mark because I really want to hear what this is.
Just a quick point to that to address, Peter. That's not how demography works. Demography and population statistics and studies works by pointing your nth generation to see if your nth generation, generation 1, generation 2, generation 3 will breed out or die out for any type of population studies. And atheists will die out. Let's have too much of children. Muslims and Christians in the US are having, so Christianity falls to 50%. Suppose it falls to 20 or 30%. Christian families are the largest families in the United States, 5-point-something average children. Yeah.
It's irrelevant.
It's just going to be a blip in human history.
It's irrelevant. No religion is the fastest growing group because of deconversion, not birth. So I don't know why you're dying on this hill, because it doesn't matter.
It just feels good. It feels good.
The truth of what you are saying has nothing to do with the amount of people that believe in it. That's just you trying to make yourself feel bad because your religion's going down the toilet. Look, and the whole idea that because quantum fields, like because there was protons and neurons in chemistry, and then quantum fields came along, that doesn't make chemistry wrong. You've got this idea that as soon as a new scientific principle, like for instance Newtonian physics was subsumed by Einsteinian, that suddenly it doesn't apply anymore, and we still use it today. That you've got this weird idea that for some reason that it's totally incompatible. And again, it's just a baseless claim. There's nothing to it at all.
Oh, not incompatible, Mark. I'm sorry, just quickly, not incompatible. It's just not true.
So chemistry isn't true?
No, any particular ontology at any time in physics, chemistry isn't true. So
it isn't true. Chemistry is not
true.
You heard it first here, ladies and gentlemen. Put away your products. Put away your gasoline. Chemistry is not true.
I'm not saying that. I've never said that. I've said the chemical ontologies are never true.
Chemical.
I don't care if they're practical and pragmatic. They're not truth-bearing.
Do realize that science doesn't make ontological claims, right?
Thank you. Scientific realists, you need to educate all the scientific realists and large parts of the atheist community to that exact point you make there, Mark.
It makes models.
They're practicing scientism and not science, right?
No, not right in the slightest. God, Ralph, your understanding of science is absolutely pitiful. Like, it's terrible. It's really worse than most creationists. Yeah,
that's really just untrue. That's just a characterization. I've been a scientist all my life. I've been educated in the top places in the world.
And you also said, don't accept my presuppositions. So I want to hold you to that. If you don't accept my presuppositions that our senses are real, how are you hearing me? And if you don't accept that the logical absolutes are real, like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle are real, then how are you referring to anything that you're applying identity to? For instance, if you mention chemistry, that uses the law
subsumptive actually. No. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm just answering the question. Lightness and gravity.
I want to explain this to the audience. Ralph, stop.
I understand the question. You can explain to the audience if you like. I get the question.
Ralph, do not. I want to explain this. It's when you use the law of identity, you attribute all of the things that make that thing onto it. So when I say, hey, this is a coffee cup, you're basically referencing all of the attributes, like it's white, has handle, made of ceramic, all of the attributes onto it. So you are using that right now while saying you reject my presupposition that is actually something. So why are you using it?
Again, this is about I think the 7th or 8th time I've lost track where I try to explain that just because I'm not granting epistemic primacy to reason doesn't mean I reject reason. It means I harness reason, use reason, subsume reason. So you can't turn around to me again for the 8th time and say, don't use reason. I can use reason without without accepting your presuppositions of reason. Is that clear? I mean, of course, Christians are the best rationalists.
No.
The history of thinking has been dominated by the excellence of Christian thinking using rationalism.
No, Ralph.
Once more, no epistemic primacy of rationalism.
You reject my presupposition. You are saying it does not exist. You can believe that reason comes from God, like you're saying subsumed. You can do
Correct.
that. But as soon as you say you reject my presupposition, then you might be saying, hey, your presupposition in actuality is based upon God. But that doesn't change the fact that if I presuppose it and you reject it, what you are saying, if my presupposition is wrong, that thing that I've presupposed does not exist, so I have no right to presuppose it. That's what you're saying.
And so I'm going to interrupt both of you again. I'm going to interrupt both of you again. I'm going to give each of you a minute to just sum up your thoughts on the topic before we even go to outros. But Ralph, you were about to speak, so you're the first. You got 60 seconds on whatever you would like on between the topic.
Only 60 seconds sounds like a movie someone should make. No, absolutely. I even drew a little picture to avoid things like gish galloping, accusations of non-technical qualifications, things that are just characterizations and non-substantive. I drew you the picture that showed you where the relationship between each of the points are. I pointed to your little box called reason. I showed you and said, yes, we disagree on presuppositions. Your claims are someone like, I don't understand this. No, it can't be. You can't say God is the Son. I'm just demonstrating why we can, philosophically. And I haven't heard a single refutation to that delta, despite saying that we're standing on the opposite sides of the field. It's very, very simple. I show you, anyone can rewind the chat. They can look at the picture. They can go to the comic section and they can try to refute it. I'm not expecting any big changes. That's about it for me.
Thank you so very much, Ralph. Sending love to Freak. I was showing, so that's the hour timer. We've been going for an open mic for an hour. Though I would normally, or not even the open mic basically, since we allowed the spice to get real, but that is what we like, because as James only allows me to say a few times a podcast, he who controls the spice controls the universe. But we love you to Freak. We'll keep on coming more. We're like hour 5. This is gonna be it, and we are not gonna even do Amy time. So
I don't mind.
Going to.
That's fine. I mean, I don't mind.
Always Amy time.
But Mark, if you would like, I'm going to reset this to 60 seconds on just the subject, and then. But House, Ralph, and you are both going to get outros. So just outro or a wrap up of what you were just talking about, if you'd like.
Oh yeah, so the intellectual inconsistency that Ralph is showing is absolutely mind-blowing. It's basically saying, well, I have reason because of God, but I'm not going to allow you reason because I don't think you should have it because you don't believe in God. That's essentially what it boils down to. And his reasons for believing in God aren't reasons, they're presuppositions. They're basically, that's what I presuppose. Now just look at the inconsistency of saying, I don't grant you the presupposition that your senses are real. I'm denying you your senses, and yet I want to talk to you. I'm denying you the logical absolutes, yet I want to use them with you to identify things like chemistry and me and him and just about everything. So what we have here is a person that is using the tools of rationality, reason, and basically attributing to God, and then denying anything that he doesn't want to be true and denying the other person the same thing that he's using. It doesn't matter where I think rationality and logic and all of these things come from. If I presuppose them, he either grants them that they exist or not. Where they come from is irrelevant. And not only is he not granting them to me, he's in fact expecting me to use them, the things that I shouldn't have, in order to communicate with him. So this is the kind of intellectual self-destruction we see in these kind of creationists a lot. He verifies or validates my presuppositions and then claims, no, don't use them because it makes me look bad. So, yeah.
And okay. And on that note, thank you so very much, Ralph and Mark and Peter, for that lively conversation, our whole panel. But
can I get 60 seconds?
Oh, you're going to get outros. That was the outro for that little conversation.
Peter was involved.
Like
a wrap up. Come on.
I was trying to. You get 30 seconds. You were assigning that. There you go, Peter. Okay. 30 seconds on the clock.
I'm fine.
Boom.
I'm fine with 30 seconds. 30 Amy seconds. Okay. So I love it when House of Commons comes up with reason and rationality, and then suspends both when it comes to God, because that is literally what you do if you presuppose a God. If I were to presuppose a universe farting unicorn, then that would mean that we all came from the unicorn, and there's proof for that. because the farts are rainbow colored, which means that we should have an LGBTQ community that is using the rainbow as their sign. So therefore,
More logical
there's
than
sufficient evidence to back up my claims.
And on that,
One more thing. Presupposing a god is the dumbest thing you can do in order to convince people of its existence. It doesn't work. You literally define it into existence, which is lazy and dishonest.
and with that, we are moving into outros. Simos Funk is going to start us off. Thank you so very much, Peter, Ralph, and Mark.
Thanks, Peter.
And we are now going to move and say goodnight because we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Moses' PSA, Obey God or Die. And Simos Funk is starting us off with his intro outro. Woo-hoo. What's up, Simos? Thank you for sticking around with us and having some fun backstage. We have been having fun on our Skeptic Bible study, Moses' PSA, Obey God or Die. However, I want to know, what have you been up to? What do you have got going on? And what are your thoughts on the subject?
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Why, yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've got so much to say in such a little amount of time, so I'm going to make this as quick as I can. Firstly, for Moses, well, of course, he could be deceived. The reason he could be deceived, and this leads into my other point, is because, of course, Adam is the only one that ate from the tree of knowledge, and so he's the only one that can claim to have the kind of knowledge that pre-suppers think they have. He was, of course, thrown out, and his descendants were not able to eat the tree of knowledge. So on the Christian view, this is the Christian view, mind you, there's no reason to believe that any Christian couldn't be deceived by any communication from the so-called deity, which just genuinely means that they can't rely on any presupposition they have as knowledge. And of course, that's what it all hangs on for them to say that they believe the revelation, right? And so it's a nonsense and a non-starter from the beginning. Now, that's just to say that's the logic, right, of the position. But that's not to say that they can't themselves believe upon their experiences. Of course, one can believe on the experiences. And if they feel that they've had a sense of the divine, then, of course, one might even say that they're justified to believe that. But, of course, that in no way contradicts anybody else's worldview, and it in no way shows the impossibility of the contrary for the tag argument, which of course is the mainstay of the Christian presupper. Most presuppers in general, I would argue. So I just want to leave it with something that Shelley once wrote, which he said, basically, the senses are the source of all knowledge to the mind, and that, of course, consequently, their evidence claims are the strongest assist. And I think that's basically where humans find themselves, even in the internal view of a Christian worldview. It's definitely where they find them. And of course, someone like myself, who's a naturalist, then of course, it asserts the primacy of induction, because of course, that is how we tell that our senses are reliable. And so that is the source of reason as far as I'm concerned. And as I say, in no way does any presup argument, even given its best intent, show that my worldview has a contradiction. That's philosophically and logically incorrect. And of course, this annihilates the use of presupposition as an apologetic. And that, as I say, doesn't even include the contradiction held within their own worldview. For the Christian, that that Adam was thrown out of the garden, and therefore none of his descendants had access to knowledge, at least in the way the presuppers claim it. And then lastly, just to end up, I recently, a few hours ago now, finished listening to Mark's demolition of Darth Dawkins, to which I was hugely impressed. And I've got to say, when he said at the beginning, look, you're mixing up ontology and epistemology, that, of course, is the biggest fallacy that they commit in trying to assume this generic God and the properties of this generic God. So I just want to add that and say thank you so much, Mark. It's a breath of fresh air. And if you don't deserve a T-shirt for that, I don't know who does. So once again, Mark, congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
It was brilliant. Okay,
Thank you.
That's it, everybody. Thank you.
Someone get this ugly fucker
Thank
off
you
my
so
screen.
very much,
Thanks, Amos.
Simos. I could not think of a better person to go right after Simos, because I imagine these two drinking beer, and hopefully I'm right behind them drinking one. Peter.
Sorry, at the risk of being super rude, I need to bail, Amy. Is that okay? I'm just
Sure.
late.
Peter, give me 1 second. Would you like
Thanks for
an
the support,
outro?
Ralph.
Yeah, we can do House of Commons first, and then.
Oh my God! I'll make it very brief. Something like share the Amy channel, as I was trying to indicate when I first jumped on. There are 3 types of communities of practice, and Amy's is an important one. It allows people to speak across the divide. And looking forward to further interactions with Mark. I will check out your Darth Dawkins video if everyone says it's good, and hope you guys have a great and blessed day. I know, spoiler alert: Christ is King. Bye, guys.
Bye, Ralph.
Thank you, Ralph. Thanks for the support.
Thank you very much, Ralph, for the support. Lovely having you on and the back and forth. And all right, we are going to hand it over to Peter. In fact, Peter, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Moses' PSA, Obey God or Die, along with some theological back and forth. Hope you had a good time. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
I'll be entirely honest. I didn't get the entire, what was it, 3-4 hours that you did on Moses.
Woo-hoo.
So
take my word for it. Almost the same as all the rest.
Yeah, So what was it? Closer to 4 hours? What'd you say?
Why? Yeah, it was probably closer towards that.
See. That's cool. That's about an hour for every decade that he spent in the desert at the guidance of the all-powerful, omniscient God, guiding him the way to a place that literally he could have reached within 14 days had he just followed the coastline. But, I mean, we're not all as smart as God is, and I'm really happy that I am not. As for the topic, the threats of violence, that is probably why we have religion in the first place. I mean, nearly every religion has this threat, either in this life or in the afterlife. If you don't believe, then you're fucked. And that to me is the best evidence that it is fake, because if there was such a thing as an all-loving, just God, he wouldn't need violence. He would never use violence, and he would tell people not to use violence in order to spread his word. And that is not what we've seen. We've seen Christianity use violence in the most vile ways possible. We've seen that happen with the Muslims. We've seen it in the Bible with the Jews. So basically, the top 3 Abrahamic religions all seem to need violence in order to make people believe. And yeah, it's a stupid way to make people believe, because obviously they're going to agree with you and say, yes, there is a God, because no one wants to die. And if you're an atheist, it's going to get worse, because for an atheist, there's no afterlife either. So if you die, that's going to cut short the only life that you get on this planet or anywhere else. So while it might be a good tool, it doesn't convince people, it doesn't make them believers, and it doesn't make them worship a God. So I haven't heard a decent reason for a God in my entire life. I've heard several reasons against it.
Ramen.
And we just heard one of the worst from House of Commons. And yeah, so that's basically it.
Thanks, Peter.
Otherwise,
Woo-hoo.
Thank you for having me, Amy. Great show as always.
Good to hear.
Lovely having you on, Peter. And actually, while he's up there, I do have to just shout out, you should be, some people would even say that Peter is gonna go for it. In fact, you should be checking out Peter on Gonna Go For It. You should be checking out him producing for the R&Ra, our very own Atheist Junior, for Mark, I think, right? A whole bunch
Amy,
of...
one more thing. One more thing. Since we're on the topic of gods, and you see, right here behind me, there's a Stargate. There is one God that is real, a goddess, actually. The goddess Hathor. We've been emailing back and forth, interacting through Twitter the last week, and I made a teaser for the goddess Hathor that is now available on my channel as well, and she did actually play that on her latest show, which to me is a huge compliment. And so we're talking about the actress Sue Ann Brown, who played Hathor in the series Stargate. So yeah, that was a notch on my belt. That was really nice. And I did that. We pulled it off because I had help. If people haven't checked it out, do a search on YouTube, Art Against Ignorance. They are musicians. They write music, they perform it, they record it in a studio. They made an absolutely brilliant piece of music to go with that teaser in the style of Stargate, yet not Stargate, so it would be no issue with copyrights. And they made it fit the teaser so well. And just check it out. And if you go to my channel, look to the teaser of Hathor. All the links are in the descriptions where you can find Art Against Ignorance. And you should subscribe to that channel. And if you can, support them. Throw some bucks at them because they do a stellar job.
Oh my! Peter, and I will support anything that says throw money at it in a way that reminds me of a strip club. What are we talking about?
Well, so one of the things, they made a piece of music. I said, can you make something for Aaron Ra? And they sent me a piece of music. And Aaron was blown away and is currently using it for some of his YouTube shorts. So just to give you an idea that they can do pretty much every music genre you can come up with, and they will make the music just the way you want it to be. And
did he get his chat fixed?
It looks like everything's fixed. Yes. Okay. And I don't know what the problem was. I do know that YouTube has changed their entire layout. People will probably have noticed that when you go to a video that the entire layout has changed. Maybe that has been part of it. But yeah, we had a loss in views. Obviously, Arn for 2 shows wasn't able to get super chats. Just stupid. We ran a chat through my channel where I taught people how to make a pop-out chat so they could watch the show and be in chat at the same time. But yeah, it's just harming the show if it doesn't work. But comments are back, so I'm hoping that the live chat is as well.
That's good. All right. Thanks, Peter.
Wanted to get his latest link up there, though everyone is subscribed to Iron Raw. I mean, come on. How are you? There we go.
That's mandatory.
There we go.
But yes, thank you so very much, Peter. Lovely having you on as always.
Thanks, Peter.
Thanks for having me.
And also, before I bring on our headliner for our two rivals tonight, Wildheart had to leave, and I do want to send Wildheart
Good night, Wild.
Channel into stream. He does have his title, but I'm not sure what it is, or I'd give everyone an easier link. So if you do want to see Wildheart stream, please look onto your screen or in chat. It is sent into the YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Ospheres. Not to Twitter, because it doesn't insta tweet, but if you're watching Twitter, you can see it. So sending love, Wildheart. I should also get and I may have to find, but Simos Funk also does fantastic content while he is humbly waiting with us, and so I really want to get his channel up on there.
Formula
while
One.
I am doing that, let's
Thank
get
you.
our headliner.
Just do the Simon Funk channel these days. That's the one I do. I don't do the F1. I don't do that other channel anymore. I just do my own.
Just
Well,
I still do
okay.
F1 though. I still do F1 with Fabio, but I just do it on my channel again now.
So go check out there.
You're a Formula One fan, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Which will be in a week on Mondays, the next one. And we're in Singapore, which is very nice.
Ooh, I would like to visit there one day.
Singapore sling. Thank you.
Bring atheism to Singapore.
But bringing the spice tonight.
Mark,
very
the hero of the hour.
To have
Thanks,
exactly, like I said, in a great debate, it really does feel like tennis, and that I think is where the fun is. And so, Mark, it was lovely to have you on. I'm very interested in this video now. I haven't seen it, but my feeling, my gut feeling is that you are a nice guy, and that just like Randolph Richardson was, and that tends to be his kryptonite, is that if you are just slow, steady, methodical, not very emotionally angry often, you are almost like, once again, the kryptonite, because that's kind of what he thrives on. And if you just sound very calm and ask for clarification, they are used to freaking out the moment you ask for clarification. So if you seem very rational...
just one thing. You have to say his name.
Well,
person on screen.
It doesn't matter.
No, the person on screen.
Lose my thought, Peter. God damn it.
No, the person on screen. You have to say his name because you introduce him, but you didn't say his name.
His name is Mark, the Destroyer, Reid.
Look, I watched that thing with Dark Dog. I kind of went back and thought.
I get goose pimples when I hear that name.
Got you. Okay, now I see what you were trying to set up. But what I was, yes, because the precepts are just a-holes, and so it's an anti-a-hole.
They tend to be.
I will say, before I introduce you, actually, I will say Peter has had an entire. I'm trying to think. Was that you early on? Someone had a conversation with Darth Dawkins on a soundboard. Who was it, Peter? Someone had it.
Of course it was Peter. Of course it was.
So the person who had the conversation, so there are two.
The soundboard.
Now. The first one happened on this channel. The second one happened on this channel. The first one was Shane the Skeptic, and the second one was the Preacher. And the Preacher got really mad with my soundboard.
That's right.
Really mad.
Yeah, he was angry, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
I think he thought it was a real person. We were trying to explain it's just a soundboard. It's just sound bites.
Yeah, but
tried to explain that to Shane too.
So did Shane, and Shane apologized several times afterwards in Discord that he didn't get it. And
Perry
he said,
question for the panel
that
is
I fell
there
for
a
it.
difference
He said that I fell for it with a name Shane the Skeptic, and I fell for a soundboard. That's horrific. And I told him, he just said the things that I had the replies to. It just worked well. It was mostly coincidence, but it was fun.
And okay, I couldn't agree more. Both those instances are fun. So check those podcasts out. But also, Mark, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Moses' POA, Obey God or Die. Lovely having you on. What you got going on? And what are your final thoughts?
Thank you so much, Amy and James and Peter and Simos and Wildheart and even Ralph. I'll thank Ralph. And I'm sorry if I missed anybody that was on. I do apologize, but I think that's everybody. Thank you so much. I feel like that DD thing, that Darth Dawkins thing, I feel I watched afterwards and said, oh, why didn't I say this? And why didn't I say that? So I was kind of like, it's one of those things, I think the French have a term for it, the spirit under the stairway, when you go away from a conversation and then go, oh, there's so many things I should have said.
Monday morning quarterbacking.
Yeah, kind of stuff, But the French have a term for it. It's when you walk away from a conversation and then instantly regret these things that you think of that don't occur in the conversation. Wonderful. But so I'll just briefly sort of give Ralph some more shade again. It's really weird. I don't know how he's squaring away. I don't allow you to presuppose sort of the basis of logic or your senses, but we're going to use the ones that I'm not allowing you to presuppose. He's so confused. And I think a lot of creationist presups are over a presupposition is kind of, you're going to assume it's correct out of necessity, but you can't really confirm with absolute certainty that it is true. They kind of think, well, a presupposition, if I just say I confirm it with absolute certainty, then it automatically is true. And it just doesn't work like that. That's not how presuppositions work. But, they kind of think, well, if I never acknowledge that there's a chance that it may not be true, it has to be true. And truth doesn't work like that, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just say, well, if I never acknowledge that it may be untrue, it has to be true. Nothing works like that. That's not how anything works. So it's really confusing to him. But I'll lay off Ralph. I'm sure I can get into a debate with him and cover all of this. And just one more thing. How does that man not know he's gish galloping? Like, seriously, how is that even possible? He goes through like 20 things and you're like, maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe 5 things or so. And you're sort of like, how can you not see that you are bringing up multiple? Anyway, I don't know. Maybe he just rejects the foundation of gish gallop. I have no idea. But it is seen to be dishonest because you're basically trying to get subjects out. So the person opposite you can't respond to all of them and you can say, hey, they didn't respond to this. Not cool. But as I said, the stories from there, it seems to me to be a more basic level of carrot and stick before Christianity went, hey, if we promise things after life, it works so much better because then bad things can happen to them all life. And they can't say, well, I did everything God wanted me to do and I was faithful. And bad things still happen to me. You can see it in Job where they're kind of, oh, well, this is the reason bad things are happening to you. If you keep with God, you're going to be glad afterwards. To, bad things can happen all your life and you'll get something afterwards. Don't worry, it's coming. It's down the line. Even if you've had the most terrible life, it's coming. You still believe in God because down the line, you won't be sorry. And that's all that I see it as, and the sort of the idea that you cannot go to other religions and tribes seems very it is tribalistic. It's sort of this don't abandon us, and sort of it's really weird that they would say, well, if you become scattered across the realm, you'll get back together. Because why? How would you be scattered if God doesn't will it, right? Why would you be afraid of that if God's got your back? How could that happen if God's got your back? It makes no sense whatsoever. But Yeah, I'll leave it there. I did talk about it a bit before, but thank you so much for having me on, and thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate everybody. I think I could have done better.
Should know.
What a moron.
Yeah. That feels good. I think I could have done better against Darth Dawkins. It's just you sort of watch a couple of his interactions.
I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in. You did perfect. The fact that I this took me so long. What you did is when he interrupted you, you just kept talking, and then when he didn't respond to anything you had said, you said, "Didn't you listen to me? I just said this. I just answered you." You gave him his shtick is repeating a question over and over and over again until you give an answer that he's satisfied with. You just said, "I've already answered this. I'm not going to answer it anymore." And you were consistent in that for the entire thing. That was just it was a work of art. And the fact that he attacked you personally and you didn't let that faze you. If people want to learn how to interact with Darth Dawkins, this was a masterclass.
Oh, that means so much to me, Peter. Thank you so much, mate.
Honestly.
And
we have Kent Hovind in the chat.
Oh.
Well, not the real one, the fake Kent Hovind, a really fake Kent Hovind.
Someone who actually has a doctorate.
Yes.
I mean, what I particularly liked is that your very first answer to him was exactly the nub of the issue, and he could not run away from it. No matter how hard he tried to rephrase the question, which was, you said, "No, I never claimed an ontology." Right? I'm answering the epistemological question. You are confusing the two. Right? I said I believe this to be the case. I have I have my reasons for believing this to be the case, but I'm not claiming that it is true that it is the case. And once you said that, he was doomed. And so all of the rest of it after that, and there's quite a lot, is just him circling around his own gravestone, going, how do I not fall in? How do I not fall in?
Well, okay, so I don't know if because we kind of got into the philosophy stuff, and I'm a dabbler in philosophy.
You were spot on with it. Your very first criticism was exactly the point.
Yeah, but I mean, I went into my personal beliefs over the cosmos or the everything being one thing with multiple parts, but that may not have been great philosophically. I don't know. I want someone like Jay Patrick or Leo to have a look
you mean the one and the many bit, yeah.
Yes, yeah. So I'm a bit less certain on those. I think I was right, but
yes, you were. Yes.
I mean, I would like some people to tell me if I went wrong and how I went wrong, because I felt like I could learn a lot from the more experienced people in philosophy around me, because I know that I'm not a professional philosopher, not by any stretch of the imagination. So, but actually, I want to say, Praise's audience were remarkably nice to me after I got booted off. They were all like, "I'm so sorry, we don't want this kind of thing. This is horrible. What happened to you?" And they were actually really, really nice to me, like really nice. So full credit to Praise's audience. They don't like Darth either. They don't like Darth.
Yeah, well, I mean, they want you back on because they don't get enough good quality atheists to talk to.
I'm gonna.
It's the same situation that we atheists find. There are not enough good quality theists to talk to.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say this, and then the co-pilot. I'm gonna hand it over to the co-pilot.
Yeah, sorry, that's me. I'm done.
No, not.
And philosophically, you were absolutely fine. There was no problem
I
with that.
am always glad to have you on, Mark. I just want to say, from what it sounds like, is that you answered questions, but you also were able to ask your own, and that is probably the most difficult part about talking to a presuppositional apologist, is that they act like lawyers And a lot of people will watch them and they're annoying. And when they don't interact with them, they go, geez, I could, I could handle that guy. That guy, why was anyone even talking? But then when they're in the hot seat, it's like a lawyer will sit there and they'll go, well, it says you were speeding. How are you speeding? And, you were going, well, I was going 30 miles at 30 kilometers an hour. And you were going 30 kilometers, 30. Well, I'm pretty sure. Or something, maybe you'll say even I was going pretty slowly, like 30 miles mile per hour. And a lawyer will go, well, 30 miles a kilometer an hour. That kind of actually sounds kind of fast. I'll tell you, maybe you can walk me down, and we're going through, and they will make each and every word. Not to say they'll make you eat at each and every word, but they'll make you defend each and every word. And so you have to be very particular and careful, almost like you're walking on eggshells, while also eventually being able to ask a question. And when you ask that question, you then have to be so focused each and every time that they don't answer it, that's the only way that you can basically throw the volley back. And it sounds like that is exactly what you were able to do. And so when you do answer his questions and he pretends like you didn't, and you ask him questions and he doesn't, it just makes him look like an asshole. And clearly it sounds like you did nicely for Team Skeptic.
Yeah. Again, just to finish one thing up, I think
in fact,
brilliant thing I really
liked, and then
really
liked, James.
Really liked was that you used the I can't remember the name, but you used absolute reality and apparent reality and drew a distinction between the two, which is basically turning presupposition back on itself. If anything, it's the atheist presupposition or the naturalist presupposition in this case, because we're talking about reality. And I thought that it was brilliant, because if he wants to argue against you using the word absolute, well, that's a synonym for a pseudonym for ultimate.
Oh, don't make it more.
So any argument he puts against ultimate, right, forward, you have the same argument back, a parody argument back for absolute. So there's nothing he could do after that. Once you said, no, we have these two things, ultimate, absolute reality and apparent reality. And once you'd said that, that was it. He was no hold bars. You can't do anything about it.
And
now,
with that,
we're not making ultimate claims.
No,
genius,
I'm
just a genius move.
I'm going to thank all of you. In fact, the people still here. Thank you, Simon, Peter, and Mark for joining us with us. Mwah, mwah, mwah. But we are handing it over to the co-pilot, James. We have been Skeptic Bible studying on Moses's PSA, obey God or die. It's been a lot of fun. But yes, your final thoughts.
I wanted to bring up a comment, let's see, from Chad here, from Rockin' Woodworks, who is a longtime viewer, and he says, if y'all keep a score per show years out from now, let us know how many convert to atheism. That'll tell us something.
Oh my.
And that's kind of, we get that pushback sometimes, like, oh, what are you guys trying to do here? You're not like accomplishing anything because there's not massive converts out in the chat. Every Christian or theist is not abandoning theism and becoming an atheist. And that's really not how this works. That will happen actually very rarely, that you have somebody, I came in the show a theist, I came out of the show an atheist. It's just a process of putting out information out there, planting seeds of doubt, getting people to think a little bit differently. And that takes time. And I can't say that there's any one day or one argument or one thing that I saw or read that caused me to lose faith in Christianity. It was kind of a cumulative effect of lots of different things. So if we could just be a small part of that, I think that's all about the best that we can hope for. And yeah. But anyway, guys, like I was saying before, we'll be back tonight for an after show. Amy will be modding a debate on Modern Day Debate. Come back and spend the night with us again tonight. And thank you, guys. This was interesting discussion. I have to get to watch that interaction between Mark and Darth because it sounds really good. So
it was. Let me just say this one thing to add on to what you quickly said there, which is, of course, Christians spend a lot of time on their knees, and I think that means that it's only a matter of time before Amy converts them.
Well, I mean, we're not trying to put pressure on, because if someone is a Christian, they are adamant and determined to stay Christian. We wouldn't try to force them not to, or we're not going to threaten that anything bad is going to happen to you if you want to keep believing. You want to keep believing, you can keep believing, but they're on the other side saying, no, you have to convert to my belief system, or God is going to kill you, and then he's going to do mean things to you after you're dead.
Though I do have to say, we do have a suggestion, and that's please stop believing.
But we would like it, people.
Yes. If that's up
Newman,
to you.
focus.
Focus. F-U-C-U-S.
Well, we appreciate you.
We will, however, not have a gun to your head.
Rockin' Woodworks. We do appreciate the Christians that we have in chat, and you're always out there watching, and we appreciate
We're Muslims or Jews, pagans, Hindus, pantheists, deists, agnostic, atheist. But I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of our Skeptic Bible Study. Moses's PSA, obey God or die.
Newman, listen to me. You're a grown adult.
That's true. It's true. And
I was diagnosed with ADD.
Exactly. Yes. I don't know what else to say.
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADD?
Yes, I was. All right. Tonight, Moses began a speech to the Israelites, reminding them that God took them out of Egypt. And they have two choices: obedience or more fun curses.
God, can you make up some more arbitrary rules for us to follow and then threaten us with punishments if we don't?
Oh boy, that's right. The curses don't seem to end in snuggles. However, I hope that you enjoyed us swinging into the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29 and 30, for a biblically good time. Though I do want to thank my co-host, James W. Woo! Along with our guests, Wild Heart, Mark, Ralph, Pseudo, Peter, and Simos, along with our awesome mods who make the stream so great. The lovely people in chat and viewers like you who make this show even possible. In fact, if you enjoy, please don't forget to like, follow on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to join our premieres. More on that in the Patreon and channel community posts coming soon tomorrow. Or our live streams like all the people in chat. Or hey, why not leave a comment after the video's done? Or if you leave a super thanks, we'll leave you thanks on the next episode. If you'd like, we also opening the Skeptic and Ranting Discord community for the after show, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members. Mwah. Finally, if you'd like to help us make even more content, the best way to be a supporter is to join our Patreon at patreon.com/ YouTube.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we, including Gizmo, will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. Mwah!